I'm gonna wait for a couple of people to get here. We got 4 now. All right, I get to start talking a little bit. So first and foremost, anybody that's been watching my streams the past 2 knows I got some major technical issues. It's a pain in the ass to do it on my computer. Hope you can fucking hear me. Yeah. It's a pain in the ass to do it on my computer at home, so I might as well just do it on my phone. If I'm gonna do it on my phone, I'd rather be in my car than my computer. Than home. Because my car can hold my phone for me like this and point it at me. When I get fidgety just sitting there, like I like moving around too. So I gotta go to the weed store, I gotta do some stuff, might as well. This is pretty much a spur of the moment thing. I just wanted to clear up a couple things. There's basically been 2 slanderous things against me. One by Rev, one by Ross. Now, the Ross one's real simple. Anytime you talk about a kid in any way, joke about a kid, suddenly you're a pedophile. Me calling fucking technical difficulties kid gay because he sounds gay, using that to insult him, doesn't make me a pedophile. Sorry if you're sensitive because you don't like kids being made fun of, but it doesn't make you a pedophile. I don't really like kids in any way, to be honest with you. That's the truth. They're just annoying and gross and stinky. I don't want them anywhere near me. So Ross, your video's gay. Jimmer Nambla, nice try, dude. Anyone who wants to watch my smashing of technical difficulties, it's pretty fucking funny. I stand by all the gay kid shit. It was fucking hilarious. And car stream it is, man. Of course. Hell yeah. What's up, Tibar? Of course, my nigga. No offense. Tibar is actually black. I didn't mean it like that. So yeah, Ross, like, what the fuck, dude? That's gay. And here's the thing. That's how you're gonna fight me, is with little videos. Like, I came up on your panel, or tried to come up on your panel. You wouldn't let me up. You used the excuse if you don't want to give me the exposure. You had like 40, 50 people watching. It wasn't even a big stream for you. In any case, that's a lame excuse. Like, I kicked the shit out of Rex. You know it. You're embarrassed by it. You're all embarrassed by it. You got to sit there and cope together. Anybody that wants to watch any of the fights with me and Rex, the one you can't because Sam's stream got struck by some asshole. He's trying to get it back. Although GLM clipped part of that. You can go watch that on her channel. Don't like to promote her, but whatever, if that's where it is. The other ones are on Rex. Because, man, he really ends up stammering all over himself and realized he fucked up. Self-owned. Oh shit! Driving my lights off with the fiance section. Yeah. You can close your Rex. Away. Sorry, guys. The hazards of live streaming on cellular. I'll go back a bit. I know I was roboting. So the thing about having a fiance from Tinder, some people have tried to be like, hey, that's how people meet. That's how you meet someone to suck your dick at lunchtime, like literally. And you know what? Plenty of Fish is pretty much the same way. It's a little bit more respectable, but they're all fucking. You wouldn't want to marry most of those girls either. They're, you know, they're mostly on there for hookups. There's a big difference between hookup sites and dating sites. And Rex chose to marry someone from a hookup site, which is kind of embarrassing for anybody, but for a Christian guy like him, it's really embarrassing. Anyway, I think that's my whole rant as far as RDA is concerned. Ross, just making videos is pretty gay. You were in my stream, I saw you in the chat. You could have come up. The streamer was there. Now he fancies himself a big star, saves himself for his own show. Well, that's real. Is that your show, Ross? Really? Is it your show anymore, or is it a chick show? Because it seems to be her show now. I don't know. She definitely runs that chat. Spams the fuck out of it. Anyway, let's talk about Rev. Now, I'm going to clear up the slanderous stuff first, which he said about me and my chick. Rev claimed that my girl lives with her baby daddy. That's retarded. She did live with him until about a year ago, and then they broke up. He moved out. He's had a girlfriend during that time period. I don't know exactly the details, but and then I met her about 5 months ago. So you do the math. They were broken up for at least 7 or 8 months before I even met her. So that's retarded. As far as getting the info about like his name, etc., Caitlin used to come on here and be very reckless. Not here, but on like the true crime people's places, and be very reckless with her information. She didn't know. She would just talk recklessly about her life, and also her name was a bit reckless. She didn't know how guarded you have to be and how doxy and creepy and weird this place is and how people collect information. Anyway, Rev does not have any inside information on Caitlin. Everybody that's been paying attention since the start of my time, you know, as far as Caitlin and I are concerned, we've just always made fun of him. Nicole, pretty much too. But I'm not going to talk too much about Nicole in the current sense because she's very much trying to get away from this because this dude literally, well, I'll get to that. I'm getting on a tangent there. But anyway, as far as that's concerned, no. Her interaction with the father of her kid is like any other exes that have a kid together, you know? And they're not like hostile. They don't hate. Certainly not anything close to what Rev is painting. In any case, most of the girls I've dated in the past 10 years have had kids. It's like, I'd say 60, 70% of women in their 30s probably have kids. I don't know, just guessing. But based on my experience dating, that's how it is. You go on any dating app where they give you the information about the kids, like Plenty of Fish, you'll see Caitlin. And I don't want kids. I've never wanted kids. I certainly don't want them as a fucking 44-year-old. So, perfect. So Rev, he doesn't know anything. He never has. He likes to insinuate because does he have inside information that Ross's ex-wife is fucking a black guy? No. He just takes a little piece of information and then tries to twist it into something that would embarrass his enemies. But the thing is, Rev, you saw the thumbnail of this video. You've probably seen it before, but that's Rev's mouth. That's him accidentally opening his mouth on cam, and as you see, the main tooth that you can see is top front right. It's completely gray. There's nothing around it. The teeth around it are either completely gone or rotted down to little nubs below, like the lip line. And then you can see some gray by his looks, by his lack of teeth, that he's forced to be a hermit. He's forced to live the life of a hermit. And we all know, he's told us, he's admitted it, this isn't speculation. He hasn't had sex in 6 years. This is a 28-year-old guy. That means from age 22 to 28, he didn't have sex. Now, I don't know about you, but that's pretty much the prime time for dating. And maybe like 18 to 22 is a little bit better even, but it's probably the second best period for dating in your life. You look good still. Your skin isn't starting to get lines in it. If you're a guy, you probably built your body to a decent size. You know, you don't have that like, lollipop thing going on like teenagers do. It's a good time for most guys, but this guy lived a life of a hermit with no women in it, other than women online, for 6 years. So that means his sex life is literally jerking off to photos online. He hasn't kissed a girl in 6 years. Well, I don't know if he hasn't kissed. He said he hasn't had sex. I'm assuming he hasn't kissed a girl. I mean, because I'm assuming he hasn't had sex because of the teeth, and therefore, they'd probably be more likely to fuck you than kiss you. It's a little bit less gross. So this is a very, very, very damaged individual. Now, what I knew about Rev prior to Nicole was he dated I think a 50-something-year-old woman in Australia who goes by the name of Doodle on here. Doodlebug, Doodle something else, always Doodle. You'll see her. And she looks like any typical 50-something-year-old woman. She's not especially unattractive for a 50-year-old. She's not especially attractive. She's a 50-year-old woman, And that was his, like, online girlfriend prior to Nicole. There's this other chick called Mabel, equally disgusting. But then somehow he found the perfect person where he could actually get somebody who's attractive, because Nicole's my friend and I love her to death. And here's the reality of it, though. She wants to, save people, like a lot of women do. They have that nurturing thing. They want to save. She rescues birds. She's great with them. She's like, she has that in her, right? So when she sees a damaged, broken little boy like Rev, the motherly instincts kick in. And you know what? If you think he's got teeth, hey, maybe something more. And I think that's what happened with her. But the key to that is she thought he had teeth. Now we can all say like, oh, you should have known, you should have, But the dude's a fucking master at hiding his fucking no teeth. Like we've all seen that hand. And he doesn't really show pictures of himself at all. It was very recently that he even showed these weird angle pics. So like try and find an angle that he looks cute, like a fat girl on MySpace, back in the day. Like the one where he's like looking down. He's trying to like find something where he's not absolutely hideous, and he can like Photoshop out the acne and stuff. Because the other thing is the kid's got cystic acne. We've all seen the mugshot, and at age 25, he had a case of cystic acne, which I'm sure is probably similar to what like Anthony Cumia or somebody that has scars experienced in their teenage years. So that's also got to keep him inside, hermited up, away from people, especially girls. Anyway, he somehow catfished Nicole. He tricked her. She famously found out on the way to pick him up in the Poconos that he had no teeth because, quote, drugs and depression. So I don't know how rot your teeth out. I don't know how drugs in general, like heroin, which is what he's supposed to be on, rot your teeth out. I don't know about that. And I certainly don't know how depression rots your teeth out. You know what rots your teeth out is laziness, not brushing them. And I don't know about you, but for me, I brush my teeth for about 1 to 2 minutes. Probably if I'm on the weekend, probably 3 times a day, 4 times a day, because I brush them whenever I eat something. But, twice a day, like anything else. It takes maybe 5 minutes of my day, like for all the brushings and and the flossing. The flossing's real quick. I use the picks. So that's just laziness, and it's laziness on an unheard of level to let your teeth rot out of your head to that extent by age fucking 28 years old. Like, this is a rare case right here. Now, also, he says 3 years. I bet it's been longer. I bet he hasn't worked for as long as he has in his teeth, because I think that's also the reason he doesn't work. He just doesn't go out in general. I imagine he goes and buys his Eagles, his Raging Eagles, and his smokes. He's got a weed dealer, I'm sure, that he goes to, and, you know, buy some food. But I imagine he goes to the same place. I don't think he's comfortable just going out in public and speaking to new people. So he made a story up the other day about going to a casino and winning a bunch of money. That was pretty fun. You didn't go to a casino, Rev. Going to a casino means you have to, like, you know, speak and open your mouth. You're not going to do that around people. We know better. You didn't go in with 200 and come out with 1,300 either. You lie too big to try to, you know, make it seem like you're a normal human being and not what you are. 4 times. Okay, so this guy. So here's a guy who thinks that's bad. Now, little brief sidebar, real quick, to discuss Natclo real quick. Now, Natclo's 4 times a day he's referring to is me brushing my teeth 4 times a day, me taking care of my looks in a sense. Now, Natclo is an obese nerd with giant glasses. He's ugly as fuck, and he's only ever, by his own admission, had sex 1 time in his entire life. He's 30 years old, 31 years old, and he's had sex 1 time in his entire life. Natclo, who do you think knows more about what to do with their teeth, me or you, just based on, you know, that? I'm not going to take advice from a dude that's had sex with 1 girl when he's 30 about how to care for myself in any way. Certainly not my teeth, because as we're discussing now with Rev, teeth are really fucking important. So, the crux of everything with Rev, and it's the reason that his whole existence has to be online. So think about this. You're Rev, right? And this has happened, and we'll go into it. You meet a girl. You like her. She might like you back. You flirt in a Discord. You exchange pictures. And after a while, she notices, hey, why don't you ever smile in any of your pics? She starts to become suspicious. And eventually it comes to a head, hey, I need to see a pic. If they're going to, like, meet up, if they're going to continue, if they're going to do anything, I need to see a pic. I need to know you got teeth, you know? And Rev can't. He gets to that point, and then it all falls apart. And so he's allowed himself to sort of semi-fall for this person. With this girl called Kristen in the Moisty Militia server. She actually lived, like, within like very close to him. Not even within drive, like very close, like within an hour or two. And that was the situation a couple years ago. He had some kind of online thing, flirting thing. I don't know if it went into, like, sexting and all that shit. I'm not sure. But he had at least some kind of online flirting thing where she got to the point where she wanted a pic and he couldn't produce it. And once he couldn't produce it, she knew he didn't have teeth. And I think she was probably annoyed at him for wasting her time. So she started blasting him all over the server, making fun of him. And he basically got laughed out of there, from what I understand. Maybe not at that point, but eventually. This is the Moisty Militia server, I believe. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think teeth are pretty fucking important, though. Like, think about it. Just take whoever you think is the hottest girl and put jacked up fucking brown teeth in her mouth, and think about how many points does that take off of her. She goes from a 10 to what? A 6? I don't know. It's extremely important. So, I better get gas. Fuck. So the teeth are the whole problem. They're the reason his life is like this. And I'm not going to spend much time on Nicole because she just wants out of this shit. And I don't blame her. I'm not going to talk about her much. That's for sure. If I do, it'll be about past shit. Like no current updates, none of that shit. All you need to know, Rev, because I know you're listening, is she's not even going to know anything about you. Like, she's not going to watch any of your streams. She's tired of the harassment. This dude literally called her 300 times the other night on a private number, so you can't block it. And he keeps doing it. He likes to terrorize her because she doesn't want him. And the thing that happened with her, in case you don't know, is, like I said, she was on the way to pick him up. He admitted he didn't have teeth. And then they had this vacation together. It was really awkward. She talked all about it on an RDA episode. They grilled her about every aspect of Rev. I don't want to promote RDA, but, you know, whatever. It is what it is. Go find it. Watch the Nicole one. It is really interesting. And it revealed a guy who's got no skills around women. She said he didn't know how to be around a woman. He was very, like, skittish and nervous the whole time. No confidence. Not that she would have done anything, but he would never have made a move anyways. Too, like, unexperienced with women. He just doesn't know how to do it. And yeah, ended up, as he famously said, kissing her on the hand. That's the extent of what he got. And you got to remember, this is after 6 years of no sex. So this dude thought, oh, maybe, and then I just got to be honest with her, the teeth, she'll accept it. But dude, no one's going to accept that. It's a deal breaker. So she didn't accept it. And I don't blame her. And she's not a bad person for not accepting it. You fucking tricked her. You catfished her. You're lucky she didn't just fucking turn around or just go there by herself and not let you, you know, have a nice vacation by herself and not let you participate. Because you certainly didn't contribute anything money-wise. It didn't save her any money to have you there. I think she just felt sorry for your ass. In any case, after that, you know, it started to fall apart because he tried to claim something happened. She was angry about that. Things went to ultimately her going on RDA and then him doxing Nicole and her job and my girlfriend and Russ's girlfriend in a DM to Brutal Mafia that we just recently saw. We know for a fact he did that. We've seen the DM now. For a long time, we assumed he did because he's the only one that had that information about Nicole. Had no idea about the Caitlyn part. And we were right. We were proven right last week when we saw that DM that Brutal or the DMs that Brutal put out in his video. So she's always been really good. Like, here's the thing about Rev, right? So during that whole time period, I beat the fuck out of him. I doxed him. I doxed his family. I did all this shit. And rightfully so. I don't feel bad about any of it now. And I didn't feel bad about it then before I knew he doxed Caitlyn either, because he did this horrible shit doxing, you know, the sweet girls from RDA and Nicole. And the gas man. Yeah, I told Sammy to come. That got over with. He got incredibly embarrassed online. He basically got his lashes for his crime, you know? And I started to think, and I started, like, he wasn't going so crazy. I would see him around Sam Spoons, and he was doing his N-word thing. It was being really funny, and he wasn't doxing. He wasn't being like that. And he hadn't been for a while, for like a solid month or maybe 2 months. I don't know. Enough time for me to be like, you know, what the fuck? And I started to feel a little guilty because during that time, he said himself, I think I'm a bit schizophrenic. And I'd always thought this kid's paranoid schizophrenic. Not severely like the guy you see, you know, on the sidewalk, like thinking the CIA's after him, you know? Not like that. But like enough where when he gets in a relationship or quote unquote relationship and he hears like a guy on the TV in the background, he'll freak out for 3 days and, you know, berate the person. I'm not going to use any names, but how would I know about it? Berate the person for 3 days straight because of a guy on the TV in the background. That kind of schizophrenic. Nothing anybody could deal with as a partner. because he's just too paranoid. He's very insecure because of his, you know, history with women. Like, how could he not be? So every guy is a challenge to him. So, you know, hearing a guy on a TV in the background can do that. And but I knew this about him. Like, this, when you have somebody that's like schizophrenic or whatever kind of mental disorder beyond sort of certain really basic ones that we all kind of have, I feel like you do have to be like, to talk about himself. It's very bizarre and very delusional. And it's, if you've observed him for a long time, I think we can all agree that he's definitely not all there. And so knowing that there's a certain amount of, and what makes you do these weird, like what makes you, you know, who you are, it's like how you think, right? So when you judge somebody for their actions, it's like you really do have to kind of assume, to judge them fully, like the way you would, you know, normal people, that they're all there, that their brain is functioning at 100%, that they can realize what they did wrong. And I do think Rev realized what he did wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he was a partially fucked up guy, schizophrenic, etc., with all these problems, and me beating on him probably almost definitely would have made that worse. And so when I see him not being horrendous for a couple months there, kind of making me laugh at times, enjoying being around him sometimes, yeah, I'm not a psychopath. I know people like to say that about me, like I'm a, you know, real evil guy, but I'm not. I have a lot of guilt when I fucking fight with people if I like them in any capacity. Nacklo's a great example. Like, I used to get guilty with Nacklo, not anymore, because he's autistic. He's not all there. And I said some really mean things to him that I say routinely now, but at the time was really mean. You know, he's a faggot, because he literally is. But at the time it was really mean. And it's just like, I felt guilt about that. And so, yeah, there was a certain amount of guilt with Rev. So it's like, all right, certain amount of second chance. And I really tried. He's got my phone number. Like, he didn't get that some nefarious way. I gave it to him. And nobody, by the way, he put the number out on his stream. Not one person has called me other than him. Not one. So if you're trying to harass me, it's not a very good word. What is that thing? A robot? Oh, I'm roboting? Can you guys hear me? Am I roboting right now? How long have I been roboting for, guys? Am I roboting right now? I can't see timestamps on these messages, so I don't know. Good now? Okay. I might just park. All right, let me park. I'm just driving around randomly in Seattle. Like I said, if I stream in my house, it's a fucking nightmare. I got to be on my phone. If I'm going to be on my phone, I'd rather be in my car. I got better a while ago. Okay, so where should I pick it? So I said all the shit about Nacklo, right? Whatever. You know about Nacklo. It doesn't matter. All right, I'll keep driving then. I don't really feel like parking, to be honest with you. Let me know if I robot, though. I'll keep an eye on it. Sorry, guys. My phone is super gay. I need a new phone, I need a new computer. Apparently I need a new couch, according to the internet. Anyway, yeah, so I felt some guilt about Rev, and I was like, let's give this kid a second chance. And you know, listen, it wasn't entirely like, it's not like I didn't benefit. I enjoy going on his shit sometimes and having him around. He can be funny when he's not being a psychopath. Like, but, you know, that's where we're at. That's where I was at with Rev when these. I said too much. Oh, he just texted me and said I said too much. Rev, I'm gonna say more, bud. So you just texted me just now. If what she said is true, nah, Rev, none of that's true, dude. I was just fucking with you. Don't be stupid. That's trolling. You should be able to recognize trolling, Rev. But the shit I'm saying about you right now is true. But no, Rev, I'll put your mind at ease. That's just fake. That was just me fucking with you, bro. Idiot. Way to fall for it, stupid. He just said the calls won't stop. And he doesn't mean to me. He means he's going to harass Nicole. Well, Rev, you've already been doing that, so par for the course. I mean, she knows to turn her phone off when she's... and just check it every now and then to see if a real person called her. So that's where we were at when this doxing video came out. I was at this, let's give Rev a second chance. It's kind of funny. Stop texting me, faggot. He called us trashy boomers. Who, me and Nicole? Okay. Rev, you're throwing me off. Rev's texting me while and I'm seeing the little notifications. You're making it worse. And I'll make her. It's okay. So here's the thing, Rev. Like I just said, I'm here. I'm the one saying these things. This is about me and you, for the most part. The only thing I'm saying about her is to establish your history. And also point out that you're terrorizing her right now, but that's it. And you've already been doing that, Rev. All you can do is call over and over again on a private number and basically make it so she can't use her phone very well. Which, you know, you always get tuckered out at some point, and then she can get back to her normal life. No one's dealing with your threats, dude. Nobody gives a shit. No one's scared of you. You can't do anything except be an annoyance. And I think she's learned how to adjust her life to deal with the annoyances. So, you know when you're talking on your stream, she's not hearing it. Just know that. I will. I might report something back to her occasionally. Depends what you say. But she's not hearing it. In any case, the reason Rev isn't allowed up here to fight with me is because the last time he was here, he doxed a kid. Now we know Rev's a doxer, but that's just a new low, and because of the nature of the whole thing, I'm not going to allow you up here. That's you're not going to pull that off on my platform. Make you want to like take down the stream that I made. Not going to happen. And I don't have anything to argue with you about, dude. I'm speaking my mind right now. You're not a normal person that can have a normal conversation. You're a schizophrenic, very strange young man that's lived a very unusual life. I think With Apologies just ended because the views just doubled. You're throwing me off, Rev. What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, so I was going through the storyline. So a few days ago, maybe a week ago, I don't remember, Brutal Mafia drops this video. Rev freaks out, claims he doesn't remember doxing these women. He says he was in a blackout. He still says that. He won't admit it. I went up on his stream last night because he said, oh, I'm drunk. I'm in rare form. You can ask me anything. So I did. I wanted to ask him just that. Did you dox these women? Because he won't admit it. And he did the same thing. If I did, I don't remember it. Same shit. No accountability for what he did. And in any case, Rev, right after you said you didn't, you doxed the kid again. So it doesn't really matter. It's all like, what is that called? A moot point? Is that M-O-O-T? What a weird word, huh? That's a moot point. Like, you just did worse. You just outdid yourself live. So there you go. That's Rev. For anybody that doesn't know, if you just showed up here like without seeing the thumbnail is Rev. That's what his teeth look like. That was from about May, I believe that happened, of this year. That's what Rev looks like currently, ladies. You guys want to see beautiful downtown Seattle? We're about to enter it. You might see some of it. It's not that beautiful, unless you like human fecal matter and cardboard signs with "will work for food" written on them. Actually, they don't say that. I lied. They just say "give me money," basically. I don't know. I think we all know. Rev has just been spurging out. He's been on a since this thing came out, Bender. And here's the thing. Here's the main thing about it. Like, it was revealed that he doxed. We knew he doxed Nicole, but there was always this little bit of doubt. Like, oh, maybe he didn't. Maybe, you know, even though he's the only one that had the occupation and stuff. But, you know, it's like if you haven't seen it, it's like you don't 100% know. But then we saw it and we 100% knew. And so rather than like taking any kind of accountability and being contrite or apologetic, he just fully attacks the people that are mad at him for what he did to them, meaning, you know, me and those two girls, etc. I'm going to make your life a living hell, fag, and then I can't see the rest of it. That was another Rev text, everybody. Hey, Rev, what are you going to do? Call me a bunch of times? You can't do anything to me, dude. Nothing. Like, Rev, if we were standing in front of each other in those caveman times, I could literally do anything I wanted to you. Like, if I decided I want to poke his eye out, I could do that. I could do that to you. Like, you couldn't do anything to me. That's how it works. Now, as far as everything other than the physical, you can't do anything either. Like, you're too stupid to be able to do anything. All you can do is attempt to harass and put out stupid, like, trolly lies. Like, you got nothing, dude. You're just going to sit there and spiral with no teeth, realizing you're never going to get another woman, ever. Because they're always going to come across this gold mine, this treasure chest of info about you, and your no teeth. They're going to know. And not one fucking woman on this planet will go with a guy with no teeth. It just doesn't happen. I did see this commercial, dude, that was like for dentures. And the dentures themselves were like only about $300, but you got to get the plate thing put in your mouth. But they look really denture-y. Like, it would be fucking funny if you had those. But Rev, veneers, man, like one fucking tooth is like $2,000, and we got like, I don't know. I counted my top teeth the other day. I think I got to like 12 or something. We've got like 24 teeth or something. We got a lot of teeth. So you're talking like 40, 50 grand if you want to get a mouthful of veneers, and you need every tooth to be replaced. There's not one tooth in your mouth that is still viable and, you know, can be used. And I imagine brushing your teeth is fucking painful as shit. You're just rubbing raw nerves. So you probably don't. And that's probably why, like, it probably got to a point where the once a week that he did brush his teeth, it became too painful, so he just stopped entirely. I imagine that's kind of how it got severe. All right, here we go. Yeah, okay, do that, Rev. See what Presley says? You get the dentures for now, so you can just, like, exist in the world, go get a shitty job. You'll be like, hey, that kid's got dentures. It's better than having no teeth. They'll still laugh at you behind your back, but it's better than having no teeth. And then once you have a job, you can start to save, and once you show that you have a earning potential for a couple years, you can maybe get a loan and start to get your mouth fixed. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. But you're not going to do that. You're going to continue to do what you do, drink away the pain. And I haven't even read our text, Rev. I will if you want. Like, I could read our text about you crying to me about suicide and all that shit. But it's sad, and I'm not, you know, I might, because it is funny and sad at the same time. And I'm not like Mr. Nice Guy, but we'll see. Anyway, Rev, what Presley said, that's probably the best path you could take, because it's like, without something, he's not going to get out of the house. It's like he's not going to leave the house. Therefore, he's never going to have any earning potential. Therefore, he'll never be able to get a loan. Therefore, he'll never get his teeth fixed. Therefore, he'll never touch a tit again in his fucking life. And therefore, he's going to keep spiraling and being more and more angry at the rest of us and taking it out on the rest of us. And those of you that fall for him and want to save him, which is what it is, I mean, over and over and over again with these women wanting to save this broken little damaged boy, you're only going to end up one of the people that he victimizes, that he turns on. It's his MO. I've known people to donate money to him. And trust me, these are people that would never, ever, ever have any kind of romantic thing. They're way, way, way out of his league. Person I'm thinking of is like a 9. Rev would have no chance ever. But just sympathy. You know? And they've all been turned on. In the worst kind of ways. Uh, Theories Arcade. Huh. Rev doesn't. Trying to read and not crash. Hold up. Rev doesn't have enough money though, and won't get a job. Yeah, exactly, Naklo. What do you mean, Naklo? Enough money for the dentures? I don't know. I mean, I think the plate. That's probably going to be a couple grand to get that thing in there. I think because it's like a permanent thing in the roof of your mouth that can't be cheap. But the dentures themselves are cheap. I mean, anybody can fucking come up with $300, you know. But you're right. Naklo's absolutely right. I'm in Seattle right now. If you happen to see out my top, that's where I'm at, downtown. I mean, I've been in Seattle, but I was like in the residential part. Yeah, he's never gonna. It's a matter of you can clearly see the problem. You can clearly see the first steps that need to be taken, and Presley nailed it. I didn't even think about that. Like, I mean, I did, but I thought it was a joke. But it's like, you know what? Yeah, dentures, as funny as that is for a young guy to have dentures, it is fun. It is better than no teeth. And yeah, he could get out and get a job, and then potentially he'll never be able to save the money to just buy the veneers outright. He's not going to save 40 grand, but he could get a loan, possibly. I don't think he's got anybody to co-sign, that kind of thing, but he won't. And that is the first step is being able to get out of the house. Maybe the dentures would do that, and the second step is getting a job. And he's not going to take that. So it's always going to be this way. You're going to get older and older, Rev. Your teeth are going to rot out more and more. Like, not that it matters. I mean, probably better just have gums than what you got in there. Honestly, it's fucking disgusting. But it's just going to get worse, dude. And you're going to get more and more unemployable. That's the thing. Like your gap of what you claim 3 years, it's probably more. Your giant employment gap, dude. That's not good. Now, there's some jobs you can get no matter what, dude. If you want to go to FedEx and load trucks, like you can go get that job. I guarantee you. And they get paid pretty decent. I think the dude that loads my truck's been there for like 4 years, so he's maxed out. He gets like almost 20 an hour. You know, I'm sure with that kind of income and a record of working for a few years, if he were to need a $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 loan, he might be able to get it. Maybe. I don't know. And maybe you should, you know what, Rev? That's not a bad option, actually, because it's mostly guys. Like, I think a big part of it with Rev is he's self-conscious around girls because they're going to laugh at him for not having the teeth in person, you know? It's going to sting more. So if you go to a place where you're more likely to be working with all guys, and trust me, if you're like loading trucks at FedEx, it's mostly guys, and the girls you probably wouldn't want anything to do with anyway. Bruisers. What other jobs are like that? Just warehouse work in general is very guy heavy. I don't know. Why am I making this a Rev advice show? Rev, I don't really care. You should just kill yourself, actually. Fuck you. It's not going to get better. Just end it now. Like, why? Like, you're just burdening the rest of us. I'm kind of sick of it. And just in general, you know? What's so great about living, right, Rev? All you're doing is drinking the pain away. Every fucking day. That's all you're doing is escaping from your fucking reality. So, I don't know. Why don't you escape forever? Anyway, on a lighter note, I don't really want to talk about Rev anymore. What do you guys want to talk about? How about this weird-ass new kind of Trident pack? Look at this thing. I'm a big fan of the Trident gum. I have been for years. And they recently came out with this thing called the Pocket Pack, and it has literally 28 sticks. I think it's like two regular packs, and it's really hardened. And so the case itself is like great for like if I smoked like a flower still, I put weed in here. I don't. I smoke oil. Like a gentleman. But I don't know. Look at listen. Pretty cool, right? That's a gentleman's pack of gum. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go north. This trip right here is dedicated to Bell End, and the reason this trip is dedicated to Bell End is because we're gonna go to hit the one street he seems to know in Seattle and always references, Aurora Avenue. Here we go. There are a lot of hookers. Well, probably not now because they get arrested, but it's a rough street, sort of. But Seattle doesn't have rough streets. I mean, we don't have enough black people. And the black people here are, like, nice. You know? I gotta wipe my nose. I'm getting snotty. I don't want to do it on camera. Where's the fucking thing to wipe my nose with? There we go. I guess I need a new topic. Hey, what else happened? Oh, I followed technical difficulties. That was kind of funny. I already talked about it because of the kid part. Hey, Tech, are you still in the chat? Were you, like, overly offended by the kid stuff? Because I don't think anybody was. I think Ross is just trying to take anything he can. And while we're on the topic of that, because I saw the, I didn't watch the video, I just looked at the comments. Mrs. Ross. Now, I don't approve of your shit getting out there at all. You know that. But it's been put out there, and I didn't go looking at it, like, let me see this, but on the streams I'm at, I saw enough that I saw the headline in your one thing there, and I saw the words, child advocate. And you know what I'm going to say. Like, Mr. Unoriginality, Mr. I catalog other people's memes and jokes and present them as my own to appear funny, Rex, used an old alt-right meme from about 2015 where you call, like, a low-functioning individual a potato. Right now, the alt-right says President Potato, and they're correct about Joe Biden. But anybody that knows RDA knows, in the context of RDA, potato is used to refer to a innocent kid with autism, pretty severe, and to mock his mother to her face repeatedly with memes and just trying to be edgy without knowing how to be edgy. And Catch and Fields, this child advocate, is one of the bigger proponents of it. And just the girls there in general. It's just like, if you're a mother, I'm not a fucking father. I don't have a kid. And I could see, like, how fucked up that is to say to somebody's face about their fucking kid that they love so much and that they must do so much, you know, have so much effort to put into to support compared to, like, a normal kid. Like, no offense, you know, but it's the truth. I mean, we all know Dez, right? Most of us. It's fucking hell. We've heard it. We've heard the background there. So anyway, and to pick on Betty too. Like, what the fuck has she ever done? Like, I've seen Betty at her meanest because she used to fight with my girlfriend, and she just calls her Karen. Like, she's not mean. She's not a person you want to take down, a person you want to cut deep. It's just fucked up. And it's really is just bandwagon bullshit. Rex hates women. He fucking insults them all the time because he's a fucking incel. So I had to fucking ask his first, like, Tinder date that agreed to go out with him to marry him. Fucking weirdo. I mean, this dude used to be 300 pounds. Remember that, people. You take that shirt off, you're seeing some skin hanging. Those titties are hanging. That belly is hanging. This is a dude similar to Rev, except he can pull it off for longer because he can actually pull it off till he has to get naked. Rev has to pull it off until he has to talk. But either way, they have embarrassing shit that they can hide for a while and probably do. I'm sure Rex does. Anyway, whatever. Bottom line is, that little faggot started this meme over there to make fun of a fucking autistic kid, essentially. So, enough of your lecturing about fucking kids, guys. Nobody gives a fuck. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't care if you call me a pedo. I don't care what you call me. I'll make fun of kids. I'll make fun of anything. I don't care. Whatever. If it's funny, it's funny. I'm not trying to be like, oh, there's lines here because of the children. Oh, what about the children? I don't give a fuck. Fuck the children. Not literally, but, you know. I'm not concerned with, like, global warming or anything after I die because of the children, because of the future people. I only care about me. So, there you go. Don't think you're gonna win on the fucking the child angle. It's fucking gay. And those lines I said against Tech about his kid, calling his kid gay, were fucking hilarious. I've seen the clips. Some people have clipped them and sent them to me. You know, in the moment, you kind of forget about some of it. It was fucking hilarious. I was watching myself be my own biggest fan. Like, put your gay kid on the phone. Also, the line about, like, if you're a single dad, like, the fucking chick not only rejected you, she rejected your fucking dumb kid. Like, you were so bad that she rejected you and your kid. I said it much better, though. I forget how I said it. But goddamn, was it funny. Go check it out. Alex. Oh, you're on my channel. There you go. Thought I had to send you there. Hey, sub to my other channel, too, if you're not. Alexander Octopus Cortez. I'm going to... this will probably be my streaming channel, but I do put up shit there occasionally. Sometimes I clip shit. It's been a while, but, you know, just be subbed. What the fuck is 22 people watching this for? Is that really you? I guess it is. What's up, Nicole? I don't know where it is. I could look it up. I know what it looks like. I saw it in that documentary. Here's what I'm talking to. Let me see. Right here. I saw it in that documentary. What was that one called on HBO? So good. It's just like him and Courtney's home videos in that house. I forget. Whatever that video is called, that documentary is called, that's the house, and she wants me to go see, but I'm not sure where it is. I wonder if I can look it up. Anyway, we're on the famous Aurora Avenue that Bellin likes to challenge me to go fight him at, because it's the tough part of town, according to him. Here we go. Little panoramic Triumph Motorcycles store. We're at Aurora and Winona. We got a great food store right there. No hookers, no gangsters. I'm not scared to be here. I don't know. The other hour. Thank you, Tibbler. All right. Well, why don't one of you guys look it up? Because I'm doing a stream. And if I go to Google, it might like fuck everything up. If you guys can find out where it is, I'll go there. I will. I'll take your request for Seattle landmarks right now, folks. So Kurt Cobain's house. Somebody look it up. What else happened in Seattle besides grunge? Nothing. Yeah, it's true. It really isn't famous for anything else. Oh, the movies, I guess, but those are associated with grunge, like Reality Bites and Singles. That was all part of like using the grunge aesthetic and backdrop. Seattle, you know what? They are still clinging on to that shit, to be honest. It's like literally 30 years later now. 30 years later, they're still clinging to that little brief moment in the sun, because it is a little city at the end of the day. It's very isolated. It's great. Don't get me wrong. I love it here. Like, I'm from New York, the New York area, and I like Seattle better than New York. I don't give a fuck. Like, if I never went back to New York City, I would not care. And I used to love it. I used to love the shit out of New York City. But, like, that's not how you want to live. It isn't. Like, if you want to live in a city, you want to do it the way you do it in Seattle or Portland, where you have... I'm not talking about the homeless guys and the shit and the Antifa and all that bullshit. I'm just talking about, like, the way the city is. Like, we got trees all over the place. There's really only one part that's, like, looks like a city. The rest of it looks like, I don't know, inner suburbs or something. And you can drive 20 minutes and be, like, literally in the middle of the woods on a great hiking trail where you might see a fucking mountain lion, you know? You probably won't, but it's a good city. It's the best city I've lived in. I've lived in Melbourne, Australia, St. Louis, Missouri, Brussels, Belgium, New York City, basically Miami, Boca Raton. Well, not really Miami, but Boca Raton, 40 minutes north of Miami. Where else have I lived? I lived a lot of places, and this is the best one. Even with all the problems, it really is. And I like the weather, too. If you're like, it rains all the time, yeah, it does, but it doesn't rain hard. It doesn't usually rain as hard as it does somewhere where it's humid and you get those like humidity generated storms. And just the overall temperature and the lack of humidity is really nice. I find it to be a great. That's boring. I'm talking about the weather. Anyway, what do you guys want to talk about? Hey, fuck you. What's up? That's Rev. Rev, I told you, you don't get to come up. Sorry, guys. I just ate. I am the gas man, but I just ate. Chicken teriyaki, if you're curious. Man, my weather talk killed it. I lost like 7 people. You're fake and a cheater. That. What are you saying? I'm not a cheater, Rev. Don't try to spread shit about me now. So he just lies. He tries to throw a wrench in the works. You're very wrong about that, Rev. I don't keep secrets. And she knows that. Ooh, IHOP. Maybe I'll park here. I just need to park. Yeah. Actually, no, fuck that. It's too dark. Sorry, I'm coming back. My bad. I'll make all 3 of you lies. All right. See, now he's threatening me, Nicole, and Caitlin. Like, do whatever you want, man. Nobody gives a fuck. No one's scared of you, faggot. You can't do anything, Rev. Is that it? All right. Hold up. 171 Lake Washington Boulevard East. 171 Lake Washington Boulevard East. 171 Lake Washington Boulevard East. 171 Washington Boulevard. Wait. 171 Lake Washington Boulevard East. 171 Lake Washington Boulevard East. 171 Lake Washington Boulevard East. Motherfucker. Won't let me. All right. Hold on. I gotta type it in. 171. Motherfucking nigger. I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. George Floyd. I didn't mean it. There we go. Get out of here. Nice. Oh, I have a guest? Why do I have a guest? Oh, get out of here, old Alex. All right. We are on our way to Kurt Cobain's house. 15-minute drive from where I'm at. You guys hear me all right? Because I had to come back. We all good? I am doing something angry. Or arcade. I'm going to Kurt Cobain's house. What are you doing? Are you doing something that cool? I don't think so. You're just not getting penis again, you lonely old homo. Why don't you go out and try and meet a nice boy, arcade, instead of trolling me all the time, angry octopus. That must have really hurt your fifis at one point. I don't even, like, usually I know why my trolls hate me that are so, like, crazy like you, but I don't know. In your case, I just called you gay. You are. Get over it. You think? I don't know. I hope not. That would suck. I would see him not choosing a gated community just based on principle, you know? I mean, the guy was basically a commie as far as listening to like what he advocates for. But it was okay to be that way back then. It was like the end of the Reagan era. It's like different world. It's not like he's Antifa. Although if he were here today, I'm sure he'd be Antifa-ish. I'm sure he'd be a fucking annoying guy right now, and none of us would like him anymore, you know? Because of politics, I mean. Why don't you call another child gay? I already called technical difficulties kid gay because he sounded gay and it was a funny line. I'll call as many kids gay as you want, arcade. I got no problem with it. If you think like the RDA line of "oh, kids are totally off limit" applies to me, it doesn't. I don't give a fuck. I can make fun of anything. And And I certainly, I'll use my discretion and my taste and like my good sense. Like I would not make fun of a woman's autistic child just because I'd be like, I don't really want the bad karma from that. Let me say something about that too. Karma in general. Like I believe in karma, right? I'm not religious. I don't believe in God, but I believe in karma. And the reason I believe in it, because it seems to be true. Like, I don't know. It's just like my life experience. It seems that it does hold that. Oh shit, motherfucking nigger. Look at you. Slow down, bitch. It does seem to hold. So, you know, karma and religion have this in common, right? They give you a code of ethics where there's a consequence if you fail it, right? So if you act bad, you're going to have bad karma. Bad things are going to happen to you. If you act bad and you think there's a God, then you're going to go to hell. You know, bad things are going to happen to you. So they're the same thing. They have this like moral, they keep you in line morally. They give you a code of conduct for your life. And I think karma is a good one to have if you're an atheist like me, because I think a code of conduct is important. It's like, without it, you don't think there's any consequences. It's more of a world where you act and do things that you can get away with and look good to others, but secretly you might be a scumbag. You know, you might, torture puppies secretly. Who knows? But if you believe in karma, you can't do the secret shit. If you believe in God, like for real, you can't do the secret shit because you're going to pay the price. So when you have a guy like Rex, who once claimed he wasn't eating on a Friday because it was Lent, the only time I've ever heard somebody fast for Lent, you're fake. You don't believe in that shit. If you believed in that shit, you would not call Betty's kid a potato because you would know you'd go to hell for such a thing. I don't think you're going to go to hell because I don't think there is one. But if I were like you and truly believed what you believed, that would be the case. So I'm just pointing it out to point out another example of hypocrisy and just being a liar, being a fake person. Much like catching feels. You don't give a fuck about kids catching. You're a fucking piece of shit as far as what has happened with Betty from RDA, from your fucking boyfriend who you control. His balls are firmly in your back pocket. And, basically shame on you. Seriously. Like, go fuck yourself with any kind of criticisms of me. I made fun of a kid for sounding gay because he sounded gay. I was just observing the fucking world and commenting on it. Kurt Cobain's house, nigga. That's where we're going. We're going to Kurt Cobain's house. Right now we're on I-5. Not very scenic. If you can see anything, I don't think you can. You can see like right here, maybe, right? Yeah, there's my hand. That's my windshield, by the way. This is not a moonroof. This is my windshield. See this? This is an oil change sticker. I got to get my oil change at 84,116. 83,736. Oh, fuck. I'm low on gas. Huh. Gonna have to get some expensive gas in Kurt Cobain's neighborhood. 168B. Oh, okay, never mind. I thought it was going to take me over the toll bridge to Bellevue. You know what? I can see where we're going. This is probably the best neighborhood to live in Seattle. The other alternative would be Magnolia, which is like the far western one near the water, like north of the city. It's also kind of isolated in like an island, I think. There's a big bridge going to it. I don't know if it's an island, but it's got not much connecting it. A lot of water on it. That's really expensive over there. Then downtown, obviously, you got like Belltown and some like Manhattan style, big building living downtown that's expensive. But for the most part, where we're going, like Lake Washington, where Kurt Cobain lived, it is fucking really nice. Like really nice. Because it's the view is of Bellevue and Lake Washington. And there's these mountains behind Bellevue. It's super beautiful. Although pretty much any direction you look in Washington, or in Seattle, where there is a view, you're going to see some mountains and really great scenery. But this is probably one of the better ones. I don't really want to drop a link for anyone to come up because I don't want to make my screen small. Oh, I could make my screen big anyway. I don't know. If anyone wants to come up, just tell me. I'll drop the link. Otherwise, I won't worry about it because I don't even have the YouTube open. Did I send you a link, Tibar? I don't know if I did. I might have. A StreamYard link, I mean. So he kind of lives. This isn't too far from like UW, so it's like, you know, all college kids just north of him, like all the youth shit, clubs, all that kind of stuff. And then there. So I assume back in the 90s it was the same situation. I don't know what my point is. I guess my point is this is more of a like younger person part of the city than like downtown or Magnolia, what I was just talking about, or Ballard, any of that shit, those places over there. I feel like there's something else that happened in our universe that I'm not talking about. Let's take that so we can even get a view of it. Well, I mean, if it's not gated, I will be able to. That's the thing. I don't think it will be. There aren't actually gated communities here, like in this. It's just like one huge house after another. It's just one of those things. I mean, there are gated communities in Seattle. Don't get me wrong, and there's a few over here. It could be, but most of them aren't. I'm optimistic, Randy Savage. Good idea, Nicole. Seriously. I was out of shit to talk about. Talk about your fights. It's the only interesting thing you do. No, I do a lot of interesting things. It's the most interesting thing I do. Oh, shit. Fuck. Missed the turn. Hold up. It's the most interesting thing I do because it's the most interesting thing most people do is when they're fighting with people. I mean, that's just a human generality. But I think, honestly, dude, you're the only male that has this weird kind of obsession with me other than, like, Brutal Mafia. And Brutal Mafia, I've like wronged before, sort of. You, I haven't. So here's what I'm thinking, Angry Octopus, aka Arcade. You have a gay little crush on me. So it stings that much more when I insult you and, you know, called you a faggot or whatever it was that you thought I was so wrong in doing. All right, shit. All right, you know what, guys? This is hard to follow the tiny Google Maps like this. I got this wrong again. Motherfucker. You know what sucks about Google Maps is it takes forever to like figure out where you are and like show you right around you. You know what I mean? Like for it to adjust. Let me see. Can I get the? You know what? The place I just turned around in was actually where I was supposed to go. Retarded. I'm not following you, lady. I just have to turn around. She just looked at me like, why are you turning like that right there? Yeah, kill you. Yeah, Rev can rant and rave all he wants now, Chloe. He's going to be doing that for weeks. He's not going to get anything out of me except for me to smash him on here where he can't respond and say kids' names to try to quote-unquote win. Because if he does that, I just got to kick him. And when he does it on his show, he puts me backstage and then says the kid's name 10 more times before I can, you know, won't give me a chance to respond. Give me another gay child, Angry, and I'll call him gay. Technical difficulties, kids sounded gay, so I called him gay. Do it again every time. Trust me, dude. There's not an ounce of, you know, whatever it is that prevents you from doing that. I don't give a fuck. calling some kid gay who probably doesn't even know what the word means, didn't hear it himself, just his dad did. Yeah, I'll do that every time. Who gives a shit? Fucking idiot. What do you care about kids for, Arcade? You can't have kids. You're a faggot. What are you going to make one in some guy's asshole? Shut the fuck up. All right, here we go. Man, this is dark. No light, no street lights at all. I'll put my brights on. All right, we'll give you some, we'll do this. Actually, I got to look at it. All right. Sorry, I can't do that because I got to look at the map. My bad. Maybe you can see out the window a little bit. That's too dark. You can't see shit anyway. This is nice over here. Oh, one lane bridge. Got to back up for this nigga. Come on, rich guy. Mercedes coming at me. Oh. Thanks, lady. Let me drive on the curb. Yeah, this is definitely where a rock star would live. I see it. It's very secluded. It would be like if you're a paparazzi or something. I don't know. You block off like one road and they wouldn't be able to get to you. You know what I mean? I don't know. This is nice. I get it. Maybe you should have not blown your fucking head off, although I don't think you did. And live beyond 27, you fucking spurg. Like, honestly, Kurt Cobain's a spurg, right? Can we all agree on that? Anybody that kills themselves in their 20s is a fucking retard. Like, give me a break. Give your life a chance at least. All right. Now we're going down to a main road. That just took me down to, what's this road called? Yeah, Lake Washington Boulevard. Oh, this is it. Lake Washington Boulevard East. Okay, this is his road. Oh, shit. This is going to be hard to park on. I might have to do a walk. Huh. There's nowhere to park. It's just like this. There's no parking anywhere. Oh, shit. Fuck me. Oh. I hate those speed bumps. You don't see them until you're right on them. Fucking tricky ones. And they're black, too. It's like, make them yellow. I can fucking see them. Dude, don't start riding my ass. I'm trying to find Kurt Cobain's house. I'll fucking fight you. I swear to God. Like, when you're driving in a neighborhood like this, don't you automatically assume the guy on your ass is probably some rich guy who, you know, you could beat up? That's what I'm assuming. Watch it be like a fucking NFL player that lives here. Okay. I have been to that cafe right there one time. So far, that's my only connection. I ate at the cafe. I think it's near his house. Yeah, pretty close. Oh, no, it's not. We're like a mile from his house still. Never mind. So I've been to Aberdeen, where Kurt's from. The sign says, come as you are. It says, welcome to Aberdeen, come as you are when you enter the town. That's interesting. Other than that, it's fucking really depressing, that place. It's kind of cool that it's on the water. It's on this like little like mini Puget Sound, like a little mini inlet thing from the ocean. But it's like right near the main ocean. So if you want to go to the beach, if you're in Seattle, you got to drive to the Pacific Ocean, which is pretty far. Like from Seattle, it would take you I mean, I used to live in Olympia, and it was like an hour or more from Olympia, so it's about 2 hours from Seattle. Interesting story. This is kind of sad, but maybe at least look like a pussy. I don't care. I had to get my dog put down in 2016, and I had this weird thing where I didn't want to leave her body there for them. I wanted to take her to the crematorium myself because I had this just bizarre, irrational fear. Holy shit, this is like a hairpin turn we're going on right here. Like really tight as fuck. Holy shit, look at this. Oh, you can't see it, but trust me. Wow, gotta go like 10. So I was like, I'm gonna take the body myself and take her to thing tomorrow because I had this weird fear like she might not be dead. Like, what if she's dead and she burns? You know? So I was like, I'm gonna watch her overnight, make sure she's dead. I know it's stupid as fuck. You can tell she's dead right away just looking at it. It's pretty obvious when you see a dead dog. Obviously, they're not breathing. And I watched her die. She's, you know, etc. But in any case, I felt weird, so I took her home immediately. And this was like late in the afternoon, and I had this is in the summertime. The air conditioning was cranking, and I was just like, I had my dead dog in my house. I was like trying to smoke weed and like calm down what just happened. Like the most traumatic event in my life to that point, for the most part. The most traumatic, like personally, that like literally happened to me and not somebody really close to me. And I was just feeling this crazy, like, I don't know, like I felt like I was tripping. Like you're in this crazy state of like you're so fucking upset that you're tripping, right? I just lost my favorite thing in the world, my little doggy. And I had her for 15 years almost. It was 8 days before her 15th birthday. I had her put down. Had to get her put down. Okay, here it is. That's all you use inside it, right? Let me see. Yeah, I guess that's it right there. Shit. All right. It's occupied, obviously. You can't see fuck all, guys. It's, yeah, I'm right here. You can see it, but it's like dark as fuck and some stuff. Let me see. Park. I'm backing into his driveway right now to turn around. All right, well, the person that owns the house now has a Subaru station wagon, nothing fancy. But that's typical. These you'll often see people in these giant houses with just sort of like middle class cars. They think that like makes up for it. Like, oh, I'm not an asshole rich guy, because they're all like liberals, you know, so they feel guilty about their wealth. I'm gonna park down here, and then we can walk up. Okay, this is a park, so I can park here. Nice. Probably take a piss even. I really do have to piss. Suppose some people fucking. Nope. Maybe. I don't know. There's people in the car over there. This is the kind of place where you would do such a thing. So I said that. All right. Get my weed. I'm gonna get high first. Talk a little bit. I don't think we're gonna be able to see much. Just so you know, it's dark as fuck. There's no like street lights near there. They're probably on high alert for people like me. Nah, no gate, no nothing. I mean, I just pulled into their driveway to turn around, like backed into it when I backed in there. Go pee on their tire. What tire? Oh, the car tire. I wonder if it cost more than like it would have if it didn't have Kurt Cobain in there, or if it cost less because it had a suicide occur there, so it could be haunted by Kurt Cobain. Should call Pete and say there was an insane. I'm sure they used to. I'm surprised that like they don't have a sign like the in I'm like in I've never been there, but I've heard the Amityville house in Long Island. They have like signs and shit like, "Don't come here," kind of thing. Or the neighbors get real pissed, something like that. Like there's pressure to not fucking go there and gawk. Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know if he was like didn't care about the dog or if he was like me. Like, I just wanted to make sure she was dead, and I watched her overnight. And honestly, it was I got her put down at about 5, and I took her to the crematorium at about 9 a.m. the next day, and she was in the air conditioned living room right next to the air conditioner. And she had already started to smell. Like it doesn't take long. Anyway, yeah, I didn't finish my story. So I was in this frantic state, and I was just like, I'm gonna drive to the ocean. I want to go look at the ocean. I hadn't seen the ocean. Yeah, okay, the Atlantic in New Jersey, sure, but I don't know. I drove to I moved from the East Coast to the West Coast. The main thing about the West Coast is that it's on the Pacific Ocean, and I had lived there for only about a year at that point. And I had never been to the ocean, so I was like, I'm going to the ocean. So I just started driving, getting super high, and the highway there is really cool because it's like there's nowhere for cops to hide and shit, so you can just like vape the whole time and not worry about anything. And yeah, and I drove to get to the ocean and ended up driving through Aberdeen and seeing all that shit and like, oh yeah, I've seen this in like the Kurt Cobain documentaries and stuff. I guess it's not much of a story, but you know, I drove there because I was in a weird state. And you know what? I never made it to the ocean. It turns out it's too much further. And I started driving north to like Hoquiam or whatever that place is called. And there's this, I went to get a coffee in a gas station. And this, I remember this dude was just like all happy and like normal. And that was the first dude I'd interacted with since my dog got put down. And it kind of snapped me out of it. It was like, oh yeah, it was weird. It was like a life goes on moment for some reason. Just this fucking young, teenage kid being normal. Like, hey, how's it going? You know, and I was like, oh, I'm fine. You know, even though it was like the opposite, like the worst time ever. It's like, oh yeah, there's a normal world out here. If that makes sense. Sorry, sharing a little too much, getting gay, losing people. Oh, sorry. The creator? You mean me or God? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't think that's weird, honestly. Like I would want to dispose of the body myself. Well, not I took it to a crematorium, but I wouldn't want to just take him there, have him put down, and then walk out without your dog, you know? It was like, but man, I'll tell you this, when I walked out of there, I was carrying her in a blanket. And the people at the front desk were like, what the fuck? Because I still had to pay. And I was walking out just inconsolably sobbing, holding this dog, like, here's my car, you know. And I remember the girl, she went to open the door for me and she like went to put her hand on my shoulder. She felt so bad and she like just like lightly tapped me like, it's okay. It was a sad scene. Yeah, there you go, man. Fucking A. Like honestly, if I told you this, I could like it was 2000, it was July 8th, July 14th, 2016. Her birthday is the 22nd. So it was 8 days before her birthday. It was July 14th, 2016. So over 5 years ago. And if I told you the story of getting her put down, like I would cry. I would. I would not be able to tell it without crying, so don't tell it. It's like I don't know, man. The attachment you have to a dog is fucking it can be insanely intense. Especially if they're like she's a Jack Russell. They're so much fun, so cute. And they're like lap dogs, but they're fun. Like they can catch balls and frisbees and all that shit too. Like they're good active dogs. They'll go hiking with you. We just had so many adventures and shit. Anyway, we're at Kurt Cobain's house. Almost. We're near it. The lake is right here, Lake Washington. So he's right next to the lake, but he's not on the lake, which is surprising. I'm sure he's up a bit of a hill, so he probably has a view. Yeah, there's not a bunch of trees here, so he probably has a bit of a view, but like, if you're a real rock star, I would buy a place on the fucking water, right? Later. What do you guys think about Nirvana? Honestly, I was never the biggest fan. They're all right. I mean, a couple of their songs are awesome. Lithium's a fucking awesome song. I love that song. Smells Like Teen Spirit's great, of course, you know. I didn't like any of the Unplugged. I didn't like the Heart-Shaped Box album. What's that called? I don't think I liked any songs on there. I mean, maybe you'd have to tell me what's on there. Like Rape Me, I don't like that. Heart-Shaped Box is stupid. Yeah, and Bleach. I never listened to Bleach, so I don't even know. I was more of a Nine Inch Nails guy, much more. I like synthesizers. Can drag you, homie. My two. Hell yeah! Look at that boy. Look at that arm. Bug Eye Subaru. Yeah, what you drive? Yo, Bleachy. Kurt Cobain. The people that bought Kurt Cobain's house have a Subaru Outback. It looks like whatever the station wagon is. I gotta wipe my nose again. I keep getting snotty. It's like becoming snotty season. It's like I'm wearing a beanie. I'm actually wearing shorts and a beanie and a hoodie, and it's kind of the perfect outfit. Hold on, I don't want you guys to watch me. Get the boogies out. Hell yeah, Presley. I saw him in '94, two of those shows on the Downward Spiral tour. Or the what's that tour called? It was a tour to support the Downward Spiral album. It was called something else though, the tour, I forget. But I saw two of those shows, and then I saw him with David Bowie in '97. or them with, well, them with David Bowie in '97, and then I saw in 2005 also, right after With Teeth came out. And they actually used to perform Right Where It Belongs live then. They don't do it anymore for some reason. It's really annoying. It's my favorite song. Like my favorite, I like it better than Hurt. It's my favorite slow song of theirs. Holy boost. Yeah, they're not popular. Like I see some kids wear Nine Inch Nails stuff, and I assume some, because of the prevalence of like, EDM, synthesizer based music in general, sequence music in general. I would assume that some kids do actually like Nine Inch Nails, if not the old stuff, the new stuff, because it is, it's like if you like rock music that's very heavily synthesizers, like LCD Sound System or Nine Inch Nails, I could see it being appealing to the current generation too. Nirvana, a trio, a bass, a guitar, a vocalist, and a drum. Yeah, I don't know. No. And at the time, I didn't overly like it. It was cool. I mean, when you first hear Smells Like Teen Spirit, that's fucking great, for sure. But, let's be honest, they're not that good. How to Destroy Angels, yeah. How to Destroy Angels is Trent, his production partner, fucking drawing a fucking blank on his name. Give me his name, Presley. The British guy, his production partner. Oh my god, my brain is fucking retarded. Anyway, his production partner, his wife, and then one other person. No, I think it's just those three, maybe one other person in How to Destroy Angels. And the whole idea of that is it's like this, it was about 10 years ago, maybe a little longer. Nine Inch Nails was Trent Reznor, right? Like people think it's a band. It's not. It's like he made that whole album, the first album himself, in a production studio that he worked as a janitor in, the Pretty Hate Machine album. He played everything except the drums. He got a drummer friend to play the drum tracks, but although most of the drums in there are not most, but a lot of them are sequenced, which he did do. He programmed the drum machines. And then the following two albums, including The Downward Spiral, were basically the same thing, except he was famous at this point. So he had a studio actually in the Sharon Tate house, is where he filmed it, where the Manson murders occurred. For some reason, they rented that house and made it the studio. And you can actually see a performance of fuck, I forget what song. You can see a performance of a song in the studio in the Manson house, with Trent and Marilyn Manson's playing guitar, and you've got the guy from Filter playing. He's still in Nine Inch Nails at that time, playing guitar. I think it's oh man, what's the name of the song? Maybe I'm all messed up. I think it's that song. I can't remember the name of it. Anyway, yeah. I know who you are, Monroe. I'm not gonna say it, but I know who you are. Yeah, I saw him at Brendan Byrne Arena at the time, which is where the New Jersey Devils played in the Meadowlands, New Jersey, with Bowie. Nine Inch Nails opened up, and then Bowie came out. Bowie did Hurt with him, and then Trent did something with Bowie. I forget what. But I wasn't a big Bowie fan, to be honest with you. I didn't really know him at the time. Oh, he did Afraid of Americans, of course. Trent produced that. Yeah, but the only songs I knew were like Under Pressure and fucking The Man Who Sold the World. I knew Under Pressure because of everybody knows that song, and also the Vanilla Ice connection. And then The Man Who Sold the World because of the Nirvana cover. So I didn't really know Bowie at the time. I wish I did. Yeah. What song is that? What's that song called, Presley? Maybe I'm all messed up. That song. No, I don't think that's it though. I don't know. I forget what song it is. It's an interesting video to watch. It's a great song. Atticus Ross. There you go. Atticus Ross is his production partner, and he's the guy he wins all the Oscars with now. But he also does, music projects that aren't scores for films. Well, scores for films are art too. Don't get, you know what I mean? Like personal art, not a job for a film. But yeah, like that was his thing. He was the this Nine Inch Nails dog killing the fucking crowd. He did it all by himself until like later on. He first started producing a lot with this Atticus. You know, after doing collaborations, he did a failed collaboration with Maynard from Tool, and I forget what that was called. Anyway, he was known for like working alone, but then he started working with this dude, and his shit got pretty good. And hold on a second. Yeah, likewise. Person that texted me. So he started collaborating more, and then he ended up doing that project, How to Destroy Angels. And anyway, I don't know what my point is. We're talking about Kurt Cobain. We're gonna go see it in a second. I just gotta get high enough. I'm vaping. I gotta get weed too before the weed store closes, which is in like an hour and a half. So the next trip is gonna be to the weed store. Everybody. Yeah, I watched the live performance of oh man, I can't remember what's the name of their big song on the new album. That's like whatever the biggest song on their new album is. They were doing that. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. I'm not a huge Tool fan, but I am very, very impressed with the new album, especially the mixing. I mean, Jesus Christ, like it's so good. Like if you know anything about mixing, just listen to that for a bit and you'll be impressed. It's fucking amazing. Especially with some of the percussion in there. And that's in the song thing. I can't remember what the fuck it's called. They're all pretty ridiculously good, huh? Hey Presley, you're a lady, but are you like a contemporary of mine? If you don't mind me, I'm 44. I mean, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. You seem to be based on your taste in music. Quick, what's the number to 911? There isn't one. I mean, dude, honestly, I could go up to their front door. Should I just be like, hey, does Bob live here? As if they haven't had that a million times. It's 9:30. It's not too late to ring the doorbell, is it? Are you? Yeah, that's what I figured. I mean, I can kind of tell by you talk to them for a little bit, you can kind of tell if they're near your age. That's how I knew you, Monroe. Although, I might have you beat. But, honey, yeah. I don't really remember them, but that's a Seattle band. Who's in that? Is that the one with Chris Cornell before Soundgarden? We got a place here in West Seattle called something Records. What the fuck is that place? I don't know. It's on California Avenue. I forget what it's called, but it's like half a cafe, and it's like one of those cafes where all the items are named after a rock star, you know. Yeah, but it's just regular diner food. Looks pretty good, but it's diner food. Shit, are you a cop? Don't be a cop, dude. I'm vaping. You're not a cop. No. But the rest of the store is like a record store, like a vinyl record store, and they have like all the original vinyl, like new and used. But it's like not for like DJs, like not that kind of place. Like for like if you just like rock music, but you want it on vinyl. They have all that shit, and it's like all the posters are all those '90s bands, like Mudhoney, for example. Like I just forgot they existed. Screaming Trees, you know, some of those bands. Remember Fugazi? They're pretty good. Trick or treat. What day is it? September 12th? Yeah, I could be like, hey, I'm just trying to get it out of the way. Beat the rush. Trick or treat. I see. Your mom's got good taste then. Good for her. I believe there's 13 people even watching this. I think I did my Rev rant. Talked a bit about Ross trying to be like, you're a pedo. You make fun of fucking disabled kids, and so does your fucking chick who claims to be a child advocate. You're a scumbag. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah. That's some hair on that guy, huh? Go look up the Melvins lead singer. That dude's got the craziest fucking hair. And he still looks like that too, by the way. It's just gray now. Yeah, the Melvins were like probably the single biggest influence on Kurt Cobain and Nirvana. They knew him. They were friends. They were like knew each other before either was. I don't know if the Melvins were famous when whatever. They were friends, and that was probably the biggest influence from what I understand watching the docs. Mad Season. Okay, Mad Season was the Alice in Chains. I don't know which ones. Wasn't that Alice in Chains people? Oh, Mad. Okay, so it was a super group. Okay, I think Mad Season was. Yeah, Temple of the Dog was famously Eddie Vedder and Chris Cornell. Hunger Strike. I don't mind stealing bread. Everyone makes fun of that song. It's a good song, man. I love that song. It's one of my favorite Eddie Vedder songs. I don't really like Pearl Jam that much, but I like that song. But yeah, Mad Season. It was Lane Staley and who the lead singer of Alice in Chains that died, and other people. I don't know. I'm sure Monroe knows. There you go. Is it? Chat, what do you think? Homicide scene or suicide scene? What's your opinion? I agree with Russell. I think it was a hitman paid for by Courtney. And yeah, homicide scene. I wonder if I really want to look at I want to see the garage. I mean, obviously, is it there? I couldn't see it from what I was looking at. I'm gonna get the cops called on me if I'm too like. So I got like one pass. You know, I can't be going back and forth like looking. We'll see what we can do. Maybe we'll put a mask on. What good's that gonna do? Nothing. Never mind. Vote, chat. I'm not going till you vote. I think he failed to get high and spurred and suicide. He ran out of heroin. That was the trigger. Yeah. Nah, I don't think so. That would be funny. I don't think he's suicidal. I mean, he could have. He seemed to be pretty fucked up. He supposedly had that severe stomach pain. I don't know, man. Honestly, like, it doesn't matter. Like, you got the world by the balls. You're a 27-year-old living like that. I mean, come on. You're not going to kill yourself, really. It doesn't matter. The normal things that might make you kill yourself, probably not going to make you kill yourself. Do you know the name of the band the drummer started? What? Foo Fighters? What drummer? What are you talking about? If you're, yes, I know about the Foo Fighters, Tibar, if that's what you're referring to. Thanks, Tibar. Bad Brains. All right, Bad Brains. Did they have somebody? I've heard that. I think these are all like the influences for these grunge bands. Like they seem to come up the Melvins, Bad Brains. Yeah, you know, it's an interesting. Oh, are you a cop? No, you're not a cop either. I think people are just coming here to fuck. It's like the what do they call that? Makeout lane. It's like a park at a dead end. There's a lake in front of me, and probably not. It's a bit well lit. I don't know. Read what in order for the drummer to rise and come up, Kurt had to be sacrificed. I don't. Oh, you think? Oh, okay. So I'm thinking Tibar has a theory about somebody else ordering a hit. I don't think so, dude. I think Dave Grohl's like one of the nicest guys ever. I really doubt it. Queens of the Stone Age. To be honest, I have rarely listened to any of their stuff by themselves. I've seen I saw a collaboration he was doing with Trent once, and it was like, I think it was part of that series Sound City or something. It was part of some documentary about studios or music in general. And I saw Trent and the Queens of the Stone Age guy and like one other super famous person all working on something. But no, like you know what? I'll say this, Presley. I don't not like them. I'm just not that exposed to them. I honestly I can't think of any of their shit right now. But I'm having an issue lately with my brain. It's just not working. It's not recording information and recalling old information well. Uh, I mean, listen, the Dave Grohl thing's kind of stupid. Think about it. He was already the drummer for Nirvana. Like, okay, Foo Fighters it's basically a stadium band. I mean, sometimes, yeah. I'd say if Foo Fighters was coming to your town, they're probably playing the football stadium, not the hockey rink. They're big, they're huge, they're massive for sure, but they're not Nirvana. So is it better to be the lead guy? I guess it is. Yeah, yeah, it would be because you're totally at Kurt's direction. Yeah, I could see that if you have like a real creative thing. I think they got some good songs. Fucking their early songs, Hour Long and is it just called Hero? The one they did on Stern. It's a really good song. I don't really like their later stuff so much. It's a cool band called 11. I'm dating myself. Jack Irons. What do you mean? The drummer? Who's Jack Irons? I mean Chad. The drummer's Chad. Chad something. What are you talking about? Was there an old drummer? Is that where there was before Blood Sugar Sex Magic and Mother's Milk? What's his name? Chad yeah, Chad something. And he is a Chad. The drummer from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. They always switch guitarists because fucking John Frusciante just loves his heroin. Nah, Tibber, I did think about it. I explained it. Well, yeah, okay. No, you did actually. I kind of talked myself into it. I was like, yeah, he's kind of got a point. Yeah, but he could have just left. Although I guess, yeah, you're right. Like, if you just leave, like, say he just left, right? Left Nirvana, Kurt stayed alive. They got a new drummer, and then he goes and does the Foo Fighters. Would it do the same thing, or does the fact that he's the drummer and this is the only like remnant of Nirvana you're going to get because the main dude's dead and the other guy plays the bass. And he's not like a multi-instrumentalist the way that Dave is. And primarily a vocalist, like, you know, he's got a great voice. Very important. And he's a lead singer, right? Tibar, you're convincing me, man. Tibar's smart. No. Here's the thing, though. At the end of the day, I don't see it in him. I don't think he's an evil person. I don't see him being capable of that. Courtney Love, absolutely, I see her being capable of that. Absolutely. But what did she gain from it? I don't know. What did she gain from it? What's the theory of her motive? Do you know? First drummer for Red Hot Chili Peppers, also Captain Beefheart's last drummer, I believe. So is that what he's talking about? Is this guy what is he called him? Jack Irons? That was the first drummer. I'd imagine they. I don't think they had Flea or oh no they did. I think they were friends in high school. Anthony and Flea, I believe so. Yeah, they didn't bring Flea in. I think Anthony, Flea, and John Frusciante always knew each other. I believe that's the case. I'm not sure. The people. Okay, let me see. I'm sorry, Tibar. I'm supposed to read your shit. Think about it. Just saying. Da da da. I'd permanently kick out a guitar. Russ says I'd permanently kick out a guitarist who quit that many times. Oh, John Frusciante? Yeah, but he's John Frusciante. I mean, dude, look at the difference between John Frusciante, Chili Peppers, and Dave Navarro, Chili Peppers. That was the worst album ever. That fucking Aeroplane one. Holy shit. I saw that shit live too at MSG. I was like one of those obstructed view seats where you're like right next to the stage. But those things are cool because it didn't actually have an obstructed view hardly. Like whatever it obstructed, I didn't give a fuck. I was like literally looking right. They were literally maybe 20 feet in front of me. I guess it was Flea closest to me. It was fucking a great place to watch a concert, but man, I did not like their new album songs. But you know, they played their old shit, obviously. Good show still. Yeah, okay. Bass retard knows his music, so I'll trust that. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, how many bands like keep their original format? Oh yeah, Pixies too. You're right. Yeah, man, I watched the live performance of "Where Is My Mind" from '86 the other day, or '88 maybe on YouTube. It's so fucking good. Go check it out. Put Pixies "Where Is My Mind" live, and just look for the one that's in the '80s. It's great. It's so good watching them, seeing what's her name, Kim Deal, like doing the ooh, like live. It's fucking sick. Go check it out. I don't know how to find it other than Pixies live. Where's my mind? '80s. And yes, of course, that's not a deep cut, but it's their best song. Sorry. Um, yeah, you know what? I watched it on pay-per-view. My dad bought it for us. I didn't go. I could have gone. I mean, I guess I was like, I live in New Jersey. I'm close enough. I didn't go. I was in high school, so I was a little young for that kind of thing. I guess I was a junior in high school, I guess, or it was summertime, so between junior and senior year, '94. Um, but we watched it live. It was a pay per view, and yeah, I mean, I talked a lot about Nine Inch Nails, but Woodstock '94, they fucking stole the show. Go watch Nine Inch Nails, Woodstock '94. It's fucking insane. They were all playing. Um, there was these people. They called them mud people because it got all muddy, and they were just like sliding in the mud and like covered in mud. They'd be covered in mud head to toe, right? And like apparently Nine Inch Nails was out doing that, and they came in all covered in mud and did their show, and it was just one of the best shows ever. It's fucking of theirs, and it was as far as like if you look up Woodstock '94, I don't think you're gonna find a bigger like. Most people would say that was the best performance. It was fucking unbelievable, so good. Um, the Mud Show, yeah. And they were throwing. Here's another thing about that. Green Day came out. That might have been '99. Woodstock '99. I don't think so. I think it was '94. In any case, either 99 or 90, 99 or '94 Woodstock, Green Day came out and everyone was throwing mud at them. It's like sticking to their guitars and shit. That was pretty funny. They did not like that because that's how it was. It was like, we don't like you, Green Day. Get the fuck out of here. Like, it was the cool bands of the time. I remember '99. It was Korn. They kind of stole it. Listen, people make fun of Korn, but go watch the opening of Korn's set on 90. Just watch their whole set and watch the opening when you can hear Jonathan, the lead singer, like checking his monitors, and he's like, guitar up 3, da 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 up 3, like setting his monitors and like, but he's saying it over the loudspeakers so you can hear it, like talking to all the different members and getting the instruments set in his monitors correctly, and uh yeah, it's just sick. And the crowd, there's chicks with their tits out, like the whole thing. Famously, a bunch of chicks get like molested there. But hey, you're crowd surfing naked. That's probably going to happen. You probably shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do it to her. That's still bad, but don't put yourself in that position. But that's pretty sick. And then when they actually do start playing, it's like, holy shit, when the bass first kicks in at that size stadium, that fucking dirty ass bass. Holy shit. Sounds so good. Yeah, yeah, there was a riot. It was because of this shit. Like, so they didn't let you into the water or anything to head by it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's exactly what it was. Yeah, they revolted because everything you needed was way overpriced, and they did it on purpose. Like you said, they wouldn't let you bring water in, so bottled water is like $5. And this is in the '90s when it should have been like fucking $1.50 or whatever, like 50 cents really. Um, and there was riots. They pulled down the towers, these big like speaker towers, and maybe light towers. I don't know what they had on. These giant towers would come down. I think some people got killed. I'm not sure. Um, I don't know. It was, like compared to '94, it was nothing. And like there, like as far as the Woodstocks go, I mean, obviously two different eras, but if you got your choice of all three, I would still go to '94, not the original. Like most people would probably say the original, but that's me. Now, Rev doesn't get a link. Here's the deal. Rev doesn't get anything except me talking about him unchecked because Rev comes up here and doxes kids and just talks nonstop anyway. And he's just rambling like a retard. Rev, I don't care what you think. Think what you want. I'm not scared of you. Nicole's not scared of you. Caitlin's not scared of you. Nobody's scared of you. You're a tiny little toothless fucking inbred in the middle of Pennsylvania. Nobody gives a fuck about you, bro. Nobody. Just kill yourself. Seriously. All right, I gotta hurry up because I gotta get to the weed store. I got an hour and 12 minutes to get down to Renton to get to the weed store. So we're going to watch Kurt Cobain's house. I might not be able to talk much. We'll see. Ooh, more cars left. That's Lake Washington. That's Bellevue over there. Bellevue is like super rich. Some nigga's house right here. See right in the living room. Oh, it's a nice house. Look at this. It's like got that modern. Yeah, look at that fucking thing. Jesus, that's a nice fucking house. See, that's the house he should have got. Look at that. Holy fuck. Damn, look at that. See this? See the big ass head? I don't know if you can see that. There's a big like head statue in their fucking. Whoa. That's a fucking house. That's fucking nice. Wow. Yeah, I mean, if I was rich, you got to go with like the nice design house, not that dumb sort of generic mansion look, like that, like the Home Alone house or something. You know what I mean? Here it is. I'm going to turn. Okay. So the house that you're going to see in front of me, that's it. Check out the front door. I don't know if you can even see this shit. Beyond me. Shit, that's nice. Where's the garage at? You got these giant ass hedges right here. I'm sure the garage is on the other side. There's no garage here. That's the Subaru I was talking. Can you see that shit? It's super dark, right? Can you guys see anything? You guys see anything? No, I like it. I disagree with you, Presley. We'll fight. Can you guys see anything? Can you see it? You can't really, right? Yeah, you can't see fuck all. It's too dark. I can't really see much either, though. There's a big staircase right there going up. And I'm assuming, like, I'm looking at like, on the right side of the house right here, the north side. I'm gonna act like there's a car coming, so act like I'm walking. Not looking at Kurt Cobain's house at all. Totally not. Don't even know what it is. Let's see what it is. Oh, yeah. Anyway, I'm pretty sure the garage is in this giant hedge here. See this hedge? So I think the garage is there. Can't really see much. Something got a bit of a letdown. Here, one last. You can see the windows. That's Kurt Cobain's house. All right. I'm going to show you this other house because you can actually see it. And Presley says ultramodern is trash. Check this shit out. I disagree. This house is fucking badass. Look for the head in the thing, in the like near the stairs in the house itself. Do I have to go back for Nicole? Nicole's a bit of a letdown. You can't really see much. Check this house out, though. Let's just see my dirty ass car. Ooh, it's fucking cold. Holy shit. 62 degrees in my ass. It's not 62 out there. It's fucking cold as fuck. Dashboard temperature thing's lying to me. Oh. We're in a lot of clothes too. Yeah, so Nicole, you're gonna have to rewind. You can't really see much. Here's the thing. Maybe I'll come back in the daytime, but then I'll definitely look creepy as fuck. But you're definitely not gonna see the garage because they got a giant hedge on the side of the house where it could. The only place where it could be is either the south side of the house or the east side of the house. And I saw the north side of the house entirely. That's where the car was parked. It wasn't there. And then the west side of the house is like where the front door is, where those lights were that you could see. But then there's that huge hedge, which is like literally about 15 or 20 feet high. It's the highest hedge I've ever seen. Ghost Adventures. You mean John Bobbitt? Oh yeah, yeah, John Bobbitt. Does he live in Vegas? I didn't even know. Because if he lived in Vegas, that penis, its shelf life sitting on the side of the road in Vegas would have been like 10 minutes. Gotten eaten by a fucking lizard or some weird ass desert creature, or just burned away from the fucking heat. Sorry, my John Bobbitt jokes are a bit old, not good. Fight someone? Fight face? Let me see that. What's my fight face look like? It kind of is. That is my fight face. I'm like right in the middle of, oh yeah. You can see it in my eyes. I'm about to smash. Good one, man. Good. How long did it take you to get that perfect embodiment of my fight? Like, it really is my fight. Like, that is really, there's nothing else I could be doing with that face other than smashing somebody. Very funny. Good for you, sir. How many fucking accounts like this do I have now? Is this all the same person? I hope not. I really hope it's multiple people. Okay. Does he still live there? I heard he got it sewed. Oh, he Frankenpenis. He got it sewed back on and did the thing called Frankenpenis, the porn in the 90s. I never watched it, but Stern talked about it. Okay, I gotta get moving towards the weed store. Yeah, it is funny. See, like my facial expression is I'm about to smash you. My eyes, it's more the smile. I don't know. I'm an evil looking fucker, huh? Handsome but evil. I got to air on my car, so I'm get arrested for D-weed. And I'm not intoxicated, by the way. I don't get intoxicated from weed. I'm not a fucking child. Well, you guys chastise me and try to send my thing to Seattle PD. I was just vaping CBD. It didn't have any psychoactive ingredients whatsoever, officer. All right. Oh, fuck yeah. I do. Who, me? Why? Lighten up, Caitlin. Sick of fighting with you every fucking other day. It's annoying. Am I plugged in? I'm gonna die otherwise. I gotta plug back in. Hold up. I do need gas. Thank you for reminding me. Caitlin, stop bringing our shit to here. I'm sick of that shit. It really annoys me. Honestly, knock it off. Like this tactic of you're gonna like air our shit out to embarrass me. It's not cool. Knock it off. I wouldn't do that to you. So stop it. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Oh shit. My bad. Apparently. I want peace. And I told you that. And like I still do. So stop. Stop fighting me. Caitlin, you know I love you. Knock it off. Seriously. Please. You don't get a wrench, Andy. You don't get a wrench. No offense. Most people don't get wrenches. I don't know who has a wrench because I'm not looking at YouTube. I'm looking at StreamYards. But it's basically Caitlin, Nicole, and a couple other people that I know. I think Presley has one. I forget. But just people that I've known for a bit and trust. And I know you, Andy. I've known you for a bit, but I don't know, man. I know you very in passing. Oh, fuck. Do you think it's open till 11 on Sunday? It might be closed early on Sunday. If I don't have any weed all night, I'm going to be pissed. What am I going to do? Go buy alcohol? I don't want to do that. You know what? I actually have. One time I was delivering a box to a guy, and he's like, "Hey, man, you smoke weed?" And I said yes. And he said, "Hold on." And he came back with about 3/4 of an ounce of weed in a brown paper like lunch bag. And it was pretty shitty looking weed. I mean, not shitty, but just, okay looking weed. But he grew it himself. I was like, "Oh, cool, thanks." And I didn't smoke any flower at the time, but I still took it and put it in my freezer, and it's still in my freezer. So technically I have that. But if I end up having to smoke that, first of all, it's like a year old. Secondly, it was pretty disgusting to begin with. And thirdly, I don't really smoke flower anymore. So like it's harsh as fuck for me just to smoke like the nicest 30% THC fucking flower, the smoothest. Still bothers me. So it still feels like I'm inhaling smoke from a campfire. Like I'm not used to it. This oil is so smooth and buttery on the throat. Are you a cop? Why are you following me like that? Leave me alone. I hate everybody today. Like, he's not that close. I'm being a bitch. I bet. Alex has a vivid imagination. About what? Yeah, I do. I think. You're making me think about that. Do I have a good imagination? I don't know. I once made a game when I was a kid that was kind of like a D&D style game, and I didn't play D&D. But it was like one of these things where you roll a dice, and it's like you get into a fight with this thing, and you roll dice, and like that's a hit, this is a hit you, blah blah blah. This was like in the 80s. I was literally like in 3rd or 4th grade. Oh, that's not for me. Weird. I don't think I've done anything creative since then, though. So I don't know. It's hard for me to keep up with chat because I don't like crashing cars. Gotta love If I Did It. Okay. I think Nicole's mixing in two things there. Very good. OJ and another guy. There's some parallels. Yep. For sure. OJ got nice teeth, though. Even though he's like 70. Still got better teeth. Remember when Cobain OD'd in Euro Tour? You mean in Italy? I do remember that, actually. Yeah, that seemed like that was thought to be a suicide attempt, or suspected possibly as a suicide attempt on pills, or maybe heroin. I forget. When he was in Italy, correct me if I'm wrong, Monroe. Holy fuck, man! I got to put my Google Maps on because I don't know where I'm going. I'm like in the middle of the woods, but I'm in Seattle. What the fuck, dude? I was right by the lake. Holy shit! A spider on me? Just touched me. What the fuck? I was right by the lake, but now I'm like in a residential area that's. Oh, here it is. There's the lake. All right, never mind. Oh shit. Okay, so then how the fuck do I? The road's closed. Now I got to go this way. You know, most weed stores close. So if this one's closed, I'm not really gonna have any options. So any suggestions on how to get high without weed and without having a drug dealer? Let me know. Go ahead, chat. I'll give you one. NyQuil liquid gels. That's what I usually use. They make you very floaty, and if you fight the sleep and you don't sleep, it's pretty good. The green ones, I mean, you know. You gotta take like probably about 4, and you're good. Huff a tin of paint? Yeah, but a tin of paint's pretty expensive. What about huffing in general? So if you were to huff on a budget, what would you choose? Now, probably the best thing, from what I understand, all the rage these days with the kiddies is the dusters. You know, the compressed air. That's just pretty expensive. I buy it to actually use it for its intended purpose and clean my laptop. But yeah, that's like $7 a can. I don't see that being a good option. There's the classic spray paint in the rag from the 70s. I've never done any of that shit, by the way. The only thing I've ever done, like even close to that, is whippets, like in nitrous. You know, I've never sniffed. Oh, actually, you know what? I take that back. Okay, so in the 90s in New York City in the head shops, and maybe they still have it, there was this stuff called Rush. And it was a liquid in a bottle, and it was just called Rush, and it was a clear liquid. I don't know what the fuck it was, but you just sniffed it just like that. You inhaled the fumes, and it gave you a head rush, just like it said. I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know if it still exists. I don't know why it was legal. Okay, I'm in the middle of a fucking. I gotta. All right, I'm gonna disappear for a second because I gotta go to Google Maps. I'll be right back. Glue. Ah, okay. Just 1 hour. That's all I need. You were doing gauge. Was it poppers? Is that what it is? Is that Is that what Poppers is? Arcade, aka Angry Octopus. Oh wait, I can't go this way. That's telling me to go this way, but the road is blocked. Yeah, Google Maps doesn't know that. Yeah, go this way. Oh wait, no, that's a better one. Sorry guys, I keep doing the little K turns here, but I'm realizing where to go real time. Yeah, I mean it's called Rush. I don't think it's what a popper is. That's called amyl nitrate or something. It's not. I don't think that's what that is, dude. I think it was analogous to like airplane glue or something, you know. But yeah, other than that, I've never done an inhale. Oh, fuck me. I was just babbling. I don't think you could hear me because I had Google Maps up. Anyway, what I was saying is arcade. It's not fucking amyl nitrate. What poppers are for you homos to open up your buttholes so you can fuck each other more. No, it was more analogous to like an airplane glue or or paint or something. You know, that's a stupid thing to do though. And whippets too, man. That shit makes you fucking retarded. Like you literally can feel how much dumber you are. You know, for the next few hours. Wendy used to chug whipped cream out of a can. I wonder if she'd like get half a whippet, like on her way up. You know, when it's down here and she starts down here pressing it. She probably got half that whippet and didn't even realize. That's why the delicious taste came with a nice little feeling in the head. Okay, I went to the wrong street. My bad. Don't know Seattle as well as I thought it did. Only drive around here all day long. Isobutyl nitrate. Is that what it is? Did I sniff an inhalant in the 90s that now I'm gay because of it? Oh man, that sucks. I better stop having sex with girls immediately and start doing whatever arcade does. What do you do, arcade? Get on Grindr? You seem very angry. I don't think you get laid much. You should. Homos seem to get laid like by multiple guys every day, I thought. Don't take your shirt off and drive drunk like technical difficulties. Yeah, dude. I mean, that guy's crazy. Dude, you're just asking for a D, you fucking crazy fuck. Like, how insane are you? He must be from, like, really far out in the sticks or something in Oregon, because he doesn't seem to think that driving around drinking beers in your car, having a bunch of empties in there, is a problem in a major metropolitan area. It is, Tech. I gotta wipe my nose again. Oh, no. All right, fine. I just used the back of my hand then. Fucking sue me, whatever. I ran out of tissues. Tech drinks as much as Rev. Yeah, Tech, dude. He showed me his. I got him to show me what he was drinking, and he showed this rum. And it looked like it was in a glass bottle, but he said I get this at Walmart, and I think he said it was $8, and it was literally a fifth of rum, like for $8. Like, goddamn. Yeah, that's a serious alcoholic. Yeah, okay. He tried to deny doing that when I was like, do you drink? He said he didn't drink at all. Like, you drank beers on your stream and you drank piss because you fucking pissed in one of your empties. Yeah, he's a weird guy, that guy. And our whole argument was basically me asking him questions and him being like, that's none of your business. It's like, dude, we're having a conversation. Like, I don't know you. We're getting to know you. Yeah, part of that is I'm going to smash you with what I learned, but that's what this is. Like, we're up here. If you have a conversation with somebody and they say, if you're in the real world, right? You're at a bar and man, this thing's really annoying me. This Google Maps does not know anything right now. I'm going to go up here and maybe it'll figure it out. It keeps trying to take me back to the road that's closed back there, along the water. It's very stupid. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So like, imagine you're in a bar, right? And you're like, some dude strikes up a conversation with you, like, you know, there's no girls there. You're just getting drunk. Some guy strikes up a conversation with you. Hey man, what do you do for a living? Imagine saying to that guy, none of your business. You know, you wouldn't. You're like, oh, I'm a teacher. Oh, I'm a lawyer. Oh, I deliver boxes for FedEx. You know, whatever it is, you would say what you do. Like, you wouldn't say I'm a teacher at such and such high school. Maybe you'd keep that from him. and probably on the internet, you would definitely keep that from him. But to say teacher, that's not giving away any information about yourself. So this dude wouldn't tell me what he did. It took forever for me to get out of him that he doesn't have a girlfriend, but eventually he admitted he doesn't have a girlfriend. And also he eventually admitted that he's takes care of the kid of his son by himself. Like the baby mama's not in the picture, so the baby mama just left him and his fucking spawn, which is embarrassing. So he's got a hell life, taking care of a kid. Looks like he's living with a mom, maybe, or an older relative, because he lives in like a house that's clearly not his. He's got a little room with a single bed, and you know, it took a lot to get it out of him. I'll give him this though. He came up. He's got heart, and I'll give you my respect for fighting. He was a little out of his league, and then he continued. He got drunker and drunker the longer he went with me, and then apparently afterwards he went and fought with that dude Andrew, who I've had issues with. And I don't like Andrew. I don't want to give him any kind of compliments, but I mean, the dude doxed me for like a month straight because I made fun of his fucking weird looking girlfriend. But he fucking handed Tech his ass. It was hilarious. He basically did what I did in 2 seconds. He goes, "You're an incel who lives with your mama." He's got a real thick Southern accent. "You're an incel who lives with your mama." And then Tech went to the "I want to fight you" IRL shit. That's his other move. And Andrew turns his cam on and takes his shirt off. And apparently Andrew's a giant man. He's very big. And Tech shut the fuck up. I don't know. It's like he's a bit retarded. Tech is, so you gotta treat him with gloves. I think at the end of the day, it's kind of what I was saying about Rev. He's a bit of a he's not qual there. You figure that out quick. It's this epidemic of the big A. You know. I think Nacklo's the same way. I see some similarities. Andrew can be all right sometimes. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't. It's like once you've doxed me for a month straight with my real photo and my name, my first name as your name on StreamYards, it's, I don't know. All right, we got off the wrong foot. What did they say in O&A? What was the thing? We got off on the wrong foot, and then everything's fine no matter what you did. I forget. Fuck that show. We talk about it too much. Let's talk about O&A for a second. That show's been over since 2014. It's literally 7 years later, maybe going on 8 years, and we're still like into it. So not into it, but like it's still the thing that it's like the template or it's the thing we're badly trying to sort of Red Bar or Fool. Although I would say Red Bar was doing the same thing as them, just in a slightly different way. It's all about fool watching, really, at the end of the day. I mean, O&A, that's what they did. That's, well, yeah. And Stern too, back like before Stern became a celebrity ass kisser, he would fool watch celebrities. Basically, he would make fun of them, and it was kind of. I don't know why I'm going down this Red Bar path. Hey, what do you think about Red Bar? You think he's dead? And if so, okay, how about this? If Red Bar dies, how long before Jules is seriously dating somebody else or like engaged? Or we hear about Jules and some other guy. How long do you think she? Wears the black veil and pretends that Mike was her life. I'm going to say she's going to have a good solid year where you don't see anything for appearance's sake. Yeah, okay. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, in the middle of this, I'm realizing I can't really smash her. She probably would give it a good year because it's all about not being a fool yourself, not looking bad. I'm sure he taught her well. I think she really loves him a lot too, but it's a young chick. Got to move on. I think he's dead. I'm still paying my Scars Club. I paid. Let me think about it. So Mike hasn't done a show since the end of May. So we're talking June, July, August, and now half of September. 3.5 months. So that's 33 plus half of 11, 550, 3850. I've given 3850 to Mike David, essentially just for access to his archives, which I listen to barely ever, just to like jerk off and go to sleep, pass out to. No, I don't jerk off to him, just, other things while he's on. Maybe his voice, I guess, technically. I mean, it's on while I'm doing it. I'm not thinking about it. All right, I jerk off to Mike David, whatever, who cares? Yeah, 3850. But you know what? This is how I look at it. The dude entertained me for a long time. He was personally cool to me at the end with my clip channel. Like, he was shitty to me at first, but then he was cool to me at the end because he saw that I was doing what he said. And yeah, so I feel like it's a that's my donation to charity. Like most people would give to like burnt puppies or cancer kids or something like that. I give to a more worthy cause, Mike David, and his ability to buy Wagyu steaks or whatever the fuck that's called. What's that thing called? The steak that he buys. Does he have cancer? That's a miss. No, it's not cancer. It's an autoimmune disease of some kind, unless he's lied about it. If he's honest about it, it's some kind of autoimmune disease. It's supposedly very painful. Supposedly that's the reason he drinks so much on his show. Although he's always drank a lot on that. Yeah, that's bullshit. He's always drank a lot on his show. Well, he didn't used to drink like straight whiskey shots the way he does. He used to drink like wine. He used to drink like wine out of a bottle. Remember that? Yeah. Hey man, like what I was saying before about karma, like do you think, like if you believe in karma, do you think karma's biting Mike David in the ass right now? I don't know. Like, is he really a bad person? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, I guess if you're like Josh Denny, he is, but has he done anything that deserves a painful death sentence karmically? I don't know about that. I don't think so. Now, if it happened to somebody like Kyle, maybe. Just hit his kid on stream, shit like that. Yeah, Mike just makes fun of people. All right, I got 41 minutes, and I'm going to be there. Okay, yeah, we're good. When I go in the weed store, I'll keep you guys on, but I'm not going to talk to you. I'll talk to the bud tender. Bud tender. How gay is that, bud tender? Yeah. Well, yeah, we used to get them in balloons at concerts. Oh, fuck me. Gas. I totally forgot. Shit. Fuck. Okay, I'm going to Renton to get gas, then we'll go there. I got time. I might even run out. I totally forgot. I don't know how long the thing's been on for. I just saw the light. Damn it, Tibar, you did remind me, man. My bad. I was just by the cheap gas, too. We just drove by it. Safeway gas. Oh, well. Yeah, so Nitrous in the Balloons, that was a concert thing. The raves, sometimes you'd see that, too. I don't know, man. It's like, it's fleeting. It's very, very fleeting. It's not really worth it. It lasts about, what, 20 seconds, 30 seconds? It is funny as fuck. I don't know. I think I don't really like anything like that. That's too short lived. I think drugs, the length of time it lasts is kind of important. Remember when I was a kid, like we used to do cocaine, and that was like the biggest drug we did, and then we ended up doing heroin a little bit, like sniffing. And I was so impressed by how long it lasted, like because heroin lasts like 6 hours. Like you do a line, like when you're used to, when you've never done it before, you do a line of it, you're high for like 6 hours. Or cocaine, it's like, I don't know, you slightly feel something for an hour unless you fucking smoke it. That drug sucks. All right, slow guy. Come on, man. What are you, drunk? Jesus. This guy's going 30 in a 25. Well, we all go 40 here, though. No cops. There's nowhere for cops to even sit where you're not going to see them. Idiot. I hate people that do that. It's like when you're at the red light where it's got the arrow instead of the regular light and you're turning right and they won't turn right because it's an arrow. It's like, just fucking turn. Like a cop's going to pull you over for that. Buy an electric car. You're in Seattle. Isn't required there. Yeah, well, I mean, it's nationally. There's like EPA or whatever regulations on emissions that are going to make everyone have to have an electric car within like 25 years or some shit. I don't know. I'd have an electric car if it was cheap. Whatever. I paid like 11,000, 10,000 for this car like a couple of years ago. I'm not a guy in the market for an electric car. Can't afford that shit. Plus, this is a lot more comfortable, I'm sure, than a fucking. I wouldn't want to drive a Prius. That's something sedan sized at least. Why 16 of you faggots watching me? Like, don't you have anything better to do? I'm just kidding. I appreciate each and every one of you. Well, not all of you. I'm sure Rev's watching. I don't appreciate you, Rev. Um, Whippets. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've seen them at the dead shows. Like, they have the fucking tanks filling up balloons. Cops right there for some reason, not doing anything. It's always a weird scene. You do remember Rush, see? There you go. Monroe knows his shit. Monroe is like, he's a bit older than me, but not too much. All right, thank you. Get the fuck out of my way, you cunt. Holy shit. Oh my fucking god, you faggot. I'm trying to go by him in the middle lane, and then there's an island in the middle lane all of a sudden, like a little concrete thing with a sign on it. Ugh. Thank you, faggot. Be slower next time. Jesus Christ. I was just kidding, Presley. You're not. You guys aren't faggots. I like you guys watching me. I'm just like, I'm not really doing much. I'm going to the weed store. I talked about everything. I didn't really have much to talk about. I just wanted to smash Rev a bit and set the record straight on a couple things and smash Ross a bit for fucking his dumb like pedo video. And anytime you want to fight me, Ross, just come over here. I won't come to your place if you don't let me up. I was there on Wednesday, as you know, and you didn't let me up. Left me backstage while I was going like this in the cam, like run your mouth, run your mouth, run your mouth. You don't let me up. And he saw me, and they give the lame excuse. This is the Sam Hill excuse. We don't want to give you airtime. It's like, dude, you've been talking shit about me nonstop. You're gonna make a video about me, but you won't fight with me, even though it's like literally four of them. Like I would think Ross by himself against me would be a pretty good fucking fight, and he shouldn't be scared of that. But apparently, him with even three other of his buddies, he's scared of, which is weird. Anyway, whatever. I didn't even give a fuck about him until I saw that video. That annoyed me because it's pussy. It's like you're doing something on your own where you don't have to be confronted and challenged. Making a video, it's very GLM-ish. It's very female-ish. Oh, Arco, here we go. 18. Goddamn. It's the biggest stream on the internet right now. You guys like touring the weed store? I wish I had a better, like a higher up mount for my cam, so like you could see like the surroundings, what I'm driving more. You know what I mean? Not just look up my nose. It's like the most unflattering angle of me too. It's just like right up my schnoz. And I know I'm snotty, so you're probably seeing grossness. Little button comes off my gas tank. Put it back on. Motherfucker. It's almost $4 a gallon here. This is Arco. This is like the cheap gas place. And it's almost $4 a gallon. It was down to I got gas for $1.99, 199.9. It's technically $2 even. At the Safeway gas station at the height of the like the lockdown and all this, and there was like a gas there's like a real big gas surplus already before the lockdown or some shit. So gas got down so cheap under Trump, and now it's literally double the price within about a year, maybe a little more than a year. It was probably last summer that happened. I fucking hate Joe Biden. Like, I will be so happy when he dies, and I hope he dies painfully. I really do. Disgusting piece of shit. Fucking pedophile. You want to talk about pedophiles? You guys, whoever voted for him, you voted for a pedophile. Don't ever get mad at me for calling a gay kid gay, like text gay ass kid. You're legit. If you vote for a pedophile, you are a pedophile. You guys ever watch San Z? I rest my case. 18 still, huh? I thought I'd lose some at the gas. I didn't. I'm gonna wipe my nose again. Sorry, hold on. I don't know why I announced that, but if I just randomly turn the cam off, you'd be like, what the fuck's he doing? I'm wiping my nose. I'm a bit snotty. I don't have a cold. I don't have COVID. I have not had any illness of any type since May of 2017, and that's not an exaggeration. I have the most alpha immune system ever, and I made it that way through a diet of good shit. But for whatever reason, when I start to go heavy on the lower I go on carbs and the more heavy I go on fat and protein, so like more carnivore, my nose runs. I don't know why. It's annoying. It's just, I'm not sick, but it's just like the tiniest bit of clear snot, not to be gross, but that's the deal. And I don't know what it is. Why do carbs make your nose not run? I don't know. You know what I'm realizing? It just occurred to me. 2.5 hours. I'm not trying to brag, but oh, I do want to turn. I've just been monologuing for 2.5 hours. I mean, I'm not saying it's great, but it's pretty good. I mean, let's be real. If you were to rank me amongst all the others, I'd be probably number 2 right now after Hostbusters, right? It's going to get good in a second. We're going to go to the weed store. Like, visually, it'll be interesting. I'm not going to say anything. And you're just going to hear loud-ass, obnoxious fucking hip-hop. But visually, it'll be interesting. And it might have the hot bud tender, too. That's possible. I'm not going to show her because they won't want to be filmed. But it'll be interesting. Okay. Now, the thing about this weed store is it's like the black weed store, and it's cheaper than most of them. I don't know if it's because of that, but it's like, and when I say that, I mean like, so you have different aesthetics for your weed stores, right? And you can tell by the music they play. It's either the hippie aesthetic or like the classic rock, kind of, you know, older people focused a little bit. I mean, they're all kind of young people focused, but there's some of them that like the ones in Olympia, for example, they don't have the hip hop blaring like they do here. It's a bit different. Like they'll have like different kinds of music. It'll be like not old music necessarily, but it'll be like more whatever hippies listen to these days, or hippie-ish if they have that. It's not as urban. It's not as black. This place, it's like everybody that works there at the door is black. The vibe is all the aesthetic of it. The painting, there's a big mural. I used to have a video on my channel. I made it private because I thought it was a bit racist, because it was, of the mural on the side of the weed store. There's these angry black dudes. And I guess the mural is probably painted, Actually, no, it was probably painted before George Floyd. I mean, it's probably been there since the store's been there. I don't know. I just started going there around the time of George Floyd. I went to a different weed store prior, and this mural's got like these angry black people on it. It's like all about like black power and all that shit. Like they're all angry. I'll film that maybe. I'll be on the other side of it actually. It'll look odd, but I might. So I can't act too weird because these guys know I go in there like every other day. So I can't really be filming the place itself, obviously. I don't want to make it awkward for me to go there in the future. I just had a blue dream, which is sativa. You know what? I prefer indicas. Even like blue dream is one of my favorite strains, but I was realizing even if they have an unknown strain and it's indica versus like a strain you love, blue dream and it's sativa, go with the indica because you just don't feel it as much. Like the sativa, they say it's more of a head high. That's to me that just means you don't feel it as much. Like you don't. It doesn't like. It's like what's the point? It's like a mild little thing that passes quicker. I don't know. I'm kind of talking out my ass, but that's my experience with it. Just my personal experience. I don't know about the technicalities of weed, and I think it's gay to be too into weed, to be honest with you, to know all the technical shit. I just know basically sativa is head and indica is body, and in my personal experience, is more like sativa is mild. Like the fact that you can think more clearly is because you're not that fucked up. To me, that's how I see it. But I don't know. Definitely does make you tired for sure. The indica. I think the sativa makes you tired too. Why I put gum in the straw and put a mask on. Yeah, Tibar, I know how to do all that shit, dude. I don't care. You should see my red bar videos. I was a hashtag king. I know how to get people there. I appreciate you though. I don't know. Does it? I definitely have too much protein. I have probably about somewhere between 200 and 300 grams of protein a day. I weigh about 180. I should probably have about 180, even if I'm lifting, like trying to lift, which I'm not. I lift kettlebells, which isn't going to build me up. It's just like for shape. And so there's really no point to having too much protein, but you got to eat something. And if you're trying to avoid carbs, then that's all you got is meat. Really. I guess dairy. I don't eat dairy though. The only thing I use cash for is weed. That's it. The only other thing I use cash for is to give it to homeless people, which I do occasionally, believe it or not. I gave a dude $5 yesterday, actually. Only white people, though. I'm just kidding. Just joking. George Floyd. All right, that should be enough. I don't know how much it is, but it should be enough. What do you mean leave it in the car? You don't want to see the weed store? You want to just look at the dark car? You can do that if you want. Update still sick. Okay, here we go. Update still sick. Scheduling surgery. Pray louder. Oh, man. Man, I feel bad, dude. I really do. I like him. He's my internet friend because I listen to him, right? I do have a heart. You know what? The name of this weed store is Have a Heart. I'll show you. I'll try to walk past the sign. the pack. Hey, man, how are you? Thank you.
I know, I didn't get out of the late. You see my note? Read it. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
It's gonna take long. No, I Fine. Yeah. Oh, good. So your ATM is the power. Uh, yeah. Uh, okay. That's yours. Here, you want to
Alright, I need a crystal clear cartridge, some kind of indica. Okay. 1 second.
We got runs or we got Sunday driver?
I think the runts.
Okay. You have a number with us?
Yeah. 646-525-1666.
646.
525-1666.
The last part?
1666.
1666.
Yeah. 368.
Oh yeah. Okay, comes out at 26.
Oh damn. It's a lot off.
$10. If you have any problem?
Will do. Thanks. Good man. Take care. Yeah, I know I doxed my phone number, but it's been doxed, so I don't care. Like I said, only one person called me after doxing my phone number, and that was Rev. And he already had it. So, yeah. Give me a second. I'll clean him up in a sec. That was so annoying. There was this fucking girl buying like a vaporizer of some kind. And she kept having to get the dude to like leave the behind the counter area to come over and like show him which one she meant in this display out in the area where we were. And it was just holding up the whole fucking line, and it was really annoying. And it wasn't her fault. Anybody going in there to buy a vaporizer would have experienced that, but goddamn, was that annoying. Sorry, I have to wipe my nose. It's running like crazy. I better not be sick. Maybe I got the vid. Maybe I finally got it. Who knows? What do you think? Think I'll die? I'm 44 years old. I vape heavily. I don't really. The only cardio I get is like my job and which is FedEx delivery, and I go hiking. I walk like a woman. I don't like running. My ankles hurt. Like I used to when I was a kid. My main sport was hockey. I skated. I never liked running. I always hated sports where you had to run a lot, like soccer or something. Shit. What do you guys think? Running's gay, right? I know, come to yeah. I wasn't quite sure who you were, Fight Face. I mean, obviously. I mean, it took me 2 seconds rather than one. My nigga. Yeah, gynecomastia. So, Tag D, right? The dude always takes his shirt off, and he's always talking about how good looking he is and shit. He's a weird looking motherfucker, but when he takes his shirt off, he gets more weird looking. And Tech, if you're listening, I don't hate you, bro. But I'm gonna smash you a bit. You talk shit about my girl, you know. So I kind of, I don't know. It's hard to if you know the dude. It's kind of he's like something about him. You don't want to hate him. You want to fix them. But he's got some puffy ass nipples, and he's not only the nipples themselves look like the like suction cups or something, like they're just puffy as fuck. But the tissue underneath them has got the little bit of fat that gives us that little puff to give you those pointy little bitch tits, those gynecomastia. And if you have that, you should keep your shirt on, or you should wait until you don't have it to take your shirt off. Bit of move. I don't know, man. I heard. I don't know if I saw it in a Cosmo or something, but one time, I was reading a Cosmo. I don't buy Cosmo. A female had it, and this is a while ago, but I remember this. This is probably like 10 years ago or something. I've always remembered this. It was a list of like things that females find most unattractive, and that was number one. Number one, man boobs. I don't remember most other things, but that was number one. In fact, I don't remember any of the others. I assume there was a lot of things like bad breath and whatever, nose hair, things like that. Obvious things. Yeah, but man boobs, number one. And I can see why. It's almost like a deformity. It's like, you know, it's almost like a girl that doesn't have any boobs. It's like, you know, like a completely flat girl. That's probably, to me, I mean, it's almost a deal breaker no matter what, right? Like I'm talking like nothing, you know, nothing there. Like you could put a 10 head on that and you'd still be like, God damn it. There's literally no tit there. Here's these. That was an induced sneeze from doing that thing where you make a little cone with the tissue. You snake out your nostrils like Ross Dog snaking out a toilet. Just kidding. He's on SSI. It doesn't work. Where to, guys? The Eddie Vedder house? Just kidding. You know, he's not from Seattle. He's from Virginia. People get that wrong. The other guys in Pearl Jam are, but he's not. And Pearl Jam's gay. Who cares, right? They were always gay. Like even in my day, like you were gay if you liked Pearl Jam. That was like for the like you know who liked Pearl Jam when I was in high school? It was like the kids that were like jock kids, but like there's the nerdy jock kids that were like straight and didn't do anything, and then there's the jock kids that were like alcoholics. It was like those kids. They like Pearl Jam. They're like nerds, you know, but like nerds as far as they were kind of square about drugs and stuff. But they were the kids who were always like going and getting in fights with the other rival teams, football team, shit like that. Like 3 of them are like cops in my hometown now. They always end up being cops. Anyway. Oh wait, here we go. Sorry about that. I know everyone comes for the visual element. Me. Man, that mask sucks, you know, like it's just like you're sitting there breathing into yourself and it makes the area around your nose and upper lip all hot and like starts to get sweaty after a while just because you're breathing on yourself like that. So annoying. I feel like my mustache is a little sweaty. I shouldn't do that. GLM will make a 3-second clip where I reach in my passenger seat and she says I was picking my butt. I don't know about you, GLM, but where I come from, people don't pick their butts. That's a weird. Is that like a cultural thing with you? I don't know. Very simian behavior to pick your butt. I don't do that. Pearl Jam suck. Yes, absolutely. Fight face. I'm still cracking up at the fight. Look, anyone that hasn't seen it, look at this. Look at the fight face. It really is my fight face. Like I'm in the middle of like, oh yeah, your kid's gay, you know, or some gynecomastia, some kind of brilliant fucking line is about to be delivered when that face is on my head. Generic classic rock. Monroe, do you play anything? I think you do, right? You're a drummer, I believe. I believe you're a drummer. Am I wrong about that, Monroe? I think you're a drummer. I'm pretty sure you've said that before. You were psyched and winning. That's true. It does have a gleeful. There's a gleeful look in my eye. Listen, I'll be honest with you. I got a little worried there for a second. I was like, oh shit, he does have the kid. But then I found out he's a single dad whose baby mama wants nothing to do with him or his grown-up sperm, which is even more funny. So that might have been the moment I realized that, Presley. That might be the glee you're seeing in my eyes. Like you recognize, it's like when the MMA fighter sees the guy's rocked. Oh yeah, here it comes. You see your prey. You know, technically, I kind of need more food. I didn't even go out and start to get food today until like 6 p.m. This is what I normally do. This is my food normally, right? I go buy a chicken teriyaki basically when they open at about 11. And then I get about a chicken and a half's worth of chicken on the bone in the middle of the day, and I eat that. And then I go get the exact same chicken teriyaki again at like dinner time, like 7 or 8. And that's all the food I eat. And then I have a gallon of this shit right here. Milo's sugar-free iced tea. Nectar of the gods. And that, you know, you should drink a gallon of water a day. I drink a gallon of iced tea a day. So I drink a gallon of delicious water a day. So how healthy am I? But I do pee clear, usually. My pee is usually clear, so I'm pretty well hydrated. So we're going to take a trip to the teriyaki store right quick. I do have a chicken sitting there, so I got to eat a whole chicken and another teriyaki before I go to bed. But if I don't, I'm not going to have enough calories for the day. And yeah, everyone's saying I'm skinny as fuck. It is true. I didn't know how much weight I was losing until I went to Caitlin's place, because like I don't have a scale on purpose, and I just go to Bed Bath & Beyond and like weigh myself on one of their scales every now and then. And I did it in like January or something, and I was like 205 pounds. And then I went to Caitlin's like 6 months later and weighed myself on her scale, and I was like about 175. So I lost 30 pounds, and I thought I lost like 10 or 15. I had no idea. So I'm trying to get back to a normal weight. But here's the thing, like if I didn't do that, I never would have gotten down to like having a flat stomach. Like my stomach's pretty flat right now. And I haven't had a flat stomach since like totally flat since I was like probably like 25 or so. Maybe a little later than that, but it's been a long time. And now I feel like, okay, I can bulk up a little. The problem with that is I'm 44 years old. It's hard to bulk, but whatever. Like if I could just put on a little bit and keep the shape I have, it's probably in the end, it'll be a good move. I don't know. But that did shock me when I got on her scale. Like, holy fuck. Like this is what I weighed in high school. Holy shit. It is a little light for a fucking 6'1" frame. I'm having the time of my life. Is that the one? I've had the time of my life. There's a few songs that go like that. Yo, I started watching Ferris Bueller's Day Off the other day on Netflix. Jennifer Grey was never hot, right? Can we agree on that? What the fuck was that all about? For anybody under 40, that's the chick from Dirty Dancing in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. And I started singing the Dirty Dancing song because Ozzy put that, or not Ozzy, this guy, I don't know who it is, put that thing in the chat. And so there you go. That wasn't random. I hate that song too. I always hated it. The whole soundtrack was gay. That was a big thing, the Dirty Dancing soundtrack in 1987. I remember this because it's like, that's when I first got into music. In fact, the album I got, the second album I paid money for was Bon Jovi's Slippery When Wet. I believe that came out in 1987. I bought a cassette tape of it. The first album I ever bought was Europe, The Final Countdown, and that was an LP, a record. And not like to be cool record, like it's old enough that that's kind of what you had. Like CDs existed, they just came out in like 85, I think. But it was like not everybody had one at that point. Kids definitely didn't have them typically in 1987. You know what? Maybe I will skip the second teriyaki and just suck it up. What do you think? Because I don't even think I'll be able to finish it all. I got a whole chicken to eat and a little bit of my leftover first teriyaki. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Why do the numbers go up when I start doing more boring shit? Like, I was at Kurt Cobain's house and there's like 9 people watching. And then I go to the weed store and there's cams turned off and like I'm not even saying anything. It's like 13. And I was like 15 when I'm driving talking about chicken. I think it's like the time of day, maybe. What do you niggers think? Just kidding. I don't mean it. George Floyd. You guys want to watch me eat a whole chicken? This is what I do. I got these gloves, right? I got these gloves. They're vinyl gloves, like disposable. Not vinyl, plastic. I think they're vinyl. I don't know what they are. They're not latex, because latex bothers my fingers. It gives me like eczema on my fingers. It's weird. I don't know why. But anyway, I put these gloves on and I just rip it apart like an animal and eat it like an animal, like a caveman would. Actually, a caveman might eat it a bit nicer than how I eat it. So like usually I get chicken on like cooked by the piece, you know, and it's individual pieces, but they didn't have any. I went in there too late, so I just got a whole chicken. And literally I'm just gonna like pull the thing apart and like consume it the way like a gorilla would or something, like something that looks human but isn't, like a Sasquatch. If you found a cooked chicken, would probably eat it the way I'm going to. You know what I'm realizing doing this is that it's really not that hard to stream on your own, and it's kind of fun. I don't know why. I didn't give anybody the link. I gave the link to Sam, and he didn't come by. That was it. I was like, I'm not going to have anybody up. I should have actually put it out so Rev came up and spurred in the private chat. That would have been funny, but I would have just read his private chats without letting him up. Maybe I will do that. Maybe if we run out of stuff to do. Knife and fork. No, dude. Listen, here's the deal, Tibar. We're talking chicken on the bone, son. So if you want to get all, I used to do that. And sometimes if I don't have gloves, I don't want to mess my hands up. I'm not going to do it with my hands. I will eat it with a knife and fork. And besides the breast, that's a nightmare. Like, how are you going to eat a fucking chicken wing with a knife and fork? How are you going to eat a drumstick with a knife and fork? It can be done with a drumstick, but it's really annoying. A thigh, sort of. Really, the only piece that's made for, that's like good with a knife and fork is a breast. And it's still better if you're ripping it off. You know why? Because like, there's the side of the breast that has like the meat on it, right? And then but there's the skin all over it. And then on the side that where it's like going over underneath to the bone where the ribs are, there's this little strip of if the skin, right? And it's like if it's crispy, then there's also a little bit of fat and a tiny bit of meat under, but not much. It's this little tiny strip. And you're never going to get that with a knife and fork. You got to take your fingers and rip that thing off. Probably the best tasting part of the breast, because the breast is pretty dry, you know. So that's another thing, Tibar. That's another reason to use gloves. Now you got to be alone. And this is one of those things that I think happen to people when they're like single long term. You develop these habits that you wouldn't do in front of other people, like eating a chicken by itself with your hands. But I'm not ashamed. I'm not embarrassed. I'm telling the world about it. Oh, I didn't show you what I got. My bad. Runts. I don't know what runts is. I mean, I've had runts before. I guess it's a good. I don't know even know what it is. Like, is it fruity? Is it whatever? Because all this shit tastes the same. Like once it gets into an oil, I mean, it doesn't taste the same, but it's not like a flour where you can be like, oh, this one's musky, this one's fruity, this one's sour, citrusy. You know. Um, so I don't know how to describe runts in those terms, but I got runts. It's 90%. What is this nigger? Let me see. 91.7%. Are you fucking nigger? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, here's the deal. There's this thing called 1-to-1 CBD to THC. I fucking bought a 1-to-1 CBD to THC. I didn't mean to. So it's only 40% THC, 60% CBD. Motherfucker. It's basically useless. Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit. I can return it, but I can't open it. I got a little bit left for tonight. Motherfucker. Holy shit. I'm supposed to work tomorrow too, so I'm going to either have to wait until I get done with work tomorrow, or I'm going to have to go park my fucking truck, not at a weed store, my FedEx truck this is, not at a weed store, like probably at the 7-Eleven across the street, and then, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. But I'll have to go way out of my route. Motherfucker. Oh, that's so annoying. Who the fuck wants to sit? Like, dude, tell me. The bud tender should have warned me. He should have said, yo, this is 1-to-1. Because I'm just looking at the overall percentage, which is 97.7 or 90.7, which is really good. But it's 40% THC, and then whatever adds to that to make 97 CBD. And 40% is bullshit. I mean, that's barely above what a flower is, like what flower's percent potency is. So I got to return this shit. A whole other trip to the weed store. I thought I was good. I thought I had this giant cartridge for all night long. Not that, I mean, I got to go to bed kind of soon anyway. I got to get up at 7. But look at this shit. This is empty. I'm like hitting, there's a little bit, tiny bit at the bottom. I'm such an idiot. You know what it was? I was looking at the phone. I got the receipt. Good. I can return this bitch at least. I was looking at the phone because I had it sitting there, and I was like, should I mute? And I was just thinking about the fact that he's asking me for my phone number because like there's a loyalty program. I got $10 off actually because of the loyalty program from 36 to 26. Normally it's not that big, but in any case, I'm sitting there giving him my phone number, and I know you guys can hear it, but I'm like, whatever. I don't want to hit mute so he knows I'm recording, and I don't even care if you hear it because it's been out there anyway, and it doesn't seem to matter. So I was thinking about that, and I didn't pay attention and like read the thing. Anyway, how fucking annoying is that? Honestly, they should have to warn you. Nobody wants that. Everybody wants the THC. If you want just CBD, you know, what are you, an autistic like infant? I mean, they give CBD to fucking kids. I don't want CBD. What am I gonna do with that? I don't even know what it does. Like, honestly. And what is this 1-to-1 thing? I don't know, man. I'm annoyed. Fucking hell. Son of a bitch. All right, so you guys want to watch me eat a chicken? Oh, no, I'm not going to eat a chicken. You know what? Fuck that. You know why? I would do it, but people take my shit and smear me, and they're going to be mean to me about it. I'll get a GLM loop of me. I don't know. What could she possibly say? I don't know. She come up with something. Weird ass fat bitch. And now Ross is in it. He made a. He couldn't wait to make like a 20-second video because I called a kid who sounded gay. The scariest people on the internet, RDA. Oh, but you know, have an argument instead. You make videos like a girl. Faggot. I guess if you got all day, you don't work, you might as well. And where's this thing where it's sort of accepted that this, like, what is he, 40? Just turned 40, I think. A 40-year-old guy is okay to be on SSI. He's like, oh, he worked hard and ruined his back. Like, okay. I work hard too. My knee's getting kind of fucked up. I'm not going to think you guys owe me a fucking living because I fucked myself up. Fuck. What about personal responsibility? In the car, eat the chicken? Yeah, I'm going to eat in the car, probably. I mean, if I'm not going to go in the house. I mean, unless I'm not on stream, because I need the camera to be pointed at me without me holding it. And it's a phone, not a laptop. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna eat the chicken in the car. Sorry to get your hopes up, guys. I'll show you the chicken though, just in case you think I'm lying about having a chicken. You guys think I'm lying about having a chicken? What do you call that? It's called a chicken in a bag, motherfucker. One's actually antibiotics free, which I don't normally buy that because it's $2 more, but that's all they had. It's actually bigger. I think it's probably just a different kind of chicken. I didn't know there was all these different breeds of chicken until Poon taught me about it the other day. Dude knows about chickens. Apparently, broiler is a type of chicken. Now, I always thought a broiler farm was the sort of factory farming method of raising chickens. Like they're all in this big, giant, like enclosure. It's like huge. It's like the size of a fucking, I don't know, like a high school football stadium or something, like the ground itself. That's a stupid comparison. It's like the size of a big ass barn or something, and it's just full of chickens, and they're like packed in, and it's bad, and they eat each other, and all kinds of crazy shit. But that's called a broiler farm. And apparently, there's a broiler chicken, which is like a bigger chicken. And Poon knows all about chickens, including broiler chickens. I'm in my house now. Oh, apartment. Sorry. Trying to. How much was it? It was $10. A Safeway chicken is $8, but if you get it during the day, it's $7. And those are like, well, I mean, I got this at Safeway too, but I mean the Safeway brand that does have antibiotics. And here's another thing that they do better with those Safeway chickens. I don't know if it's because they're smaller. They're more likely to be like burntish, and that's the way I like it. I like there to be a lot of black on the skin, nice and burnt skin, crispy. I hate when you get chicken and it's got that like pale skin, you know, and it's like looks like slimy or something, not like crispy, not hard. I hate that shit. The best is when they get they burn the fuck out of it, so it's got the hard skin, and then, but they keep it in just like there's tons of juice in the place where they keep it at the deli, you know, like it's just sitting in juice, soaking it up, so it's like super juicy, but as the crispy. Hell yeah. I think most of my streams, there's probably going to be at least 25% will be devoted to discussing various aspects of chicken. So if you're a fan of chicken, make sure you hit sub, like, donate to Kyle. Donate to Kyle. Baked, yeah. I'd say, well, yeah, they're rotisserie. I mean, I can't see where they're being made, but I assume they're rotisserie. Yeah. They would have to be, right? How much was it? $10 for a half? No, it's $10 for a whole. Is that how much chickens cost where you live, Presley? How many lines of chat can you see? What do you mean? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. You can see 6 lines of chat at a time without scrolling. I just want to look at Alex's fight face again. I like it. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Tibar's been freaking out because I was making fun of him. Yeah, Tibar knows what's up. He knows how to eat a chicken. Yeah, I agree. I love duck. I like it. I like that it's greasy. Yeah, I mean, I've considered just buying a whole fucking Peking duck before. They don't really sell them here, but in New York, like in Chinatown, or just even like any kind of Well, certain like Chinese places where they sell Chinese food, not American Chinese food. You know what I mean? You can get a whole Peking duck, but in Chinatown in New York City, they're fucking all over. The window's full of them, and they look so good. It's just like this red, crispy looking fucker. It's still got the head and everything. Like they cooked the whole fucking thing. I guess you got to chop that off, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I've never actually had the whole duck, but I've just gotten duck at the Chinese place. It's fucking good. I love duck. I don't think there's any bird that I've eaten that I don't like. I mean, I'm a big bird fan of them. I think chicken's probably the best. Like, I definitely prefer chicken to turkey. Turkey's so fucking dry. Yeah, I mean that's what it's designed. Like, there's no more perfect thing than a leg, a drumstick of whatever animal for a human being to eat, right? Like, we've always probably, like, if you think about it, if you're like a caveman and you get a leg of like a deer or something, or maybe something a bit bigger, like you get the leg, you get all that meat, you can sit there and gnaw on that shit, and that'd be dope. But then when you're done with it, you got like a nice weapon, right? You'll club yourself a bitch, drag her back to the cave. Fuck yeah. You prefer turkey to chicken? Okay, well, we're opposites, Monroe. Yeah, exactly. Joshua Tree, 87. There's a lot of albums in 87. The Joshua Tree is probably the biggest. Well, no, Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet. Nah, Joshua Tree is probably bigger than that. I mean, what's a bigger song, With or Without You or Living on a Prayer? I would say With or Without You, without a doubt, right? It's probably a huge wedding song, too. Alex, you watching real life? Oh, you are watching. Okay. What bridge to what song? What song are we talking about here? Oh, I'm having the time of my life. Okay, yeah. I don't remember the bridge of that song, but for those who don't know, the bridge is the part between the verse and the last chorus sometimes. A lot of songs have a bridge. I think most people know what a bridge is. It's like an extra chorus, sort of. It only usually happens once. Actually, I think it has to only happen once in order to technically be the bridge. Song structure with Alex. A lot of people here know about this shit. This fucker does, and this fucker does. Probably more. Talk to me, fuckers. I got nothing to say. I'm not that interesting. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It is fall, like that's fall off the bone when it's like got that, like the way I described it. I mean, the more you cook it, the more fall off the bone it is, I think, right? And so it's well done. And then the only bad aspect of that potentially is the dryness. So if it's sitting in all that chicken grease, oh, I could talk chicken all night, and I probably will. You know what? I actually have a little bit of my. I'm not gonna give you guys the spectacular show, but I do have a bit of chicken lift that I can eat with a knife and fork. I'm gonna do just that. Fucking hungry. I shouldn't be hitting this when I'm about to eat, especially when I hardly have any. Look at this shit. Let me see if I can put it in the cam here. See how empty that is? You see the little bit at the bottom? That's what I got left. It'll give me like maybe 5 hits. Not more than that. Basically, I'll be all right tonight, but I'm not going to have anything tomorrow. And when I wake up without weed, it's not good. I'm just going to be like counting the time to like and be near the weed store. And I am actually not going to be near the weed store till like I'll go there at lunch. Yeah, I'll just go there in the middle of the day. Whatever. How annoying though. I mean, I did that to myself. Like, I mean, the bud tender should have said something, but I hate when I fuck up like that. This is wasted my time. Mukbang. Is Priscilla Presley the one in The Naked Gun? It is, right? No, that was his daughter, I think. Her daughter. No, I think it was Elvis's daughter in The Naked Gun. Tell me, Presley, you know all you're named after. Is that your real name? But well, actually, don't answer that. That's interesting if it is, though. Like your mom is such a super fan. Why did you want me to leave the phone in the car? Oh, Lisa Marie, yeah. Oh, yeah. She's the one that married Michael Jackson. So who was the chick in The Naked Gun, Presley? You know who I'm talking about? The love interest in The Naked Gun? She was a Presley. I think she was Priscilla. But Tibar, if I left the phone in the car, you'd literally be looking at the headrest of my seat. Like you see nothing. I'm not worried about the fact that I put my phone number out. I knew I was doing it when I did. I considered hitting mute. I was like, I don't care. It's already out there. And hitting mute will tip the guy off that he's being recorded. The bud tender guy. So I didn't. Well, it wasn't dead air. I had the sound on, so you could hear like the ambience of the weed store, and you'd probably hear that bitch talking that was buying the vape, taking forever. I wasn't saying anything though. I didn't feel like shooting up my nose, so I turned the cam off. I showed you the weed store and turned the cam off. Scylla. All right. So that was her. She's cute back in the day. 1988. She's blonde. Yeah. OJ was in that movie. Remember he knocked the dude down the stairs at the baseball stadium? Or he was the guy that got knocked down the stairs? I forget. It was a good movie. Naked Gun. The first two of them were pretty good. Yeah, it would have been. It was 88, I think, that came out. I mean, if you're going to get to marry Elvis, you better be good looking, right? Isn't he like he was like the best looking dude ever in that time? You want to hear a funny thing? Until the other day, when Sam was going to use the Righteous Brothers for his intro song, I figured he'd play Unchained Melody. I didn't know what he was going to play. So I went and listened to Unchained Melody. I was like, is this what he's going to play? And the album cover pops up, and it's two white brothers. I guess you all knew that. I didn't. I thought it was black guys. I thought the Righteous Brothers were black guys. I had no idea. They're two white dudes. Yeah, I agree. Like, there's some serious issues there. And I'm not just saying that because she's my enemy. Like, the way she fucks with people or, like, gets obsessed with, I'm going to target you now because you did this to me. So now I'm going to spend hours of my day making videos. Like, literally every person she has a problem with, to any degree, she does that to. I mean, it's retarded. I'm pretty sure she has a new target other than me right now. Oh, so me covering my mouth like this? Okay, I predict this. See how I'm covering my mouth so you don't watch me chewing? She's going to make a video saying I'm smelling my fingers. That's her thing. I'm covering my mouth so you don't have to see me chewing out chicken. Yeah. Here's the thing, dude. Like, that the microphone issue that might solve Tibar, but the main issue is 100% disk error. You know what 100% disk error is? I don't know what causes it. Neither does Microsoft, apparently, because they can't fucking fix it in 5 years. But and that's not a joke. You can go look if you try to look it up and how to do it. A lot of the posts and shit are from 2016, so they've had this issue for fucking 5 years and it still exists. And what it is my disk usage. If I look at my task manager, it's at 100% disk, which means your computer just runs like absolute shit. It's so slow. So it's that plus the microphone just doesn't work. So it's like two issues, and the 100% disk error I used to get fixed when I would do it, just install the update, the latest update. That was usually what it was. It just needed an update, but that's not it. It's all up to date. And it's still there, and it's just all fucked up. And I just think like I just got to reinstall Windows, which is going to be such a pain in the ass for like my music production stuff, because it's like every fucking company that I bought a VST from, you got to go to their site. And luckily these days they have like the installers, like Native Instruments has their installer. You download all your Native Instruments at once. Arturia has theirs. You'll download it all at once, etc. But still, I mean, just the DAWs. I have two DAWs, Reason and FL. Those are annoying enough. And then, like more like individual older weird VSTs. You know, it's like I've got this way of keeping track of them in my email where I put the same subject for each of them, like synth and effects or something like that, just so I can do a search and find them all. And it's just like it's the email of the receipt for each one, but it takes so long. It's so annoying. And that's just the music stuff. Although that's most of what the software is on my computer. Most of it's other than that's just like browser and basic shit. But what's going to happen is I'm going to reinstall Windows, and then it's going to be months before I get to the music stuff, which is like not good. It's like, you know, I don't really do it much these days, but you want to have access to it. Like that's your hobby. Whatever. It's annoying. Fuck my computer. Fuck Windows. Fuck Bill Gates. Fuck Bill Gates' wife. Fuck, if he has any kids, I hope they die. Fuck you, faggot. Not just because of that. Because of everything he does. 15 people. I'm waiting for people to drop off me. Like, this nigga's just sitting in his driveway eating chicken. I guess you guys got nothing else to do. Why don't you got no pussy? Put your bitch on the phone. I mean, Presley, I could go down that route, defrag this, but you know what? At the end of the day, unless I got it right early on, doing all that shit, trying a bunch of different shit, it's probably just going to be quicker just to reinstall Windows. The installation doesn't even take long. It's getting from the installation up to date, like the updates to get you from the fresh Windows, which came out when your computer came out. So for me, that'd be like 2018. And then to get like 3 years worth of updates installed. It's not like you do each one, but it takes a long time. I've done it once before with this computer. And it is good. Like once you do it, it's like you got a brand new computer. It runs perfectly, you know? Your hard drive's defragmented. All the shit that slows it down over time is taken care of. But that's why he backs it up too. I'm really good about that. I know, right? Exactly. Well, I mean, for the 100% disc, I think it's multiple things. I mean, I started computer science very briefly before I switched to math, and I know programming slightly. Tibar knows it. Tibar's you're a software engineer, a programmer, right, Tibar? What do you do, Tibar? Yeah, that's a problem with it, right? That's why I say always some kind of cloud. I use Google Drive, something off-site. I mean, you could have a fire, you know, and you could lose a hard drive, or it could get stolen. You just want to be vague. I hear you. Software or hardware, Tibar? Will you say that? Or both? Or is it like a help desk kind of thing? Nice. Okay. I'm thinking help desk. That's cool. Nice. Yeah. I was going down that route. You know what it was? I had to take discrete mathematics. Yeah, I think it was just discrete mathematics. I forget exactly, but Yeah. That's where you have like like you learn basic like computer programming style logic, along with some other things. And it's like computers are discrete as opposed to continuous, right? They store things in um well, so if you have something that's continuous, like something electrical that runs on electricity, there's an infinite number of things between each. You pick two parts of it, like this this voltage or whatever, and this voltage. There's an infinite number of things in there. It's not like a solid step. You go from one to another. That's what discrete is. It's like you have ones and zeros, and you can get more and more close to the more you have. Uh, the more ones and zeros you have, the closer you can get to something being continuous and like representing something continuous, or like my light was on. It's bright as fuck right here. Approximating something continuous. So like that's why, like for example, digital photography gets better with more storage capabilities and things like that. You get better, you get sharper things closer to reality because it's reality being the continuous state. Anyway, a good example is in synthesizers. So if you have something that's like an old Moog from the 60s, it's all electric, it's all circuits, it's all electric, right? But then if you have like a Yamaha DX7 from the 80s, it's a digital synthesizer. So it has computer parts in it that rather than electrical parts. So you're not just, you're putting electricity through a computer, but it's different than in a analog type of device. Like I use a synthesizer as an example. You could, what else would it be? Like a phone, I guess. Those are like an old school phone is kind of analog. The new ones are digital. I don't know. The synthesizer is a good example, but in any case, it's always an approximation. So discrete mathematics is the mathematics of the stepped things, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, rather than like 1.5 and then 1.55, and then there's an infinite number of numbers in there if you want, like the real numbers versus the whole numbers, if you know what that means, which you should if you've been to high school at least. But you have to take this course, discrete mathematics, and for computer science, and I realized this shit's way more interesting. Like the shit that underpins all this, like computer science is ultimately an application, right? And then, but the shit that underpins it, the math, all the other stuff, electrical engineering, if you're talking about the hardware, whatever, that's more interesting to me. So I decided to take math, and that's why I went into math. Sam always like, well, why did you pick something? I didn't pick it because I thought I could do good at it. I was already in a hard major, computer science. I was doing well, so I picked math. I did do pretty well. I had a 3.1 at Rutgers in math. Look it up. That's a good school, good math department. I don't know what my point was. Whatever. Record versus CD, absolutely. So a record player, like, I don't even know how it works. I know it's little ridges, but it's continuous, and yeah, a CD or tape actually versus CD would also be work. It would also do it. It's analog. It's a CD is storing digital information, so same thing. So you're trying to represent music, and the thing about CDs is like the CD quality is the most we would ever need as humans. Like you're not going to hear the difference of being. I mean, maybe, but it's not like the difference between like the level we're at now with CD quality. If we like made it more, we probably wouldn't notice it. Maybe like something with better hearing would. On and off. There you go. Yeah. Discrete is on off, 2 states. Here's the thing. So say you want to represent a color. We've all seen the color numbers, right? They use hexadecimal. You'll see 6 numbers, letters A through F, and then 0 through 9 digits, right? In the hexadecimal system, you'll see it in your computer when you're one of those color picker things in any kind of color program. And so those numbers, what you're representing is a certain amount of the basics, red, green, and blue, or whatever the primary colors are. Yeah, red, green, and blue. So it's to make every color, right? Like you have, well, I guess FF is, I don't know what FF is, but whatever FF is, it's like the highest 2-digit number in the hexadecimal system. F is 15, I think. A is 10, 11, 12, 13, A, B, C, D, E, F. Yeah, F is 15 or 16. I don't know. It's 15 or 16. So that means the first one is 16, and then the next one is 16 times 16, whatever that is, and you add them. So that's what FF is. Anyway, it's like a few hundred. So there's a few hundred variations in each color. You can get between red, green, and blue. And by doing that, we basically can get any color we want, as we see on our computers. HD, like, I don't know about HD, but I think I haven't looked, like if you go in Photoshop or anything similar, and you have a color picker, and you see the 6 digits, hexadecimal, then you're talking about each of the primary colors having, you know, several hundred different variations, and through that, by combining them in different ways, you can get like every color, right? Every colors are continuous. You know, if you have a, like, where does color come from? Like color in light, like in a rainbow or something, it's continuous. It's like, you know, you could infinitely find a slightly different one. You know what I mean? Where in a discrete system like that, what I just described, they're actually discrete. Like there is, this one right here is, you know, is right next to the one that's got one number higher than it right here, or whatever, right? And there's nothing in between them. So it's discrete still, but because it's so big, the number, and can represent so much, it gets to the point where our senses, it might as well not be. So we can live in a digital world where we're looking at pictures on our digital phones, and, you know, using those color pictures in our graphics programs, color pickers in our graphics programs, and it's like we can have every color that exists, but we can't really. I don't know why we got on the conversation. Oh yeah, started talking. How many? We got 13 viewers for continuous versus discrete. Awesome. 255. There you go. Is that what it is? FF is 255. 16 times 16. Let's see, 160 plus 6 times 6. Oh, I can't even do shit in my head. I'll trust you, Tibar. Yeah, this is what I meant. So that's the sample rate. What I was talking about, the quality of CDs, that's a sample rate. You dudes, these two guys know what I'm talking about. Probably others too. Anybody that's done audio production. So the sample rate for the CD is 44.1 or 41.4, 44.1, I think, right? Kilohertz, or 44.1 thousand. What is the, not kilohertz, what's the fucking unit? Samples per second? Is that what it is? Anyway, the point is, at 41,000, there's not going to be the sample rate is more than adequate. That's what Tibar is saying. So you can have the same, so that's for music, right? But you can have the same thing, the way I just described it for colors. You could consider that a sample rate. Like you're sampling what really exists in the world of colors and approximating it. Like, it's easier to talk about with the sound wave, actually. So, okay. So say you have a continuous sound wave, right? Yeah, 44.1. There you go. So say you have a continuous sound wave, and it's like, looks like this, right? And it's like, it's a line, it's a jagged line. And then just consider putting dots on it, evenly spaced dots, to trace that out, like a connect the dots, but you're not actually connecting them, right? Each one of those dots is a sample. Like you're sampling it at a certain point. If you're representing it graphically, time versus amplitude, it's the height. That's the sample. It's the height of it, right? So So if you have just a few dots, like say it goes like this, it goes up, down, and then comes up a little bit again, and then goes down, right? So say you just have a dot here and then one at the peak, or let's say you have like just two dots, or like 3 dots. You have one here where it starts, one here where it ends, and then just in the middle wherever it happens to be, right? That's not a good approximation because you're missing tons. So you put a few more dots in there. Now you get a better approximation, right? But it's still not perfect. You're still missing some shit. So you put a few more dots in there. And each time you put a few more dots in there, that means the sample rate is going up. You're increasing the number of samples per, in this case, unit of time, second or whatever. It would be a second. So if you can picture in your head the dots increasing till you can't tell the difference between the dots and the line because they just mush together. There's so many of them. Then you've reached what would be called an adequate sample rate to represent the phenomenon, in this case, sound, in the digital realm. And yeah, so when you talk CDs, what did we need to achieve to be able to create CDs beyond the like optical technologies? We had to be able to have a storage medium that could store music to the point where the consumer is going to think that's as good quality as anything else, and it'll be a good product to sell, and obviously it is. So we had to get to the point where our technology was able to do that, and then we could have CDs. But before that, we couldn't because it would be too shitty of a quality or too shitty of a representation. Everybody would just buy the record, the analog version. You know what I mean? And they still do. Like these audiophiles, people that really are into music, like these people that buy turntables that aren't like DJs and shit. That not that DJs use vinyl much these days, but that's what they want. They think that CD, you're losing too much. And yeah, there is these little nuances and shit that they do seem to be able to hear. I don't know. To afford the systems and shit where you'd actually hear it, I think you're talking about like the ultra rich, like, or just people that are willing to put a lot of money into their fucking sound system, and we're not talking like out of the reach of most people, I would say. Yeah, it's another way to do it. Like a sine wave is purely analog. I mean, you can picture it getting more and more stared looking, as he's saying, to represent that sine wave. Same thing. You put the dots, the stairs. The dots is just the dots. You can think of it like the dot goes here, and then there's a stair to the next one. That's another way of looking at it. Visualizing what's going on. I did not eat enough today. When you say, what are you talking about? DJ mixing or mixing, like mixing engineer mixing? What do you mean? Because I'm pretty smart. Listen, man, here's the deal. I got a degree in math, which is like the crowning achievement of my brain. And since then, I've been dealing with the fact that I didn't want to be a math teacher, and I, have shittier jobs. And like I've always done in my life, I smoke a lot of weed. I did the whole time I was doing the degree, though, too. Yeah. But I can't like brag about it because I have a shitty job. Kind of how it goes, right? I can do this. I can sit here and impress you guys, right? With my dumb, somewhat, it's not useless knowledge, but All right. I mean, if you guys want to come up, hold up. Let me go to YouTube. Copy it here. Do you guys know how to pay for me to comment in the chat from StreamYard by any chance? I don't think I can. Let me see. More. Oh, the post comment part. Maybe that's it. You think the post comment part would be the part where you comment? Huh. See, I told you I was smart. Fuck, what the fuck? Get out of here. What do you mean? I copied it. Give me the paste. Bitch. Okay, this is gay. What's going on here? There we go. Copy. Copy. Annoying me. Dude. Ugh. Okay, I gotta go to YouTube anyway just because this is being gay. Maybe it won't let you paste links through here. One of the smartest men in the world couldn't do a high-level job. What do you mean? No, I know. No, dude. Trust me. I know. My point is like, for somebody, this is what I was trying to say. For somebody to give me credit for being smart, they have to like hear me. There's people that have been known me for a long ass time that would think I'm a retard because I don't talk like that. Like, I don't know why I'm talking about that shit. It's just I feel like it came up. Why not? Yeah, but like if you tell somebody, yeah, I'm a fucking aerospace engineer. That's all you have to say. Though, oh fuck, he's smart. I have to actually demonstrate it for somebody to think that, and then they can still think like I'm retarded because of my life choices. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, let me go to YouTube. You're not gonna be able to hear me for a minute. I don't know if you'll be able to see me. Maybe I'll turn my camera. I gotta wipe my nose. Ooh. I'll be back in a sec. No, 1 month free. Hi, other Alex. What are you looking at? Go away. I don't know why it does that. Thank you. All right. All welcome if you have teeth. The only requirement to come up here, you got to have a full set of pearly whites. They don't have to be white even. You got to have all your teeth. Mine are pretty white right now because you know what I did? Last time I bleached them, if you're supposed to leave it on for a half hour, right? And you're supposed to like, use a fairly small amount. I took like half the tube, which is probably about twice the amount, and just like filled the tray up fully. So it was like fully gushing with the shit. And this is expensive. This is the stuff from the dentist, not the off the shelf shit. And you're supposed to leave it in for a half hour. And so I put it in all filled up and I left it in. I fell asleep with it. It must have been like an hour and a half probably. And then I took it out. And dude, my teeth were super white, like in one whitening. It was fucking crazy. But I think I took off so much enamel and shit. It's probably really bad for me by doing that. But if you ever like, you know, you got a hot date out of nowhere and you got to get your teeth white real quick, you can do that. Just use like the little tubes that are like that big with the little syringe tubes. Normally that thing I'd use like maybe a fifth of it each time. This I'm using half of it each time. And it, oh my God, it fucking hurts so bad. It burns the fuck out of your mouth, but whatever. No pain, no gain. I gotta wipe my nose again. God damn, what's going on? I think I'm dying of snot loss. What are we talking about here? All the heat from the discrete components. Look at what the drama chicks talk about. They could discuss it. Yeah, I can't deal with it, man. Like Caitlin likes Robbie. Like she's like personal friends with him and shit. But I tried to watch him a bit, and it's just like, dude, it's fucking gay. I mean, beyond that he actually is gay. The I don't mean him. I'm talking in general. Just this one did this and and I know I got the drama with Rev and shit, but it's like, I don't know. That's a bit different. It's more fun. It's more of a fool watching or something than a drama, I think. I mean, there is the dramatic parts, the fights, but RX fluoride. Told you 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, you know what? Maybe they. Yeah, well, I overfill it. Like, this is what I do. You're supposed to, they got like the little indents, right, on each tooth, and you're supposed to put a dot in each indent. I don't do that. I just go straight, not across the bottom, but like across where it's going to be on the front of your teeth, mostly. Like, I just go straight line across the bottom one and then the top one. And it's going to like, you'll feel it on your gums. It's going to gush out. And yeah, it was probably like an hour and a half. But here's the thing, like before that, I was doing like the way they were supposed to for like a week. And like a week's worth of doing it the way they're supposed to wasn't as much of a difference as like that one time doing it like that. Yeah, I think Poon's streaming right now. He's got 17. He's got me beat by 5. I just saw him when I dropped that link. Come on up, guys. You said drop a link. I dropped the link. Here comes the sun. Dun, dun, dun. Where's the Moog at? Moog. Sorry, I said Moog. My bad. I'm not British. British say Moog for some reason. Even though here's the thing. It's a guy's name. His name is Bob Moog. There's a documentary. You can hear him say his own name. His name's Bob Moog. The documentary is called Moog. So British guys, you don't get to rename this guy because you have a different accent. Doesn't mean you get to rename somebody. Now he's Moog. No, fuck you. How insulting. I fucking hate the British. I mean, not all of them, but why'd they do that? I'm sorry. I like you, British. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I know what you meant, but what? I can't picture it. Like, where is the mode? I mean, the Doors used it, right? Of course, I think. They did they got a new Moog now, like a remake of the mini Moog. It's about $4 or $5 grand, and it's like got all the old shit, but then it's got all the new shit too. Not all of it, but it's got like, you know, all the capabilities of MIDI and all that kind of shit. And also like recall functionality for patches. It's pretty badass. They also did it with the Prophet 5. Oh, and the music box, the what's it called? The Bucalo music box. That's stupid though. I wouldn't get that. That thing's like $3 grand. It's just because it's Bucalo. It's so expensive. It's fucking not worth it. The Moog plays the melody instrumental on the song. Okay. I'd have to listen to it again. I'm not the biggest. I really don't like the Beatles, dude. But I know it's like sacrilege. I just don't. I gotta listen to it though. That is interesting. Do cows mow or moo? They moo. What do you mean? Oh, moog or moog? Well, I mean, I don't understand your point though, because his name is Moog. I mean, yeah. No, that's an umlaut goes good. So an umlaut, a good example of an umlaut is the mathematician Gödel, and his name is G-O with the umlaut D-E-L, and you go Gödel. That's how you're supposed to say it. Gödel. What's another umlaut word? Moog, Moog. Well, how would you say it if it was an umlaut? Gödel, Moog, Moog. I don't know. Is it a German name? What kind of name is that anyway? The melody part on Abbey Road. Yeah, I can't really Mo. Yeah, Mo. That's what I'm saying. MOE, that's how you say it. Mo. Waiting for nigger to come up. I figured you wanted to come up, requester of the link. Guess not. I just want to put up Alex's fight face and look at it. Yep, every time. Yeah, ARP 2600, man. Here's the thing about the ARP 2600 that's why it's so awesome, other than the sounds. The ARP 2600, it's a modular synthesizer, which means you can take patch cables and basically create the architecture of the synth, like what goes where, like in what order. Infinite, like it's open. You can do whatever you want with it, right? Versus like a fixed synthesizer, like a Moog is fixed, a mini Moog that is fixed. It has your 3 oscillators, and then it has your a little bit of noise and what do you call that? A feedback thing in the middle. And then it's got your filters being affected by the envelope, and then into the amp being affected by the amp envelope. And that's your classic kind of configuration of a synth: oscillator, filter, amp. With a modular, you could go any order you want. Well, you got to start with your oscillator to get a sound, but then you could go any order you want. You don't want a filter, you could skip it rather than just keeping it open. If it was a fixed and you didn't want your filter, you just keep it all the way open. The modular, you could just skip it. You don't have it at all. But like, so there's 2 different kinds of synths: fixed and modular, right? And there still is. As far as like the general approach to designing them, and an early modular system was made by Moog. It was the Moog modular system, which you can still buy it today. I looked on Sweetwater. I believe it's about several tens of thousands. I don't remember. You could look it up. They're very hard to find, but you can find them sometimes because they're not made anymore. I don't think so. Well, no, they're not. They're all old. They're all made. They're not in production anymore. But they're probably $30,000-$40,000, something like that, and it takes up an entire wall of a room. Anyway, the early one was. If you want to see one, well, you can look. There's a bunch of videos on YouTube. I actually thought I used to watch I watched this guy called Junkie XL. He's like a famous scoring guy. He did the score for Mad Max. And he's got a big ass modular system, and forever I thought it was a Moog modular system because it looks like one, but it turns out it's not. It just it has the same kind of aesthetic to it, but it's something else, something like something more modern, and I believe, or maybe he has both. I don't remember. In any case, you can see him online. It's pretty interesting. But my original point was about the ARP 2600. So you had your modular synths, you had your fixed synths. Well, the genius of the ARP 2600 was that it was both. So what that means is you had a fixed layout and fixed connections, so you could just start using it without using any patch cables, and the way you would a mini Moog. But it also had the ability to have patch cables. So what you could do is, if you put a patch cable in something, it would override the preset functionality of it. So, like for example, like, okay, so for the default oscillator, I think for like oscillator 1, the default is a saw, and then oscillator 2, I believe, is a pulse, and then 3 is also a pulse. So if you have your 3 oscillator levels, so if you push them up without any cables, your first is going to be a saw, your second is going to be a pulse, etc. But if you use a cable, you can go into your sine or your triangle or some other kind of waveform and put that in there, and then that'll be your waveform because you overrode the default. And also the order of things, like you can, you know, I don't know. Well, there's a chorus in there, right? So you could put your chorus maybe after your filter rather than before your filter, or something like that. Rather than, like, the way it would be routed by default would be after. Well, yeah. I don't know. The point is, you can arrange things however you want, or because it's modular, or it can have a fixed arrangement for the person that isn't into that or wants something a bit simpler. And it's, as far as I know, the only synth. I mean, there's been other synths like Behringers, like more modern things that do that. But of the classics, like most of the classics being like from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, it's the only one I can think of that's like that, the ARP 2600. Maybe the later ARP, I forget what that was called. The ARP was used a lot. The 2600 was used. What the fuck was that guy's name? I can't remember. Anyway, it was used a lot. It was used by Pink Floyd, I believe. It was definitely used by David Bowie. It was used a lot in the early 70s. I don't know. Help me out, Monroe, or somebody. There you go. Stevie Wonder, Pete Townsend. That's the Who. Yeah. So the Beatles. That's true. They did a lot of like things that we do today digitally with tape, like delays, like flanging kind of effects, like whooshy, like how would you describe flanging? What's an example? They don't use it much. Like, I mean, it's used in electronic music, but like in popular music, I don't know. But anyway, they used the Beatles were very into experimenting with tape, and there was a type of music called music concrete back in the day, which was like an early I don't want to say electronic. I don't know that much about it. I just remember that there was a lot of tape manipulation involved in that too, like cutting tape and literally, you know, taking a razor and cutting it in order to have some kind of creative effect. I don't know. It's pretty interesting, like when you're thinking about, you know, people recording, playing an instrument in the studio versus something like that. You know, it gets pretty creative and away from, you know, the original, like playing something that, but then taking the recording and then manipulating the recording is quite a different thing. I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah, that was I knew more about this like 5 years ago. So I have like vague memories of the early effects, if you will, like what we use effects boxes for today, and delays and reverbs, just all that shit, like how they did it back in the day, like chamber reverbs, for example, which they still use. I'll wipe my nose again. Just very creative and cool, like the first people to come up with this shit, you know. Okay, yeah. It like flanging, and that would be more of a vocal effect. Yeah, it's like a trippy kind of effect. It's like a like if you wanted to have like an effect in a movie of somebody tripping, you might do something like that, like audio wise, and you know, visually you might have some tracers they're seeing. You know what I mean? There we go. Is that Feeding My Frankenstein? Is that what that's? Edgar Winter. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Presley. That's sort of a different discussion. So that's like recording. So that's basically the analog versus digital discussion is what that pertains to. And I'm saying she says Jack White uses tape too, he says. So what that means is he just wants everything analog, right? So like the whole process getting to the tape. So, you know, there's no digital anything in between, digital effects, etc. It'd be all analog shit, like everything, you know, his effects boxes, whatever. Because if it isn't, then you're fucking up the analog chain before you get to the recording thing. You're inserting some digitalness into your analog, which you don't want to do because you're trying to get it. If you're recording to tape, that's the end of it. Then you're keeping it analog the whole way. A lot of times they'd get it, you know, analog. Like you might have it all the way until the final thing, and you're going to record it to some kind of digital format. And at the end of it, you end up, you know, losing fidelity because you go from analog to digital. But that's basically what he's doing. Jack White's like, I want to keep it as pure as possible. So I just and he's right. That is gonna. It's like it's the ultimate sample rate, if you will. Like it's never going to be outdone. So yeah, that's how they used to record all the time. Tape. I think they still probably do for. I don't know. I don't want to speak on it because I honestly don't know. But that's what he's talking about: recording to tape as opposed to digitally. Dave Grohl did a thing that show Sound City. The drums were flanged. What? That must sound weird. I always want to go like try and see what the fuck that even sounds like. Like what drums? Like it's like all of them? Just the whole set? Yeah, I guess so, right? Because I think back then they pretty much recorded the whole set. Like now, if you record a drum set, you know, not every drum has a mic, but like a lot of them do. Like the bass drum will probably have two mics on it, probably one inside of it and one outside. There's going to be one dedicated to the snare. You have like one for your overheads usually. I'll speak on that, Monroe. I think you know more, right? But I don't think they mic drums the same. I think they used to just mic the whole, like one mic catching the whole set rather than the individuals. I could be wrong. Back in the day, I'm talking about like '67. When he's talking about the Small Faces. Who was Glenn Johnson's on the Small Faces? Where did I hear the Small Faces? I mean, were they on the Trainspotting soundtrack? I mean, I know I've heard it as the influence for a lot of bands before. Paul is dead, yeah. You a fan of Oberheim since the Super? Yeah, yes, absolutely. Um, I have an Arturia. You know, what do you call it? What do you call it when you make a software, an emulation? Is an emulation when it's software? I think it has to be. I don't know. I have the Arturia version of the Oberheim. What is it? You know, the one that has like some people buy like 5 of them, so they have all the oscillators they need. What's that thing called? The white one? I mean, they're all white. Um, it's got like uh, it's got two oscillators and a sub. Um, I think it's got 2 different filters that are in serial, I believe. And then like you go the filter types are variable, like continuously variable from like you get band, high pass, and low pass by turning. I think is that the filter type or the the wave type, or maybe both. I don't know. Is the wave type continuous, or does it snap between the waves like distinctly? I forget. That white one though, I know what you're talking about. Always using a fucking alt, dude. I don't even know how to address you. This guy right here. Yeah. You know what's cool about that? The one that I'm thinking of is the effects, the built-in effects. The chorus is really nice on that. But this is I'm talking about the Arturia. I'm not talking about the fucking actual thing, because if I could get a hold of that, the actual thing would cost a lot of money for those who don't know, because it hasn't been in production since the 70s. So however many exist on the planet, that's how many exist on the planet. And the more popular EDM gets, etc., and production and all that, the more expensive these things get. Yeah, Oberheims are badass for sure. Fat as fuck, very fat sounding. Okay, what's this? I like these comments are good. You guys are cool. I like you. I think he played back the tape while he was playing to make it echoey, or okay, he's like played it back, like recorded it, played it back and recorded it again while he's playing. Yeah. That's weird. I could see that, I guess. Yeah. I don't know. Usually if you want an echo, you just, use a reverb, or an echo, you'd use a delay, but you do it while you're recording it usually. Like that, the echo or the reverb would be prior to the tape in the signal chain. You had to know how to tune them. Yeah, that's the problem with any kind of analog synth, is the oscillators being out of tune. I know of it. Like I think more recent ones are probably a lot more stable, but the old ones, yeah, they most of them do that. You got to retune them. Yeah, I think that was an issue with Moogs and everything back then. I mean, I don't know, but which meant and multimeter oscilloscope. Oscilloscope for what? That's looking at the waveform. What, to tune it? Oh, okay, yeah, you're right, yeah. Because like how many are in a given area is the pitch. So yeah, you're right. No shit. I never even thought about that, using an oscilloscope to tune. See, that's the thing. I don't play anything like you guys play. Like I got into this at about age 30, maybe. I got a copy of Fruity Loop 6, and I've been learning ever since. But I can play keyboard slightly, like anybody that fucks around with this shit, but just with one hand, shittily, Okay, gated drums are badass. Here's the deal. If anybody wants to know like why the drums in like 70s, 60s tracks versus like 80s and beyond, like 80s was the era of like learning how to fucking produce drums. So there's this thing called Thunder drums. I believe Tommy Lee. I don't know. I've heard it associated with Tommy Lee, but in any case, here's what you do, right? Well, a gated snare. This is what a gated snare is. So, well, here's what a gate is. A gate is a noise gate, and a noise gate. The original purpose of a noise gate is because when you're dealing with analog, there's this thing called a noise floor, and it's the hum of all the analog gear when you're not doing anything, and it's just this. There's this noise floor. So when you're not playing, it's still not silent. Think about a refrigerator running or something. Like it's it's just a constant noise like that, right? But it's very low. So a noise gate was designed to basically shut off allowing the sound through, so you wouldn't hear it to the speakers or whatever, below a certain volume. So if your rumble from your equipment, your noise floor is, you know, say the volume's here and your instruments are up here. If you set your noise gate down here, then it's going to cut out the rumble but let your instruments through, right? So that's what a noise gate is. It's the thing that lets through the sound based on the volume. Or not, or it shuts it off based on the volume, I should say. When it drops too low, it shuts it off. That's the original purpose, and that's the like non-creative use of it. But people started to use it creatively, and one of those creative uses was in I guess you do it live too, but in drums, in the signal chain of drums, let's like you take a snare drum, and then you put the snare through a reverb unit, and you put behind the reverb unit a noise gate. And the idea is usually when you hit a reverb, it's like, and it rings out for a bit. But the idea is you want to chop it off right away. You want to hit it so the drum hits there and it has this like reverb that's like sitting right on the hit rather than like afterwards, you know? So the way you do that is by putting a noise gate after it. So you think of the reverb's tail like looking like this, like until it goes to silence. And like if you think of it, if you set the noise gate, like here's where it starts. If you set the noise gate right here, it's going to chop it off right here, right? So there's no tail, so it silences itself quicker. And what that does is it gives it this bigness, this like, you know, this big, like fucking big ass hit. But it doesn't ring out, which you wouldn't want with drums because they're sharp and percussive and you want it to be a hit and then it's over and then other noises get through. You don't want it like mushing up your fucking, your mix, you know? So by gating your snare like that, you get these big ass sounding drums in the 80s. And not just this, they did shit with the kick too. I don't know. But it wasn't gated related. The way they got the thunder drums of the kick, I'm not sure about that. That might be miking. I don't know. I do, man. I love music. This is the thing, Tibar, this is the thing about reinstalling. Like, ever since I started streaming, I've been doing production less and less, but I used to do it all the time. Like, I love fucking music. Like, and when I say production, I've made a couple full songs, not originals, remixes, but for the most part, I just like making sounds, making a little loop and moving on. And the end result of it is a synthesizer patch. That's, you know, not a song or something. And that's what I like doing. That's like my hobby. It's been my hobby for years. But ever since I started doing this shit, meaning YouTube, this is what I do during my free time. It's like so much less productive. I really should get back to that. I like this right here. It's good. But like all this fighting bullshit, all this drama. I'm not going to be doing that too much. I know you guys love watching me fight. I don't blame you. Undefeated. But I'm certainly not going to be trying to make any inorganic fights. If they happen, they happen. But yeah, I used to do that shit a lot. And if I uninstall Windows, that's the biggest thing, is getting all my music software back up and running. And it literally will take like 2 days. I'm not even joking. I mean, okay, not me constantly doing stuff like you're sitting there for hours while it installs and then updates and all that shit. But you know, it'll be like 2 days before it's done. All right, so here's some gating you guys know about thunder drums at all? Like how they got the kick to sound like that? I'd like to hear it because I might have known it sometime, but I forgot. All right, so gating was actually done first on a Peter Gabriel record, Security, and done by producer Hugh Padgham. Phil played on that record and later made the sound famous with the full In the Air Tonight. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's a great example. Think of In the Air Tonight or any Phil. Well, yeah, that's got the famous. Yeah. Mike Tyson punches the guy, right? So think about the famous drum loop from that song. Everybody knows it. And those drums, there's an example. You know what? Toms also. What I just described about snares, do the same shit with toms. Yeah. That's toms in that. Yeah. Am I wrong, Monroe? the toms are getting the same treatment I described on the snare and that Phil Collins in the air tonight, correct? I believe so. Yeah, I think so, Tibar. I mean, it's got to be. How do you record toms? Just, hey, you gotta have separate mics because one's on the floor. I guess your mids and your highs are near each other. They might have like a mixed mic. I don't know. On Phil's vocals? What do you mean? Like a gated reverb? Hmm. Oh, okay. So the overhead mic gets the toms. Yeah. So the overhead is like up at the front of the set, and it gets your hats, your cymbal. Well, not your hats. Your other cymbals up the front. Your splash or crash or whatever. Your hat's over here. I guess your hat has its own mic, right? You'd mic your snare and your hat and your kick all have their own mics, correct? Okay, yeah. Floor tom has a mic. Yeah, yeah. It would have to because it's on the floor. You know, like your overhead's not going to pick that up. They put a mic inside each tom. Okay, yeah. That's the thing they do with the kick is to stick a mic inside of it. You know what? The program Studio Drummer from Native Instruments. It's a what is that? Rapper. What's it called? Uh, what's their sampler called? I don't know. Not sampler. What the fuck? Okay, you guys know Studio Drummer or Abbey Road Drummer from Native Instruments. What's the main program that is? It's like in Native Instruments. You know what I'm talking about? Anyway, whatever. If you get Studio Drummer or Abbey Road Drummer or any of those things from Native Instruments, like it's the shit. As far as like the different ways you can. Well, first of all, visually, you see the drum kit, which is cool because you learn about it. I didn't know shit about drums really, other than the drums you use in electronica, like kick, snare, bass. I mean, kick, snare, bass, kick, snare, and hats, and clap. Uh, but that program is fucking so badass because you like it hits each drum as you're playing it, so like you can see it, like you know, like see what's being hit, and visually it looks so cool. And you can like move where the mics are, like you could have your mic inside the bass or bass drum, or kick drum, same thing, or outside, and you mix them. It has a section to mix them, and you could put all these like effects on inside of it. You know, not outside of the program in your DAW, but like inside of it. I don't know. It's fucking awesome. Like as far as drums go, I would never want to not have that again now that I've had it. Especially like hats and shit like that, and I don't know, like shakers, little things that are less like tambourine, things like that. It's really great for it. Although I do like I use battery a lot because like if you want like 909s or 808s or whatever, like you know, drum machine kind of drum, not real drums, synthetic drum. What do you call it? Electronic drums. But the cool thing about battery is like you can record out individual samples from like something like that, like Studio Drummer, or I make my own. One of my favorite things to do, like sound design wise, is to make drums. They're fairly easy. It depends on what it is, but like kicks and snares are fairly easy. Although snares, there's like, well, both of them. There's like an infinite amount of variation. You can get really detailed and try and make patches where you have like a bunch of macros. So each patch you can get a bunch of variations within that patch using the macros. But I really like to make my own kicks, especially, and snares also. rather than going and grabbing like a 909 sample. Like I would grab it and then I would look at it in a look at the waveform and try and see what's going on as best I can, try and listen to what's going on as best I can, then try and replicate it. That's like a good sound design project. And hats can be fun too. You can try to make your own hats. It's weird though. You know what actually is usually some the things that I've made that I've like synthetically like that sound better than most samples I've made is claps. Like you can make some really cool sounding claps. And the key is to like well, first of all, the amp envelope has to have the clap look. Like you have these little impulses at the front of it. That makes a huge difference. So you know you want to have a envelope you can draw like that, like in Citrus, or not Citrus. What's the Steve Duda one? Serum. In Serum, you use like an LFO as an envelope where you can draw the little impulses, and then you put noise through it. And then the key part though is after that, after the noise through the amp envelope, you make it go through an EQ probably, or whatever, if you have a notch filter, but I use an EQ. And you create like two parts of it, and they come together at about, I don't know, 2000 to 3000 hertz, something like that. But there's a gap, and I don't know why, but if you make that gap there, like, and you just move it around like this notch, you get all these different clap sounds, and it's I find it to be like they usually sound better than what you get in a sample pack, or what you get like the claps in the studio drummer, for example. Like, you know, they don't sound anywhere near as good. So like when you're making it, that's what, like I'll do the kicks and snares because it's like a sound design project. I could probably find something that sounds good or better, you know, if I just took something else. But the claps, like you actually making it yourself, it does usually actually sound better for whatever reason. And you can do something similar to get hats, although it's not going to sound as good. They'll sound synthetic. You just use the noises up a lot higher, you know, about 10,000-ish. And same kind of thing though. You just don't have the impulses on the amp envelope. You just have like a regular like a regular hat envelope that looks like this. I'm drawing a blank on what you call that. It's got a name. But you do that, and then it's the same kind of thing. You cut out all the lower noise, and then you can, if you can't, obviously you can't tune a hat. That doesn't make any sense. But you can do like a little boost at a certain frequency in the key of your track if you want. And I don't know, for some reason that seems to make it sit better. It's kind of like quote unquote tuning a hat, if you will. It's weird. I don't like to hear too much hi-hat. Yeah, that's the thing. That's a problem with modern music, man. It's so irritating with how loud the hats are and just how prominent they are in hip hop. It's just like that constant ticking, dude. It fucking drives me nuts. But I love hats when they're used like nicely, you know. Like what is that called? Like it's like almost like that military drumming when they're like, you know? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's the shit. The sizzle. I love that shit. And being able to play it like that must be so fucking hard to like get your wrist to just do that little. Must be so fucking hard. You laughing at my noises? You're trying to figure out how to say it in words. Yeah, one thing I've never fucked with is vocals. I mean, I once took a single hook that was covered. It wasn't the original guy from what's it called? Splice. Is that what it is? You know, the place where you get all that shit. I think it was Splice. Yeah, I don't know. I've just never worked with vocals. I liked it. I was like, oh shit, it's so much easier. You've got this thing to cover like your melodic parts. You're just focusing on the rest. Well, at least I was in that situation. Uh, oh yeah. Um, Let me think. Do I agree with you? I mean, it's either that or 909, right? Lin drums are pretty good though. Uh, okay, for the bass, yeah. For the kick, yes, of course. Um, Although it's hard to work with, so fucking boomy. Mm, no, I would say the 909 snare is definitely better. Um, yeah, I don't know. It's one or the other, probably, at least for me. Well, you have a room mic also. I mean, so you've got your overheads, right? But then just somewhere in front of the drum set in general, you're going to have your room mic, like just on the floor or whatever. I saw Steve Albini doing it in his Chicago studio. It was on YouTube. Good video. You could watch it. Just look up like Steve Albini studio tour. It's fairly recent. It's fucking great. But they show him miking drums, and yeah, his room mic. He walks about maybe 10 feet in front of the set and just literally just threw it. And literally just dropped it. I was like, just fucking threw that thing like onto carpet, but still, it's like, god damn, let me see a sturdy mic. Like what the fuck. Um, but yeah, that's like the room mic is the overall. The room mic's the like what they would have done in the old days, where they just record the entire set basically, but they would have put it closer, I guess. But like here's the thing about the thing I was talking about, Studio Drummer, that Native Instruments thing. They have all that. Like they have the room mic and stuff, and you can like you can adjust the volume of each individual mic. And so like I realize like in drum, like when you're like people that are recording real drums, the room mic is their reverb essentially. It's like this reverb that's already got your drums recorded in it, but I don't know, it's weird. Like that's how I used it in Studio Drummer. Like I would just use it like the reverb basically. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like this far away echoey thing, the room mic. All right, here we go. Yeah, okay, well here's the thing. The 909 kick is like quintessential. It's in most electronic music, trance music especially. It like became you had to have a 909 kick. Uh, it's probably used a lot more in most genres of like house music. If that's even what they call it these days. I'm gonna date myself, but I don't know. I like the 909 kick. I do. It's for those who don't know, it's nowhere near as deep as an 808. An 808 is 49 hertz, which is a G, like a low G. Um, and a 909 is more like you're hearing the like 80 to 100 part more. Like that's what you hear. It's like a more high, less boomy, more punchy kind of kick. I don't know what punchy. Yeah, probably if it's higher up. I don't know. I like them both. They're different. Alex, highlight my statement. Which one? The one I did? Yeah, all right. Yeah, Lindrum's badass. Uh, Lindrum came out like about 3 or 4 years before the 808. It was like really early. I think 1981 maybe. One of the first drum machines. It might have even been the late 70s. But yeah, Lindrum is really sought after by a lot of people. Like the Lindrum. Um, for those who don't know, the 808 is basically like you hear it these days used in a different context. They say, "What's your 808s? Hey, how do you make 808s?" And it's like, I guess I don't know where it started. Trap, I don't know. Some shitty recent genre of hip hop started using the term 808 to just in a general way mean a low extended sine wave, essentially. A big low boom. But the reason they say that is because they're referencing the kick drum of the 808 drum machine, which is what they're sort of trying. They're not trying to create that. They're trying to create new versions of that are the same kind of thing, though. Still a low boomy bass. So that's why they call it an 808. But what's the song? When did they say 808 in a Black Eyed Peas song? What song is that? In any case, they were talking about the drum machine. That was before this recent fad of it. So when you hear the 808 reference in whatever Black Eyed Peas song that was, they're talking about the actual drum machine. That was like the late 2000s. So that's still what it meant then. This new version is like since like, I don't know, early 2010s, whenever trap started being a thing. Yeah, well, that's the problem these days. They mix them way too high. I saw a whole video by Rick Beato about it. And he went and listened to the latest. He went and listened to the latest #1 hit. It was like some what's her name song? What's that bitch? Ariana Grande. It was just like the ticking hi-hat was so fucking irritating. He was right. It was like, where'd my vape go? Just kidding. George Floyd. Oh, where is it? God damn it. Sitting on it? This is no good. I know I had it. I showed it to you guys. Ah, thank God. Can't believe fucking 10 people want to hear about this shit. Is Aussie Outhouse, Aussie Outlaw? Let's see, no, unless he's using words. I would never out anybody for any of their shit. You just gotta figure it out for yourself, Presley. No offense. Yeah, 808 was the key of. I mean, they love the 808. The 808 was like the key of hip hop. It was all hip hop used 808 drums in the 90s for sure. And the other thing they used was the sample of not the funky drummer. What's the other one? Not funky drummer. Who's the other famous drum sample? Ooh, there's a raccoon. Ooh, he's a big motherfucker. Ooh, there's a bunch of. Ooh, there's 2 of them. Cool. Wonder if they were in my trash. What were they up to? I think they came out of where my place is. They might have been eating my garbage. It's supposed to be taken by the garbage man. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So there's a couple famous like drum loops that are used. Like, so the funky drummer is this drum loop from. Oh no, it is funky drummer. Yeah. Okay, here's the deal. So there's a famous drum loop called the Amen break, and that Amen break is the basis of jungle drum and bass. Same thing. Like that genre of music, it all has the Amen break drums, or else it's not that genre of music. Basically, I think that's how it works anyway. It used to be that way. And the Amen break was from this weird kind of not that popular song called something Amen. I don't even remember what it's called or who sings it. Anyway, that was the basis of a whole genre of music. Now, there's another famous drum loop called Funky Drummer. And Funky Drummer, I believe, was Clyde Stubblefield. Am I correct about that? I don't know. I think it's who's Funky Drummer? Tell me, Monroe. Who's Funky Drummer? Anyway, I'll talk about it. Rev is about to go live and expose a love letter I wrote to Nicole. Okay, I see. Rush. Okay. All right, man. Now you're showing yourself. I like it. I didn't know what she was referring to. I didn't even see that it came up. Yeah, dude, I can't. I'm not. I don't care. Fuck Rev. That is funny. Report back to me, please. I can't watch him though. Don't care. I mean, I do. Yeah, Clyde. Okay, yeah. Funky drummer is Clyde Stubblefield. Okay. So, funky drummer, Clyde Stubblefield, James Brown's drummer. That I don't know if it must have been a particular loop from a particular song, but it's the basis of so much hip hop drums from the early or from the 80s and 90s, right? And it's referenced in some song. Goes, I got the funky drummer playing. What the fuck is that? It's either an NWA song or a Public Enemy song. I don't know. It's either Public Enemy or NWA, but one of the lines is "I got the funky drummer playing," and that's what he's talking about. He's talking about the loop that's used uh, in hip hop production back in the day, more than anything else. But they did use the 808 a lot, just program their own drums. Probably circuit bend them and shit to use it not just for the drums or for the extended bass, like because they've been doing that shit since the early 90s, where you'd have a car like just a car just for bass. Yeah, for those who don't know, this is the love letter, guys. It probably doesn't exist. Papa Don't Take No Mess. Is that the name of the song? Clyde? Dude. He would be the richest guy in the music industry if he got royalties for that. I mean, he should, maybe he does. Maybe he's always had. I mean, you would think. Like everybody knows it's him. It's weird when like famous guys try to get away with, not paying for samples or yeah, there you go. So this is what she's talking. I think you're talking about. I asked what loop was the drum of Funky Drummer from, and this is what I think it is. James Brown, Papa Don't Take No Mess. Thank you, Presley. Yeah, that sucks, man. And the Amen break. I mean, not that jungle or drum and bass. It's jungle. It has been called jungle since '97, but drum and bass, like, not that that's like huge, but if they had to pay royalties to the funky drummer guy, holy fuck, would he be rich? And like as it is, that was not a huge song. It was in the '60s when they didn't pay anyone anyway, or the '70s maybe. Um, yeah, me too, Presley. That's what I'm trying to do. I slept like all day because I didn't sleep the day before. And then today I just slept. I was just like dealing with bullshit, then sleeping, then dealing with bullshit, then sleeping. Bullshit was my fault, by the way, if you're watching. But I'm sure he did, man. I saw James Brown in Lincoln Park in Chicago at 4th of July, and it was probably, if I were to guess, 1989, maybe 1990. I was a little kid. We lived in St. Louis at the time. We went to Chicago in the summertime and at 4th of July time, and James Brown was playing. It's free. It's fucking cool. So I've seen James Brown in concert. What about you, motherfuckers? But you haven't. Yeah, I like drum and bass too. I like more modern drum and bass than the old shit, like Seven Lions and shit. Like I like that shit. It's good. um, it's gotten a lot more melodic. That's why I like the more melodic stuff. Um, Cold Sweat. Okay. I think she's talking about that's the song with the loop, maybe. Cool. Drum and bass is inspired by samplers. Well, yeah, I mean, a lot of it was like you're talking like a Kai, old school samplers. Yeah. You know, some people still produce using that shit just because the process it forces you into. You know, I mean, a lot of people do that in different ways. Like guys that you know don't want to work in the computer at all and can afford a fucking room full of synths. Um, although typically you're gonna have a computer in there somewhere, but there's guys that don't. See them on YouTube. Um, I love watching those like those videos where guys show you their shit, like their studio. Like not like I mean it's cool seeing a famous studio. Like go look at the one with Noisia. They got speakers that are suspended in water. I think it's water, some kind of liquid. I assume it's water. They're suspended in water so that like literally like I guess the problem is when you have a speaker sitting on something, like some of the sound is going into whatever it's sitting on and it's like taking away from what it's putting out. So I don't know exactly or even vaguely, but for some reason they got speakers like suspended in water. They're so badass. This thing looks like a spaceship. So that kind of shit's cool. Seeing like a big ass act like Noisia, or even Deadmau5. You can go look at Deadmau5's studio. It's like insane, like the one he's got now. But you can look at the ones he had like when he's much younger, and it's pretty interesting too. But like I like seeing people that are sort of like lower level, but like you know rich enough to have a few toys. Like that's interesting. Um, and see their setup, and some of them do still you know record to a task cam or something. Like they don't have a computer in there. John Bonham was one of the most imitated drum sounds as one listened to. Yeah. I know, right, Tabar? It makes you like envious for sure. Although I wouldn't know what to do with it, you know. I've always just worked on the computer. The only hardware I have is a MIDI controller, literally in my fucking headphones. I mix on headphones too. I've monitor, well, not good monitor headphones. I have some Audio Technica. I don't know what the ones everybody has. They're like 150 bucks. They're not great. I mean, they are great but they're not. You know. Um. Okay. So that's what it. So he's saying yes, it does. I think he's referring to the thing it's sitting on somehow affecting the quality of the sound, like taking the sound away. So you suspend them, and it doesn't. But for some reason, these are suspended in water. I don't know why. Like that's even better. Yeah. You guys like Noisia? I love Noisia. They're pretty fucking badass. I love that video where they're in like a car junkyard, and there's that like thing following that chick, or that kid or something. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen it. I gotta go look that up. It's just great. Noisia rules. I forgot Noisia existed. You know what, Tibar? If you do want like something to fuck with, get a um what's the one they just made? Oh, I don't even remember. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. There's some cool new drum machine that has all that shit. It's like an emulation of not a Lindrum. I don't know if it's a specific one, like trying to imitate a specific one fully, or it has like I don't know. Never mind. Oh yeah, what's the company that makes that shit these days? Like all the. I think Arturia has one like that. I don't know. I don't buy hardware, dude, but I did see somebody with this showing a drum machine. Hot in here now. It was only about somewhere between $500 and $1,000, and it looked like it would be pretty fun to play with. Like if you were so inclined, I would never do that, but if ever, I think you have some synthesizers and stuff, some hardware, so yeah, why not? It would be fun to fuck with it live, I guess. Prince had two what lens? Yeah, yeah. That's the art of mixing. Is like you got to mix one product that's going to be played on so many different types of systems, and uh, so in the for example, like listening to something through your phone's speakers, not through the headphones, but through the phone speakers, um, or your laptop speakers, you're not hearing anything under 100 hertz. You're not hearing the bass, basically. Like you hear the upper parts of the bass, but you're not going to hear the bass. So yeah, you've got to, when you're mixing the track, you got to think about what's the person listening that's experience going to be, and so you got to focus on your highs and things they can hear. Yet at the same time, make it interesting enough for the people that can hear all the bass and hear it in the ultimate fidelity because they got one of those, fully analog amazing systems or whatever to play it back on. Well, it wouldn't matter if you're talking most things, but if it's recorded non-analog, it wouldn't really matter with it. But yeah, that's a good point. It's you have to make it sound good on so many different things. It's not easy. Especially like when you start doing this production stuff, at least for me, I think most people, like, you find the bass to be like the easier stuff to program, and it's also the most fun, like to listen to. So you end up making like little loops and shit or whatever, in a full track or whatever you're doing, however much you go before you scrap something and move on. And you find it just sounds good on what you did it on, nothing else. Like you try to listen to it in your car, it sounds like shit, etc. Anyway, good point, Tebar. Yeah, I think people probably still do. I mean, but there's a big difference between listening on your car stereo and then listening. I think the ultimate, because your car stereo has bass, I think, but the ultimate test is probably, I don't think you should make music so it sounds good on your fucking, like I just described, on your phone or your laptop, because having an expectation for somebody on their phone to actually put the headphones in so you can hear the bass, or the same on a laptop, I don't think that's too much. But yeah, it should be able to sound good on your typical like awesome car, just your stock factory stereo system in your car. It should be able to sound good, and that is a good test, I would say, for sure. Yeah, exactly. So listen, okay, I think you meant you have to have the room, the space wise, but I took it differently at first, and I'm going to talk about that. So I think he's saying the problem with real, you have to have the room, meaning it takes up room in your place. The other thing is, though, you have to have your room treated. You have to have like it set up to be recorded in with all the considerations of that, meaning bass traps and those the sound squares on the wall, all that kind of shit. And you got to know, like, And that's really difficult to do. Like you gotta get into like measuring, oh, this frequency wave, is the room wide enough for this before it hits the wall? Like it's fucking weird. Like I don't even know how to get into that. So that's a whole other consideration when you're outside of the computer, is the fact that if you're recording from within your space, your room, um, or you're just monitoring on your computer in your room for that, yeah, actually, I think it's more of an issue of monitoring, because if you did just have all hardware, and ultimately it's going into your computer, uh, if you were monitoring with headphones like I do, I don't think it would be an issue. Is that possible, Tibar? Am I misunderstanding? Listen, here's the thing. If you had an old synth, like that didn't have any MIDI capabilities, you would have to put a mic near it and, something along those lines, like get a speaker with it and then mic the speaker or whatever. And in that case, yeah, it would matter in the recording, like how your room is treated. But if you're just listening on headphones and you're using, and everything's going into the computer because it's, modern, then I don't think it would matter. So it's more an issue of like if you're going to monitor on speakers or on your headphones. And if you're going to monitor on speakers, then yeah, you need to treat your room and do everything I just said. Like think about, where you sit compared to the speaker, so you're right in the middle. Are the bass waves too long for your tiny ass room, kind of thing? I'm starting to ramble. My bad. Yeah. Yeah, it's the thing. You see, like when I was talking about these YouTube tours, where they show you their studios, it's like that's what I'm always like, oh man, look at how much, like you see the sound uh proofing stuff and how they got their monitors set up, and like there's chairs right in the middle, and like it just seems like, wow, that's a lot of work. And you got to have the right space, you got to live in the right kind of place, you got to have neighbors that aren't going to be too annoyed. Somebody like me, bum ass motherfucker living in an apartment, I don't even have that option. Not that I've ever wanted to. I love listening on headphones. I don't know, I don't think it fucks it up either, because it's like they're pretty good, these when I say monitor headphones, what that means is like there's no, at least there's supposed to be no curve in the EQ. So like, for example, like Beats, Dr. Dre Beats headphones, they got a big bump in the bass. So if you were to mix, so say this is the bass, and then this is the rest. If you were to mix using Beats, your bass is gonna be fucked up because it's being misrepresented by your headphones. It's being, you're hearing the bass louder than it really is because of your headphones. So your mixing is going to be fucked up. So you want to have it all flat. So studio monitor headphones, these Audio Technica, that's like the cheaper ones. There's Sony ones that are studio monitor that are pretty cheap. They're where's my vape? I thought it was a cup. They're necessary for mixing properly, but I think once you have that, like, I don't think you need the monitors really, the physical monitor, the speaker monitors, external monitors, whatever you call them. I wondered today if I soundproof my living room, would the sound absorb too much and sound flat? What do you think, Tibar? It's not really that it, here's what it is, Presley. You're trying to get it from going to your neighbor, right? It's not really so much that it's, I mean, yeah, it prevents it from bouncing back at you a certain amount too, but mainly it stops it from traveling through your walls to beyond. The experience of the person in the room I don't think is going to be any different. So I think the answer is no. I don't think so. Your neighbors are just going to like you more. Yeah, you should then. You should, especially if you play an instrument or something. You just like listening to music loud. Yeah, dead as in no echo. Um, yeah, well, it is going to kill the echo, isn't it, Tibar? Right? Because it absorbs it. It doesn't let it bounce. It also doesn't let it travel through. Yeah, but it's not going to. I mean, listen, you're getting the same thing from the sound source direct to you. There's no change there. And like he said, that whatever you're getting bouncing off the walls, maybe, but that's not really what you're looking for anyway. You want the direct sound. So who cares? Just turn it up a bit more. You know what I mean? I think what I'm saying makes sense. Maybe I'm wrong. Sit in my fucking car for 5 hours now. 5 hours and 9 minutes. Okay. So you're trying to not be loud playing guitar or bass. Yeah, I would just go with your basic Mersh style, squares. I've never soundproofed, so I don't really know, but I don't think you need too much just for you, one person playing one instrument. Well, I mean, if you're going to be playing bass, then you want to have bass traps, obviously, not just your like the ones on your wall, um, because that's what's going to travel the most anyway. So you want to make sure you're getting it. Um, it sounds like a pain in the ass. Yeah, that's why. Oh, can't afford a place where I can have a room that I could have it, but if I could, I'd probably still procrastinate on it because of that shit. Layers of sheetrock. That would be expensive, right? Well, sheetrock isn't going to be good. You want to like, how is sheetrock going to catch it? Like just by making it's like, I guess it's like just by like having like, it'd be like if you made the walls thicker, right? But yeah, I guess. Yeah, I got a sliding window in my living room to be like pain in the ass to deal with. Yeah, but you know what? It's bouncing it all over you, dude. It's like, think about it. It's like basically you went from playing in a regular room to like playing in a reinforced wall room. That's like it's going to be even more uh reverby, echoey. You ever see the movie with about the guy in who was it? Okay, so there's a movie. There's a guy. I think it was in the Rolling Stones. Was it? I think it was some guy from the Rolling Stones, some huge band in England. I think it was the Rolling Stones, and he ended up killing somebody or something like that. But anyway, there's some scene where he's like wants to record inside of an empty swimming pool because of how the sound is in there. That's how I feel like what you're doing. You're getting closer and closer to that when you stick it in the wall like that, right? Do you think? What did Jay Leno have? What did Lay General have for recording setup? Well, he's got a video on his channel where he shows what he's got. And basically, as far as recording goes, he didn't have a desk of any kind. He had a Tascam 6-track, some kind of Tascam 6-track or 8-track. I've never heard of this. It must be 8 or 4. It wasn't 4, so I guess it's 8. Anyway, some kind of Tascam, probably not worth that much. I don't know how much it's worth. A couple grand maybe. I have no idea. And then he just had a bunch of like electronica style or basically DJing / production equipment, like the Ableton Push thing, which is like a grid of buttons that you can assign samples to and whatever. I've never used it. I don't know. Something some kind of Native Instruments, something of that sort. He basically had like maybe $5,000 worth of various things that are mostly used to DJ or produce. The fact that he had the Tascam is the only thing that suggested any kind of recording. And listen, the bottom line is the dude told me that he had a Neve mixer, and I proved that he didn't because he couldn't fucking afford it. And the price he claimed to pay for it was ridiculous, et cetera, et cetera. You can watch it. It's on Alexander Octopus Cortez. It's on that channel. Just look at, I don't know what it's called. It's got Leno in the title. There's a bunch of Leno videos. It's one of the more recent ones. It's probably the most recent Leno video. But in it, I prove he has me go to eBay. He's like, "Oh, I found one for that price. Go on eBay, you'll find one for this price." And I went on there, and there was nothing even close to it. It was like he literally said he paid 2,000 or 1,000 pounds or 2,000 pounds, basically $3,000 or $4,000 for something that costs $40,000. And I proved that he was full of shit. And the thing is, in the first place, you wouldn't go buying a fucking Neve like 12-track mixer for what he claimed to do. Like that kind of music he claimed to record, like hip hop and shit, you wouldn't do that. It's like you just wouldn't. Anyway, Leno's a fake. He didn't do that. He's a hobbyist. He knows, I mean, he's got some shit. He doesn't just buy that so he could show it to us. But he's a guy like us. Like he's a hobbyist. Like he knows a little bit. He probably knows more than me. I don't know. I could talk to him. We could figure it out. We could find out. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe he could make better sounds than me. Maybe not. I don't know. But he's basically one of us posing as if he's a professional. He's got a little bit of knowledge, and he tried to get away with it on the internet and just didn't know that, it's 2021 and half the people in the world fucking own a DAW and at least dabble in that shit. And I don't know. Go watch it though. It's funny. I expose his dumb ass. He had a boombox. Yeah. He spurred over Rev's video game for hours. Yeah, so he's playing Donkey Kong. Yeah, he's that Alex Cortez, not Alex Cortez. That's him. He hates me. Obviously, any not account is him. Yeah, he really is. I disagree with the people that say he's not like good content. He is. I think he is. Like just because he's so fucking weird. Like, imagine you haven't seen him before and you come across one of these streams and he's on it. You're gonna be like, "Whoa, what the fuck? What's up with this guy?" You know? Yeah, Donkey Kong. I remember like before the Nintendo Entertainment System came out. How fucking old I am. I remember I lived in Belgium at the time. We lived in Belgium for 3 years, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade for me. And it was probably like 1985, 1986. And I got like Nintendo used to make these little handheld video games. And they were either one handheld and it was just like a single screen, or it was like a flip thing where it had 2 screens, but it like went into the, it was like one Like you would go in the bottom of it and your Donkey Kong going up and it'd go to the top one, right? And so to have two screens. I remember Donkey Kong itself had the two screens and it was like kind of brownish, and that was like really the more expensive one. And then there was Donkey Kong Jr. that had the small one with the one screen. And my brother had Donkey Kong Jr. and I had Donkey Kong because I was the bigger brother. And yeah, I don't know what my point is, but those were pretty badass. Those little things, I loved it. And it was really just a it wasn't color. It was like basically like calculator graphics, but Donkey Kong, like the original Donkey Kong, you know, just going up the thing, jumping the barrels. And then like 2 years, like a year or two later, fucking NES came out. I was like, holy shit, this is like spaceships and shit. This is the future. Holy fuck, Duck Hunt. Yeah, Brussels, Belgium. I actually went to school at the school called St. John's International. It's in Waterloo, where the battle took place. Interesting period of my life, I guess. It's what made me really interested in history, like seeing all those castles and battlegrounds and the trenches up in uh where was that? It was northern Belgium, whatever. There's trenches there from World War One. And then I went to like Utah, Omaha Beach and shit in Normandy, and in those days, and I don't know if it's the same. It probably is because it's France. Like they didn't touch those bunkers. Like there was still swastikas in the bunkers, and this is the '80s. This is like over almost 50 years later, or 40 years later. And yeah, I remember like looking into this one bunker. You couldn't get into it because it was like there was some of them were broken and stuff, and like you couldn't get in. Like you just look into it because there's a little hole, and there was a swastika on the wall still, like a flag swastika. It was just there. I don't know if they put it. Probably got taken down and put up by like the people setting it up as like a tourist attraction. I don't know, but it's to me it seemed like it was just a swastika still there, like from when there was Germans in there. Very weird. It was fucking awesome. I've never been back as an adult either. Like I've been to Australia. I've been. I think Australia is the only place I've been as an adult, really, as far as like foreign countries. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, well, like New Zealand, going to Australia one time. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's it. Weird. Anyway, Europe is cool. Not to lay Jenna. Rev is giving a house tour. Really? Let me guess. It's disgusting. I want a teeth tour. Is he giving a teeth tour? Did you ever hook up with some French gals? Dude, I was in third, fourth, and fifth grade. I had my first girlfriend, though, in fourth grade. Her name was Nina Erickson, and she was from Finland, and she was the hottest chick in the fourth grade. And I was in fourth grade, too, before you even fucking clip that. I was in fourth grade, too. Um, but yeah, girlfriend meant we held hands, and she was my girlfriend for a week. And then she dumped me for my best friend, Matt McCahill. I wonder if like Brutal Mafia is writing these names down. I knew a guy from Scotland and Normandy too. Nice. Yeah, I've never dated a French girl. No. I've dated an Israeli girl. Um, I dated an Irish girl, like a girl from Ireland, not like an Irish American, those two, but like a real Irish girl. Uh, I lived in Australia for a while, so a few Australian girls. Um, ew. Is he showing himself? Who, French girls? I worked with a French girl. She had a husband, and like when I worked with her, we were really young. It was weird for her to be married. I remember that. How old were we? I don't know. I was in my 20s though. I thought it was weird that she had a husband at that age. I remember one time she was talking like I don't know what we were talking about, but somehow it came up that she had hair on her nipples, And she's like, "Oh, I love my hair on my nipples." And I was like, "Ugh!" I gave her one of those right in her face. It's like, God. And she's a somewhat attractive girl, but goddamn, that was gross. Weird. Why? Did you live there? Everyone's going to watch Rev. I don't blame you. Just his arm. I don't see his teeth. I just settle for the face in general. I want to see how the pimple situation's going for him. I know, right? Well, Sam, we had a big discussion about this. It was the discussion was about his whole thing was this man has traveled. I think he was talking about Leno. He's like, this man has traveled. I've traveled. We're better than you, kind of thing. And it's like, I didn't even tell anybody here I lived in Belgium. Well, I didn't tell anybody much about myself until recently, but once I got doxxed, it's like, who gives a fuck? I just pulled something off my teeth. I did that on cam, didn't I? I forget that I'm on cam. I think I blocked it with this big ass message by Monroe. Yeah. Okay. So Presley dated a Belgian guy and he had a bunch of French friends. I gotcha. So you dated a Walloon, huh, Presley? You didn't date a whatever you call somebody from Flanders. So for those who don't know, basically the southern part of Belgium is Wallonia, and the people there are called Walloons. They speak French, and they are French, and culturally they're French. And the top half is Flanders, and they speak Flemish, which is basically Dutch. And again, the culture is basically like Dutch culture. So I assume somewhere in the past, like probably that was part of France or whatever. And but even France itself, I hear, is like a bunch of different, like, you know, like different regions are very different, and they probably had different kingdoms at some point. I don't really know the history of France that well. I know the history of England pretty well. Got that international dick. Um, yeah, me too, man. I miss him. I was just talking about that with Caitlin the other day, like how much I miss French fries. Uh, just bad food in general. Um, but the bottom line is you can enjoy food in life without eating shitty. You can eat healthy and still enjoy food in life. You can't have the best tasting foods, of course not. But you can still have that thing where like, oh, I get to eat now, yay, you know. But yeah, you can't avoid seeing big ass billboards with fries on them. You're like, holy fuck, I want that. Fries and burgers, man. That's what I miss the most. He spoke French with a German accent and spoke Flemish and German and French. Okay, so that means he was probably a native German speaker. And you know what? There is actually a very small part of southeastern Belgium that is like German, essentially. Um, okay, so he was probably a native. I'm going to guess before I read your next comments. He was probably a native German speaker for whatever reason. Uh, yeah, and Flemish and French were other languages to him, not his native language. In which case, the Flemish probably wasn't that hard for him to learn, being German. French probably was. Just a rule, no takeout. I just, a rule, no takeout. What you saying, woman? Yeah. Okay. It's interesting. I know the Celts, like we always think of Celtic people as being like the Irish, but which they are. But the Celtic people are also in northern France. I think Brittany, which is a region of France, is like a Celtic. There's 6 Celtic nations, right? And like some of them are actual countries and some of them aren't. They're like regions. And it's like Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Cornwall, which is a region of England. I think it's Cornwall. Is that are they Celtic? I think so. Maybe I got that wrong. I think Cornwall, which is a region of England, and then Brittany in France, I believe, and then some random fucking island near England. I can't remember what it's called. I believe that's the case. Yeah, okay, good. This nigga knows some shit right here. This nigga right here, he's smart. What were we talking about? Searfoss. History of France. Go. Did we have some questions about history? Because he'll know them. I think we did. I know about. Okay. What the fuck? I know about the beast of Gavudin. Gavudin. Gevudin. 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 What does that mean? Yeah, this is what we wanted to know. Good way to sum it up concisely. Exactly. So here's the thing I heard, Searfoss. I heard that like until basically the 1800s, France was like a bunch of different countries, more or less, at least like culturally. And yeah, and then it didn't change until like some event, like it was either this one of the World Wars or Napoleon, I forget, something in the 1800s or early 1900s. You know who I know about in the French history from like TV shows and shit is Gerson Gedrix or whatever that guy's name is. That got choked to death by they called it gouting, where like they put you against a pole. And they got a rope around your neck with a like a bar on the other side of the pole, and they twist it until you choke to death. And they did that to that guy Gerson Gedrix, and he was this Celtic leader in Brittany when they called it Gaul. That part of France is called Gaul. This is in the Roman times under the Romans, and it was depicted in, I think it was the show Rome, or what else could it possibly be? Was that the show Rome where they had that from HBO? I think it was. No, not a Cuban necktie. It's called no garrote or gout. It's an execution method by strangulation that was used throughout history. But yeah, the Romans used it. It was a fairly humane method by Roman standards. Like he got it because rather than being like crucified or something, because he was like he's a king. They were betas easily. Who are you talking about? The Franks? I mean, the Romans, did they ever conquer like my peoples, the Angles and the Saxons and all that in Germany? I don't think they did. In Braveheart, they didn't. Oh, maybe they did. Not Braveheart. Gladiator. Like the opening scene where they're in Germania. Like those were tribal Germans at that time, and like they ended like people from certain parts of Germany ended up going to England, and that kind of ended up in me, the ultimate pinnacle. A few thousand years later, no, not a few thousand. Like, oh yeah, like a couple, like two, almost. Garrote, yeah. That's the execution method I was talking about. Who the French? Yeah, well, they basically won it for us. I mean, they joined and that was it. It was like, we're fighting the ultimate. That's so funny. Like, everyone's like, oh, we kicked the shit out of the biggest superpower in the world with just a bunch of colonial guerrilla tactics. No, we didn't. Like, yeah, we did that on some battles. But fucking France, the other superpower in the world, their main enemy entered on our side. And now it's a war between England and France, essentially. And on where, there's more people hostile to you than friendly to you in the Americans and us. We owe that country a lot. We wouldn't have been founded. We would not have a country if it weren't for France. That's the truth. We wouldn't right now anyway. We would have lost that war eventually. Well, they also had war with France. I think. Well, they were always at war with France. It was like an ongoing thing. But I think they had an active war in France too that they needed people for. I could be wrong on that. But in any case, once the French entered, the navies are not. There's no longer such naval dominance, and it's a big mess for them. And we never eventually got to the point of having French troops here. But if we did, then it would have been, a bigger thing. And it didn't have to. We won anyway. But had they not entered, would we have won on our own? I don't know. I don't know enough about it, but I know that once they entered, it was over. Okay. So when he says they never got above the Rhine, he's talking specifically about Germany. He's not speaking in general, like that latitude or whatever it is. The long ways ones. This is longitude, right? This is long. Yeah. Because they did conquer modern day England. But that's further west. What he's talking about is Germany. So yeah, that's where they got stopped going that way, which is impressive. But and you know what? Those are my ancestors. I don't know. I'm Anglo-Saxon, so my ancestors come from Saxony, which is very northern Germany, and the Angles come from. I know Saxony goes from like northern Germany to like modern day Holland up across the top, and then the Angles, I believe, came from like further east of them. In any case, Germany's pretty badass. They beat the Romans, sort of. What's up, Eagle? Was it Charles Martel? So what? The like a Moorish invasion? Oh no, Saracens. So from like coming from like Turkey ish. Yeah. Good for him. Guess what? All that hard work undone by a couple of fucking lefty leaders in a couple of decades. Not even. It's pretty much been undone since 2014, since the Syrian refugees. So in less than a decade, a couple douchey ass lefty faggots running France and Germany and other parts of Europe have opened the floodgates, and the evil Joe Booney Saracens now run that country. And what did Kyle say about it, Eagle? About Britain? I forget, but it was funny. 9 niggas watching me in my car. Oh, there were. Okay. There you go. Learn something new every day. I did not know that. Like they actually fought, like did like French formations fight against British formations, classic style, like in America? That's interesting. I didn't know that. They're keto. Now they eat a lot of carbs too. They eat a whole fucking loaf of French bread every day. It's part of their thing. They all have dad bodies though. You ever notice that? They're skinny but tiny, a little bit fat, like just enough fat to be a little bit unattractive in the belly. Yeah, I knew that part. Oh shit! I knew they called him that. What did I ask you again, Eagle? I forgot. No, I asked you specifically. What does Kyle say? I forget. What does he say about England? I think he just says your country's taken over by Muslims. I thought he had a more clever statement than that. A female, I assume. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, French food in general is very fat heavy, isn't it? In the short. You know, there's a movie. I don't remember what it's. Oh, In Bruges. You ever see In Bruges? So I went to Bruges, and in the movie they show this painting of a guy getting skinned alive. And I remember we went there on a school trip when I lived in Belgium, and all of us wanted to. We all knew about this painting of a guy getting skinned alive, and we wanted to see it. It was in that movie. It's fucking weird. That movie came out like not that long ago, in the past decade. Why was he getting skinned alive? I don't know, because he did something really bad. Because like the normal methods of execution were pretty bad, so he had to get extra bad at method or whatever he did. He probably tried to kill the king or something. I don't know. What good are you then, you fucking eagle? 5'6", 97. That's unhealthy though. That's like anorexic. Yeah, it's so good. You know what? I ate like a Frenchman for a while. Like my most recent pudgy period. Like when I started coming on cam in like January, I was kind of fat. That was the result of the world is going to end eating during the pandemic. And this is what I would do. I would go to Safeway. I'd get a meatloaf. Like they sell meatloaf like made, at the like next to the chickens. And it's like $8 for a whole meatloaf. You get a meatloaf, and then you go get a thing of French bread. That's about $2. So for $10, you get that. And then you get meatloaf sandwiches all day, like a meatloaf's worth of meatloaf sandwiches on French bread. I didn't put butter on it. It was just the meatloaf on there. But I did put either Daya cheddar cheese, like fake cheese, cheddar cheese, vegan cheese, or there was a brief period where I was doing regular cheese. And yeah, cheddar cheese on a meatloaf sandwich with fucking French bread. It was the shit. But I didn't stay skinny. I got fat. Did what it's supposed to do. I heard average person gain 25 to 30 pounds. What do you mean? Oh, between in the pandemic. Yeah. I didn't gain that much for sure. Like I probably gained 10. I was a little fat before that, to be honest. I know I was 205. I think when I weighed myself in January, I'd already started to lose weight. So I was probably like 210, 215 at some point. And like right now I'm like 180. So you can imagine I was somewhat pretty fat at some point. As infants, that's weird. I mean, I don't think that's that unusual to have family members killed because they're rivals, but infants is pretty extreme. I guess it's easier. I will fight. How many infants could you fight and still win? Honestly, I'm gonna say like they can't move at all. You're talking like an infant. Like they're just on their back going. So in order to lose, you got to get smothered by them, and like there's got to be so many of them that there's such a huge pile of them on you that you can't breathe anymore. Right? That's the only way you lose your fight. So I'm gonna say I could fight and win 1,000 infants, and they win by burying me in infants. What do you think? I wouldn't do it. I've never fought an infant, never once. Or they give it to him? No, the Vikings would have taken it from him, if anything. Was there Viking invasions in France too, huh? Pesky buggers. Yeah, I don't know. I have this argument. It's like, well, not argument, this debate within myself. like I feel like my face looks better because like when I look at photos of myself from just the ones I used to use on here and stuff from that time, like just at the beginning of the year when I was fatter, I don't think my face looks better like that. So I think my face for sure looks better like this. My body, no, especially in clothes, because like when you're a little bit fat, when you're wearing, and if you live in a place like Seattle, like you know, no one's seeing anything else unless you're fucking them. And then it's too late anyway. You're already naked. They're not going to back out. Um, you're not walking around with your shirt off like it's LA or something, you know. And if you do, you look like a fucking idiot. It just doesn't work around here. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit in. So yeah, like filling out clothes with that body is definitely better. And also, like as a dude, you feel like more bigger and intimidating. Not that should matter in my age, but my line of work is very hazardous. There's a lot of road rage incidents. Sorry, no excuse. Oh yeah, not too long. There's an excuse. I don't know. What do you think, chat? Should I put on another 10 pounds, 15 pounds? Because it's not going to be muscle. I ain't going to put it on that fast. It'll be fat. I think I'm just going to stay how I am. I don't give a fuck. Fuck all you critics. And here's an... Well, never mind. Fuck. I'm like, should I stop and save it so I have something in the morning? I'm like, fuck it. I feel like I'm going to crack that one open and not be able to return it because I can't resist. And I'll just take anything and I'll smoke the fucking half CBD bullshit. For those who don't know, I fucked up earlier and bought a half CBD, half THC cart instead of the proper regular one. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, I'm trying to like listen. This is what I do. I do calisthenics, push-ups. If I can ever find a pull-up bar, I do it, which is occasionally. Sometimes when I'm like hiking, I'll see a tree branch or something, get a few pull-ups in. But for the most part, it's just push-ups and then a bunch of kettlebell shit for the rest of my body. And kettlebells are weights, sort of, but they're not really for putting on muscle. I do have weights, regular weights, but I don't want to use them. I just want to do kettlebells. I like the workout I'm doing. So it gets you like cut and it puts on muscles a little bit, but slowly. I don't know. I'm too old though to put on muscle at any decent pace without, drugs. And I don't want to do that. Fuck that. Yeah, I don't. It's not like a seasonal thing with me, but like if I'm gonna be fat, I'm gonna be fat when I'm fat. Like it'll be the summertime too. What's not true? Oh, they can't put on weight. No, I'm not saying you can't at all. It's just like the last time I put on a lot of muscle, it wasn't very long ago. I was like 40. But it wasn't a lot, but it was, I was working out a lot. I was lifting weights a lot. And I got to the point where I ended up giving myself something that hurt my left nut. I thought it was a hernia, but I'm not sure because it went away. And people tell me if it was a hernia, it wouldn't have gone away on its own. So there was something strained. I think I did it from deadlifting, and it manifests itself as like a pain in my left ball, which felt for the men out there very much like after you get hit in the nuts, like maybe 5 minutes after you get hit, like that feeling, like not the super painful, but like the mildly painful 5 minutes later, but constant. And it would be all day long. And I'd have to sit with I put like a pillow under my left thigh to prop it up so my balls weren't like this. So my ball was like suspended like a fucking noise studio speaker. And look how that worked out. and it sucked, and it went away. And after a few weeks, and I didn't lift during that whole time, and I was like, I'm never deadlifting again. And so I went back to trying to just lift regular weights, but not deadlift. And just when I would like pick up a dumbbell to do curls with or something, like just picking it up, I would feel the slightest strain in my ball, like just, you know, because it's like there's a slight strain in your whole body just picking up a single dumbbell. Like just try it. You'll feel a slight strain everywhere in your calves, everything else. And just that was enough to be like, oh shit, it's starting to hurt again. So fuck it. So then I did straight calisthenics, no weights, no kettlebells for like a year. And then just recently, the past few months, I've started doing kettlebells again with no issues. And I do the equivalent of deadlifting with kettlebells. You just hold them straight. You basically just hold kettlebells in front of you, pretend they're like a bar, and you do it, but they're super light. So it's like, you know, probably a third or a quarter as heavy as it would be if I did it with the other one. But whatever. They're not bothering me. So I don't know. Do I think Sam is frail? I think Sam is an old man. Yeah. So yes. I think Sam has problems with this site. I like Sam. Sam's my buddy. I'm not trash talking. This is just what I honestly think. Hmm. It's almost 2 o'clock. I'm only going to get 5 hours of sleep. Anyway, it's been fun. Maybe I'll do this more. Just stream by myself and talk shit, not do any stupid drama shit. Because just everything got too far. It's all because of Rev. He's just a creep that has no boundaries. He's doxing my chick's kid. Like, what a piece of shit. Anyway, I do enjoy a good fight now and then. I won't get you wrong. And man, is the account still here? Wanted to highlight my fight face account. It's so funny. Go if you see Alex's fight face. Look at the picture. It really is my fight face. That person should send me a copy of that in my Discord too, please. You found the perfect screenshot. Actually, you don't have to do that. That's yours. That's your identity. I got you. Don't worry about it. Give it to me whenever you're not going to use that account. Yeah, let's go to sleep, everybody. But yeah, I think my streams are probably going to be less drama focused because it's too negative, it's too toxic, and it's like I had fun tonight, you know. Oh, it's a cat. Oh, it's a raccoon. I would have filmed it if it was a raccoon. It's just a cat. You don't want to see a cat. Kurt Cobain's house is a bit of a disappointment. If you can think of other cool Seattle area sites to go see, then I'll take you to see them. I don't think there is any. It's a pretty boring city, to be honest. Happy 9/11. The Jews did it, and that was a joke. Not really. Israel did it. I mean, come on, let's be real. Hey, Presley, you know what I'm curious about? It just made me think about it. What is David Walsh's thoughts on 9/11? Is he a conspiracy theorist? Because my guess, not knowing anything, is he is. I bet you he said the word Building 7 before. Is David Walsh a conspiracy theorist about 9/11? Do you know that? Is that a, are you aware of that or not? My guess is yes. Oh yeah, we could do. I could show you the police station. Yeah, the 12th precinct. Yeah, it's still got walls around it. It's not like it used to be. It used to have like fucking tall walls, like with like it didn't have barbed wire at the top, but it had like a bend. You couldn't get over it. Okay, there you go. Exactly. I fucking called it. David Walsh is a truther. I said he would be. Of course he is. Okay, well, we're gonna ask him, but yeah, I'm sure we're right. I guarantee. He was a fucking Owen Benjamin fan, not fan, more than that. He was intimately involved in the Owen Benjamin thing. Yeah, so this is what we're gonna do next time. Good call, Monroe. We're gonna go to the 12th precinct in the formerly known as the Chaz zone of Seattle. Chad, Chaz, both are right. Which one was first? I think Chaz originally, and then it became Chad for some reason. I don't know why. But it's like the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, Chaz. So Capitol Hill's the neighborhood in Seattle. It's like the gay neighborhood in Seattle, Capitol Hill. I mean, Seattle's very gay everywhere, but Capitol Hill's super gay. Yeah, Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, but then it became Capitol Hill Autonomous District, I assume, is what the D is. I don't know. That's some crazy shit. Remember those kids got shot in that car? They're just shooting up that car for like 10 minutes straight. Just these fucking douchebag, fucking lefty faggots getting a hold of guns they shouldn't have been able to get. I mean, I'm all for the Second Amendment, but if you come in and you got your gauged ears or something, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to have it because you're a fucking idiot. All right, that's not fair, but whatever. No, I know he's smart. I know he is. Yeah, I get too pissed. I used to also. I get mad, man. I fucking hate those people. I'm always worried about a cop because I'm sitting here smoking in my car. I got the engine on because like I want a bit of air blowing, and I got my keys in. I don't know. Like I'm sitting here vaping. It's probably illegal. I don't know. Yeah, yeah. I know David Walsh is smart. I know that for sure. So I said that one thing till one time he got annoyed at me because I go, I feel like you're not being yourself, like you're being shticky, and I do think that. I still think that, but I don't know. Is he himself? Is he that way? Like he actually does. He did show me himself on stream with Monster and like Mr. Monster, and he was still acting the same way. And they weren't like, hey, why are you acting like this? What is your stream persona? So I guess that's the real him. Okay, I take it back, David Walsh. I retract my shticky comment. My bad, dude. And I appreciate, you know, it's just a talk. TD likes to get fucked up in his car. Oh yeah, yeah. Technical difficulties. I think he wants to get away from his kid. But it's like he's not with the baby mama and the kid's at the house, so who's taking care of the kid? He must live with his mom. Tech, I mean. Or his like grandma or something. He's too old to have a grandma. Shtick is just a facet of him. That's what I figure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, for sure he's fucking around a lot of time. But no, I like David. I think he's good. I think he's good. I wanted to do a show with him. If he still wants to, I will. But he's like throws it out and then he never asks me again. So it's like I'm not gonna chase you. If you want to do it, I will though. Oh, I was ending, wasn't I? Oh, this is why my fucking so here's something. I got the little miles per gallon thing on my car, right? Where like your trip meter, you can change it to like miles per gallon. I always have it set to miles per gallon. And I was like, what's wrong with my car? Why the fuck is my miles per gallon at like 15? Like it should be like 30, right? Well not maybe not 30, but like 27. And I was like, what's going on? Am I driving up hills too much or what? And I just realized it's because I just looked at it. It's 12.2. And I just realized it's because I just sit here idling forever. So the gas is still going down while oh, it just went down again. Ah, I figured it out. I'm a mechanic. I fixed my car problem. I fixed my fuel efficiency problem. Look at that. Nice. It's because I sit here idling with my fucking air on, talking to you guys. I know. I just know you're friends. That's all. That's the only reason I asked you. I know, Presley. I know they made up some shit. I'm not buying it. I'm not saying that. I just know your buds. That's all. There you go. Figured it out. My car's okay. Yeah, I had an older car before this, and I didn't have all the what most cars should have at this time. At this time, like I didn't have electric windows. It wasn't because it was that old that I mean, electric windows have existed since the '70s, but it was just like it had like no fucking features. It's fucking Nissan Versa. It was a manual transmission. The thing was, which was awesome. That I liked that at the time. I'm glad I got an automatic now because it's fucking gets annoying, especially when you live in the city. And it was starting to hurt my leg clutching all the time because the clutch is like quite. It's not like a brake or a accelerator and an automatic. It's there's a bit of pressure. It takes a bit of pressure to push it in. I know. I know. I'm just saying, between you and Monroe, if I got a David Walsh question, who am I going to ask? Right? Look at this. About to hit 6 hours. I'm going to go over 6 on purpose. What old man could stream 6 hours? Sam Hill's proof of his age. Anyone? I should just leave my cart here, huh? Might as well return it. Where is it? There it is. All right. Good. If I forget it. All right, that's over 6 hours. Successful stream. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Next time, what are we gonna do? Forgot again. What are we doing next time? Didn't we come up with something to do next time? Something Seattle-y? God damn it, my fucking brain sucks. Can you get Alzheimer's at 44? Is that possible? Hope not. I think we had something to do next time, but I forget what it is. But if I remember it, then we'll do that. Like a road trip. Like we went to Kurt Cobain's house. And there was something else, but I forget. Oh, Chad. Yeah, that's right. 12th precinct. We're going to go to the 12th precinct, which is a fortified police precinct because Seattle's full of fucking commie scum. Next time on the Alex show, which will probably be in like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 days. All right. Chad. Yep, exactly. Tour of the Chad. We're probably there's really not much to see there. Well, there's some interesting graffiti and stuff near there. So we'll do this. We'll walk to the police station. We'll film that. That's interesting. You got the wall, and then you walk down like past. I'll show you the park wherever everybody was, where they had the like Chaz Garden famously, and it's a like a soccer field for Seattle University, which is this like ultra expensive. I think it's expensive as fuck. It's got to be given the location. I think it's just like a rich kid party school or something. It's in the middle of the gay neighborhood, in the middle of Capitol Hill and whatever. It's a gay ass school. But the field, we'll see that, but it's doesn't look like Chaz anymore. It looks normal. And then there's a street right near there that's got some graffiti that's like really obnoxious. Like if you're an anti-lefty type like me, it makes your blood boil. A cab, and they'll leave it up there. They won't even take it down, which means all cops are bastards, all that kind of shit. Maybe I can see if there's another, like, along that theme, the deterioration of the city. Maybe I'll go to a just like a homeless tent camp and walk through that. Like, you just go to a park. Someone in the chat. Well, that one, I don't know. I don't think they let them sit up there now, but that's all that park was just an entire homeless camp. But they probably cleared that one out because it's school property. But like the public parks in Seattle, they're all like that. It's just they're all filled up tents the entire way. So we'll go through that too. Open a random FedEx box. I can never turn on my cam when I'm working because I'd get in a lot of trouble if that got found out. If I did that. The worst thing is if you film inside the facility, you'll get fired right away. They don't want you to see the sausage being made. Let me tell you this, as a guy that does this, if you want electronics, go to a store and buy it. When you buy a computer at Best Buy, that computer was on a truck that has all Best Buy stuff by Best Buy employees that know they got to get it there or whatever trucking service that works for Best Buy. They probably have their own trucks. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen a fucking Best Buy truck. You know what I'm saying? Follow along with my example. The bottom line is it's being cared for. Like, it's coming from where it's produced, and it's being cared for because it's like employees of that company, or most likely getting it to them, right? To the store, to your Best Buy, your Guitar Center, whatever. So buy your shit there. I delivered the thing I was talking about, the Moog, the new Moog, the mini Moog, the new one that's like $4,000. I delivered one of those the other day. And that thing went through the process of being loaded at a FedEx facility, it was probably loaded. Yeah, it would have been at an outbound FedEx facility near wherever this company that sold it was. It would have gone through that, which means package handlers fucking literally throwing it sometimes. Just going through the chute system, getting banged up and fucking maybe falling off at some point. All of this shit that can happen. Trust me, I treat it good. Once it gets to me, your stuff is safe. But the bottom line is, don't buy your electronics where it's got to get shipped to you through FedEx or UPS. Don't buy it on Amazon. Go to a store. If you want to buy clothes or anything doesn't matter if it gets banged around, yeah, get it on Amazon. But anything fragile, like, don't get it on Amazon. I'm not saying like something glassware or something, because I guess if they broke that, you'd return it. But something like a computer where it's like it might get fucked up, but you don't know it immediately, and it's like something got loosened inside because it got jostled around or whatever. Yeah, you don't want to get that shit where it has to go through a FedEx facility. You just don't. Like, to think of like if I were to buy, like, say my dreams, I could finally get this fucking $4,000, since I could finally have $4,000 to spend on a toy, essentially, and then it goes through like FedEx or UPS and gets beat the fuck up. Don't do it. Go to a store. But here's another thing, though, on a different note. If you're a drug dealer and you want to send drugs to your clients long distance, use FedEx Ground. Because there's no checks anywhere. If you use FedEx Express, the planes, then that has to go on a plane, then there's checks. You could use UPS Ground. I don't know how that works exactly. They don't have like a whole separate division. Anyway, if you go FedEx Ground, it's always going to be on a truck. That's it. There's no one checking it. There's no dogs anywhere sniffing anything. You're good. So send your weed, send your Send your drugs. Brotherships, computers, UPS. Yeah, I mean, they all do. Like, does he make them? I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm wrong. I feel like the post office would be different, but you can't ship something big at the post office because it's too expensive. I feel like I feel like they're better behaved. You're a bad influence, Buff Bleach. You always say that. I can't. I didn't work I worked like 3 days last week. I kept not working. I'll be all right. I slept forever today. I couldn't get to sleep before now anyway because I didn't wake up till like 3 p.m. What do you mean? The case protects them. I know. No, it's not. It's 2:06 a.m. Don't exaggerate. Motherfucker. How do you know what time it is here? I know where you live. Yeah, I'll tell you what time it is where you live. 10:15. Wait, hold on. It's 10:15 p.m. tomorrow, right? 10:15 p.m. Yeah, it's the real one. What's up, Nicole? How's it going? I love that photo. Listen, that's fucking good. No, okay. Wait. Oh, I did the math wrong. I was supposed to subtract 5. Oh, dude, I did have the subtraction right. I mean, I knew the distance. It's 5. I subtract 5 and add the day. That's how I get it. I just did the subtraction. It would be 9. Yeah, my bad. I subtracted 4. I won't ruin anything for you, buddy. Anyway, so I was gonna say, look at this dude's arm right here. You can't see it because it's small. But anybody that knows Unbleached, he was really, really fucking skinny. And this progress right here is about 5 months or something. So he's like 30. This is a dude that never ever lifted. So he's just experiencing what most of us experienced in our late teens. And most people start lifting weights is what's called noob gains. And you put on muscle like crazy when you first start working out because you got nothing, right? And you actually. So even though he's not that big, it's pretty impressive compared to what he used to look like. Yeah, you know what though? He's like hardcore. He does like meal preps he was talking about, like fucking just eats rice, chicken, and broccoli. Like he eats the same diet as like Phil Heath. He literally does. And yeah, he's very dedicated. No more weed. That's the thing that I don't get though. It's like, dude, don't you know how fun it is to work out stoned? Like it motivates you to want to work out. Like I feel like weed is good for working out. Like if you're a pothead like he was, like you just focus it on that, and it helps you eat too, obviously. Yeah. How do you not know you do meal preps if you're the real guy? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Presley, get out of my chat. I'm just kidding. How dare you? Yeah, I know. Some people they don't like it. Yeah, Caitlin doesn't like it. She says it makes her paranoid. That's why. I get it, I guess. Oh yeah. Dumbass. Yeah, he does. He meal preps. That's disgusting though. Like he was talking about doing it like once a week. So by day 6, you're eating chicken that you cooked 6 days ago. Like ew. Like it's been sitting in your chicken breast been sitting in your fridge cold for like 6 days and some rice, and you're gonna fucking put it in a Tupperware, nuke it in the fucking microwave at your work on lunch break. Gross. What, Siggy's? Does he? That's stupid. Yeah, that's dumb. Huh. That's the one thing I don't like is he's not only did he stop smoking weed, but he's like now he's like anti-weed. He's like, oh, that shit. Da, 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 da. It's like, you man. Fucking Rev's trying to call me. Get out of here, Rev. I don't want to talk to you. You idiot. Did that fuck up my audio? I hope it didn't. I just got a call from a private number, which is Rev. Rev, I don't want to talk to you. I don't care about you. Kill yourself. I told you I was joking. Calm down about the shit that I said to troll you. None of that happened. But just go away. Nobody wants you around, buddy. Don't leave me voicemails. I'm not going to listen to your voicemail either. You rambling dope. Fuck you. Did he expose us? I tried to tell you, Rev. It was a troll, dumbass. I trolled you with that. I trolled you. Don't take everything I say at face value, buddy. Not buddy. I meant guy who I hope dies. Oh my god. Get out of here, you psychopath. You trying to ruin my show? Fuck off. I was ending it anyway. You just tried calling me again. Rev, I'm gonna go inside and go to bed in a second, buddy. You're not gonna I keep calling him buddy. You're not my buddy. I hate you. I hope you die. I hope Paul dies. I hope fucking your cat dies. I hope everything is just sadness for you. I hope your fucking plant dies. I hope you break that stupid noise thing that you always hit. I hope your Zen garden gets filled with cat shit, which it probably already is. Go fuck yourself. Nicole's love letter she wrote to who? To Rev? Ridiculous. That's interesting. The house tour, yeah. Now he's calling me. Can you give another house tour, Rev? Thanks. Every time you see me reaching, that's me hitting decline on the private number call. At least if he's doing it to me, he's not doing it to Nicole, right? I'm about to go to bed anyway. I can't turn my phone off though. I mean, I can turn the ringer off, but and my phone's my alarm clock, obviously. Right? Whose phone isn't their alarm clock these days? Am I right? What do you think about alarm clocks, chat? Discuss. Just kidding. I wondered why Ozzy stopped DMing. Nice. I gotta pee so bad. I haven't peed in 6 hours and 15 minutes, 16 minutes. There he is. Busted, buddy. Gotcha. You guys want to know something? I have an iced tea that I use for just in case. I don't use this, but if I needed to, I could. Get out of here, Rev. Don't want to talk to you about it. I could piss in that, is what I was saying. And I have before. Not that particular, it's a one-use kind of thing, but find yourself in a pickle in the car. There you go. You're a man, of course. Hey, you want to know something else? When the first time I went to see Caitlin, I drove there, and there's like long fucking stretches. Once you get out of basically from Portland to Las Vegas, like you got to really get gas every time you see a gas station. Like there's long stretches with nothing. And I was like not, and you can go super fast too. I was going like 90 most of the way because like there's nowhere for cops to sit. It's like a 2-lane road, like 1 lane each way, most of the way, and there's nowhere for cops to sit and whatever. So I'm going like 90. I'm vaping the whole time. I don't want to pull over to piss. Pulling over to, I could, it's like shrubland and then the desert. It's like I could, but I don't want to take the time to do that. So what do? You get a large 32-ounce fountain Diet Coke. It's got a wide ass mouth, deep. Uh, Diet Coke is delicious. You drink the Diet Coke while you're driving and vaping. And then, guess what? You can pee if you're skilled and you got cruise control on. You can pee into the cup while you drive, which I did successfully. I never, let me think, did I? I think when I was in, so I drove from Seattle, I get to about like Mount Hood, which is a little bit beyond Portland. And I remember pulling over into like a rest area there and just pissing, on the ground. But after that, I never pissed outside of my car again until I got to Vegas. In other words, and I didn't use the same cup. I used multiple cups, multiple Diet Cokes to keep me awake. But there you go. That's alpha. You never pissed in a bottle ever. Well, pissing in a bottle, it depends what kind it is. I mean, have you never pissed in a bottle ever? What's wrong with you? You not live. No, I drove this car right here down there. Just pee out the door. No, you can't do that. But here's the thing. So when you're done peeing, you got to get rid of it, right? So my first couple times doing it, I was like, "Hey, just chuck it out the window." Right? While you're going, and I did. And then I realized when I went to get gas, I got pee on the side of my car. So I was like, "Oh, that's no good." So then after that, I would slow down, like in the middle of the highway, just slow down to like 5, and then open the door, just dump it out, and start driving again. So there you go. There's a pro tip for you. What's up with you? What are you, some kind of prude? Piss in a bottle. Dude, I piss in a bottle all the time at work. Unless I have like I know where all the good public bathrooms are, like the mall one's good. Azteca restaurant's got a nice, good public bathroom, very clean. But gotta do what you gotta do. Jesus, is it what? I don't know what you're. I don't believe you've never pissed in a bottle. Why have you never pissed in a bottle? How have you never found yourself in circumstances where you needed to piss in a bottle? Dude, I got into a fight with my roommate once where in the process of the fight, a cup of piss that was sitting on, it was like, it was probably the same thing, like a plastic, Subway cup or something. You just pick it up. And the thing is, we lived in New York City in a 1-bedroom apartment. And yeah, like if you slept in the bedroom, it was like, yeah, just piss in a bottle or something, get rid of it in the morning. Because you don't want to wake the other dude up. The guy outside in the living room. And this is not a weird thing to do either. If you live in New York City, literally paying almost $1,000 each to split a 1-bedroom. That's just, we were young, and that's kind of what you did at that age. Anyway, the dude in the bedroom would piss in a bottle, ideally a bottle with a cap on it. For whatever reason, I didn't have a fucking cap, and I didn't have a bottle. I had a cup, not a cup I was going to drink out of. Like I said, a Subway cup or something of the sort, and used that. And it was on a little table that was sort of near my bed, like a little uh like a bedside table kind of thing. But not a bedside table, like a little folding table thing. It was sort of a multi-purpose thing. I'd put my computer on it, whatever. And this night, it had a piss cup on it. And I know, Nicole. Let me get through it. And so he comes home really late and drunk and woke me up, and I had to work early. And I opened the door and I start bitching at him. And we'd never been in a fist fight before. Like we'd had a lot of arguments, but he charges at me, and I see him coming. He's really drunk, and I see him coming a mile away, and just sort of sidestep, and I end up getting him in a headlock and like falling on the bed with him. And I got on top of him, just restrained him until he calmed down. In the process of that, the table had gotten upended, and the piss was all over the floor and partially on my TV. So there's a piss cup story for you. Do you guys have a piss cup story? Hell yeah. He's a drunk incel for sure. Oh, look at this. Aw. Oops, sorry. Hey, Rev, check it out. I love it. All right. Well, Presley, you lame-o with no piss sucks cup story. How would a girl piss in a cup? It would be impossible, right? You couldn't possibly do it. You'd have to piss in like at least a like a punch bowl. Mm. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to gross everybody out. I'm being honest though. Yeah. Does your gum have mannitol in it? I don't know. Why would it have mannitol? Mm. What's mannitol? Let me see. Here's a different kind. I mean, it's still Trident. Yep, mannitol syrup. Why? What is that? Never heard of it before. It's got sorbitol. Don't know what that is. Gum base. I can figure that out. Xylitol, natural and artificial flavor. And then, what did you call it? Rev, stop calling me. Fuck. Nicole, Jesus Christ, I see what you go through. Fuck. So annoying. I'm getting private number called every 2 seconds. What did you call it? Mannitol. I don't think it's called mannitol. Hold on. Rev, stop calling me, faggot. I think he's my audio when he calls me like that. Dude, fuck. Don't be jealous of my great show. This is called Maltitol. Oh no, it's different. Oh no, there it is. Mannitol. Yeah, it's right at the end. It's after glycerin. Mannitol. What's mannitol do? Stop calling me faggot. You put the incel comment about you on. I'm gonna pin it on the screen because you said that you did that. Where's it at? Where's that incel comment? Here it is. That's you, Rev. Incel. Look who's calling you an incel. Why? What's it gonna do to me, Presley? I'm gonna see if I can taste the mannitol. What does mannitol do? What the fuck is mannitol? You got me scared now. Oh, here we go. It's a vitamin, used as a baby laxative and cocaine type. Oh. Oh, okay. I think I've heard of it because of the cocaine part. Hmm. So does it make you shit? Laxative? Doesn't seem to have that effect on me. Must be not in a small dose or don't. Listen, dude, they're making your whole country look gay. No offense. I love Australia, but fuck. It's authoritarian shit. Mm-mm-mm-mm. All right. Literally one other. I'll show you guys. Let me see. Nicotine gum. I made fun of Brutally Lauren for he's calling me on his regular number now. Yeah, Rev, I know it's you, dude. The private. I know it's you. I'm declining whether it's. I don't care what number you call me on. I want to talk to you. I talk about you. I just talked about you a lot. You're gay. It's like almost the last ingredient, though. I know, Rev. Stop, fucking weirdo. Does he interrupt my my audio when he calls? Do you guys notice a difference? I'm talking right now while he's calling. You guys notice a difference? Fuck off. Oh, pest you. What's your favorite slang, chat? Let me think about mine. Let's go through. I like this bit because you can do more than slangs. You can do like, what's your favorite war? All kinds of distasteful stuff. It'll be fun. Oh my god. What a fucking nightmare. Holy shit. You know those guys that draw fire? So they can like draw out the enemy and take you away from somebody else who's advancing. I feel like that right now, taking all these phone calls. Rev, read the chat. I think Rev's reading the chat, getting mad, maybe. I'm just gonna keep it going for that. I'm gonna keep talking. I might have to go inside and piss. Because, well, honestly, I would, well, nah. Stop calling me, you freak. Rev, I'm keeping the stream going. I want to, but the chat's lively. I just want to keep the stream going because I feel like it might bother you. I showed my thing I could piss in already. Empty iced tea thing. But I mean, like, I can't. It's like my neighbors are right here. I could if I drove like face way probably. Actually, it's super light. I don't know. That's pretty degenerate to piss in a bottle when I'm right outside. I'll just go in and come back out. He's playing your audio stream on his. What do you mean? Just the audio from this? Oh. Huh. Hey, everybody on Rev's chat, sub to Alex channel. Search Alex RDA midgets. That's the way to do it. There's a video called it has like RDA midgets in the title. So just search Alex RDA midgets and you'll find my channel. Sub to me, everybody in Rev's chat. Sub to AOC also, Alexander Octopus Cortez. Sub to that. This is funny. Yeah, Pugger Poon or whatever they call it. That thing's fucking hilarious. Poon handler, but twice as big. That one was fucking funny. Whoever did that, even if you're my enemy, that was good. It's like picking up people as it gets later and later. It's like probably the early morning East Coasters waking up. I feel obliged. Oh shit, who are you? Are you not a cop? Better not be. Hey, Revikins, I'm up on you, buddy. I don't like you. I hope you die. Talking about just pissing and stuff. It's so simple, but so fun. You guys cracking up. You made me cry almost. I was just goofy tired. Oh my god, stop. Shit. Like literally every 2 seconds. I will drive to PA and fucking kick your fucking tooth. Your one tooth. Is he? Free brandy. I haven't been on Poons in a bit. I gotta go over there and say hi. Poon tour. I think the 9 people are just reading the chat anyway. That's what I'm doing. I don't feel obliged to talk anymore. Fuck. I got mad bites on my leg. What the fuck is going on? Spider living in my bed. Hold on. It's so small for me, I can barely see it on my phone. You on a computer can see it. What the fuck's going on there? Is he on a bull? Dude, I can't see it. It's too small. Oh, stop, Rev. You fucking nerd. Every time you see my finger go, that's me declining a Rev call. Stop it, jerk. You big jerk. Eat a dick. All right, no more cam me. I'm gonna go inside. I'll stay on though, so you guys can, you know. Fuck, my neighbor just got home. God damn it. Now either gotta wait for them to go in, or maybe awkwardly, interact with them in the middle of the night. don't want to do that. Fuck off, Rev. Shitbag. What do you guys think about neighbors? They suck, right? Discuss. Ooh, I got a whole chicken. Sweet. Let me go inside and eat that bitch. I'm never going to pick up. I'm just going to text you mean things. That's all. I don't like you. I hope you die. It goes like this. Rev. Well, I can't say the next one. I was going to make a joke, but it could get Secret Service at my house. You figure it. Rev, that guy. Potato and chief. That's it. I want everybody else to live. Someone's trying to porn by with a gaping asshole. That's pretty funny. Is it Goatsy? Is it the most famous gaping asshole of all time? Goatsy? That would be funny. Da-na-na-na-na. 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 Rev. Holy fuck. I could just turn it off, like, just, you know, my sound, my phone sound. What's he gonna say? Rev, I couldn't pick up on you if I wanted to, because I'm streaming anyway, stupid. But I don't want to. Who's a bigger faggot? Yeah, leave, neighbor. I don't want you. Go away. It's my neighbor. I think it's somebody just using my parking lot. This nigga's still calling me. Fucking weirdo. I still can't see what the fuck Puntero is. It's too small on my phone. Stop on my phone. You got no teeth. I'm gonna legit go take a shower, leave this. Can you guys hear that when he's calling? He's calling right now. Can you hear that? I wonder what he's mad about. What do you guys think he's mad about? Huh. Put that up there for him. No Rev. Not. Yeah. I noticed that these two caught up in chat. That was interesting. They were talking for a while. Did you see that, Rev? Anyway. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna go clean myself. And then I'm gonna come back and say goodnight, maybe, or whatever. I think it's funny that there's 9 people watching and really nothing going on. Now there's 10. Awesome. All right, not gonna hear anything later. Oh wait, do I have any mods there? Oh, Presley's a mod. Yeah, Presley, you know, just make sure nothing bad happens. Doxing and all that shit. Or you might, that's a lot of responsibility. You might want to go to sleep. I think Nicole's a mod. She's probably not watching. She's working. Buff Bleach, are you a mod? I think he is. Oh, I can do it on here. Let me do it on mod. I'm on my computer. Man, tomorrow's gonna be rough, but I'll be able to do it because I slept a ton today. I built up like a sleep surplus, like rather than a sleep deficit, I got a sleep surplus, so I'll be all right. Don't worry about me, guys. Oh, did you guys watch the new Porcelain about Bert Kreischer? I'm in the middle of it. It's pretty good, I gotta say. Yeah, I got you, Presley. I feel like that. I'll mod one of these Australians. You know, it's like not too late for them. And yeah, that includes you. You're Australian too. Where's my channel? Oh, here it is. Stop calling me Rev. I don't like you. All right. So you're a moderator, and then Bleachy. Oh, Bleach is already. All right, good. There should be enough mods there. Why 13 dislikes? How dare you? Fuck you. Hey, 12 more people sub to me right quick, would you? Hey, get your alts and sub to me. I want to go over 100. If I can go over 100 tonight. Hey, get your alts and sub to me. I want to go over 100. Shut up, me. I want a different photo. I don't like a photo of me. It's kind of douchey. How do I do that? I don't know how to change it right now, actually. Just imagine that photo of me is actually right now. Because that's what I would change it to. Maybe I can do it. Do no? Go away, Red. God damn, you're annoying. It's just annoying to keep hitting the decline button. I wish I could just like. No, I don't think you can change your avatar on the phone. Oh, that's gay. Hmm. Huh. All right, here's what you have to look forward to when I get back after I shower. I'm gonna reveal how many times Rev has called me. Do you guys want to take a guess? I don't know yet. I haven't looked. My guess right now would be about 50, probably, maybe 60. See if we can get to 300, beat Nicole's record. All right. I'm gonna mute. I think Rev might be at this. I don't know. I hope so. Read my chat, Rev. It's interesting. People catching up and shit. It's awesome. Well, sorry, everyone. 5 people might be listening and probably just asleep. I don't really know why I left it on while I showered, but you know what? It's like a moment to contemplate all the things we talked about on this stream. And I don't have any other good lines about that. I'm sorry. Too late. I bet it's easy to talk about that anyway. We saw Kurt Cobain's house. Couldn't see the garage where he killed himself. That sucks. Pretty nice house. Not the nicest. We saw a nicer one closer to the water. Like, dude, no. Should have the best house in your neighborhood, Kurt Cobain, in my opinion. Talked about Rev being a gay incel again. We always talk about that. We saw some old friends, Ozzy, Ellis, and Cole get reunited in chat. That was heartwarming. What do you think, Rev? That was pretty heartwarming. I like that. That made me feel good. My 2 buddies. Potential, what else we talk about? Bunch of nerd shit. Kind of fun. I don't know. But anyway, I like this stream. I like just talking to myself like an idiot. Kind of fun. Maybe if I had one other person, but I'll fight sometimes. Undefeated, of course. Rex fears me. He'll never face me because his wife, his future wife, supposedly, has had like 100 dicks, if not more. Anyway, have a good night, everybody, or morning, or day. Yeah, it's daytime for pretty much everyone in America. So, yeah, sub to me, sub to my other channel, donate to Kyle, and have a good Monday. Yeah, have a good Monday. All right, peace.